And I guess we are back, Jason. Coolbet Open Day 1E today. And for those of you who watched the Nations Cup last night, it's not the same table, but we do have one of the participants who were at our final table of the Nations Cup last night. It's let's see which name. Oh, they've given him Wedma today. Olivares, our friend from Chile, he is once again at a featured table. He's been at the featured table for 3 days in a row now.
Yeah, he's been an interesting player to watch, as have all the players that have been from Chile. We had the winner yesterday from the Nations Cup from Chile, but also Sebastian did compete quite well, and that ran quite deep. It'll be interesting to see how he plays on this new table. And everybody else is new faces to us. From what we could tell, their combined live scores don't dictate that they have a lot of, let's say, international live poker experience as a group. There were some with bigger scores than others, but overall, it doesn't mean that they haven't played a lot of online poker, but I expect some interesting lines to be taken today.
So this is actually the second to last flight in the main event. So if you want to go through to day 2, you have to make it either in this flight or in the one that starts at 9 o'clock tonight, the turbo version. But we have gotten some respectable numbers already, Jason.
Yes, there were, I believe, about 335 going into today through the first 4 flights. That includes 2 turbo flights, which typically get less players. And it was close to 160 when cards were in the air after the dinner break here in Day 1E, with late registration open for another 4 blind levels. And of course, there's one final flight tonight with 15-minute blind levels starting at 9 o'clock. So it's looking like that 300,000 guarantee is well on its way to being met.
So the players have just come back from a dinner break. They started play at 12 o'clock Central European time. So we are a few levels into day 1 already. And already we have action at the featured table. Kovacs, who opens pocket 7s. And that's Sultan Istvan Kovacs from Hungary, who is one of the more experienced live players at this feature table. Gets called by Jonsson from Iceland, 10-9 off. And we had in the big blind, he calls with 8-5, ace 4, 10 flop. Second pair for Jonsson. We saw the chip count was one of, if not the biggest player at the table. I'm talking in chips, not size. Vietma checks, Kovacs with his pocket 7s is going to continue. 3,000 it looked like into 7.2.
This is going to give us an idea on how the table plays, whether he's going to play his middle pair aggressively, call or fold. Against an under-the-gun opener with that ace on the flop, it's not always a hand you're going to want to continue with.
Jonsson calls with second pair, Vietma folds. To the turn, which is the king of spades. Jonsson, the only player with the spade, still has the best hand. Not much for Kovacs here, and he checks, pulls the break. Jonsson checks back. 9 on the river. Kovacs checks. Guess he's happy to check this one down. But he will not be allowed to, because 3,500 from Jonsson.
That should be enough. I mean, what did he call the flop with? Either a flush draw or something that you're ahead of? It was basically that Yahtzee turn card that changed how Kovacs can approach the hand. I mean, if he doesn't have any spades in his hand, it changes, even if he feels that he can get a 10 off the hand before, it makes it less likely once that king of spades comes to the board.
So Gudjon Ivar Jonsson from Iceland. We do have some different nationalities at this feature table as as expected. We have players from Sweden, from, actually 2 from Norway, and we haven't had too many of those. We have an Austrian player, David Elka, who we had on the feature table on day 1A, is back. And he had some unorthodox lines, and we talked about this, Jason, that was maybe because he wanted to try to build big stack, and if he didn't make that, he would probably buy into one of the later flights, which he has done. But here we have the first of our Norwegians, Jan Erik Rønninghaug, well-known internet player in the Norwegian internet community.
I was going to say I don't recognize him as an internet player just based on his surname, but
that's actually his. I think that's a nick he goes by online as well. Opens with ace jack, blinds 400, 800 by the way, with 800 big blind ante. Schuster, she folds ace 5 suited from early position. I can understand that. Elka folds an ace. He wouldn't have done that on Wednesday. Believe you me. To Viedma.
Schuster just called with the ace 5.
Oh, she did? Okay, yeah.
Off a small stack.
Well, I don't blame her for doing that either.
No.
And Viedma, he calls 10-8 suited. Kovacs folds the big blind with queen 4, even though he was getting a fantastic price. Rønninghaug double checks these cards. 3 king 7. Not much there for any of the players.
You would expect Rønninghaug, though, to continue on this kind of flop, depending on how Schuster's played before.
Now he actually checks to Schuster. And she checks back. King, double pair board on the turn. Let's see if Rønninghaug is going to try to do a delayed c-bet. He does actually have the best hand right now. He does not know it himself. He has a little bit of show value when he went checked around on the flop. Schuster might think the same. Or she might think, can I try to steal this one? Do I need to steal this one?
It's going to be hard for her to get certain hands off, like this ace-jack. She's not going to get off pocket pairs, so we'll see. We'll see if this works.
3,900, 8 maybe. Well, she gets quick folds from both the other players. And takes down a nice one. Worked out fine.
Nice job by Yasmin there. I would have liked to see the bet on the flop, but getting it done on the turn.
Jasmin Schuster from Austria. She has had some experience. She has a few tournament cashes from back in Austria, but I don't think she's been playing live poker for that long. I think it's for the past few years that she's played live. And here she is playing a 550 euro tournament, main event of the Coolbet Open. And she's doing well.
Yeah.
Folded around to Elka, who opens. 3,200, so that's quite a big open size, Jason.
Yeah, maybe we had this kind of issue a little bit with Eric yesterday on the League Cup, and I spoke to him a bit afterwards, and I don't think he'll mind that I share, but he was a little bit confused with the big blind ante, so it could be like a case where he's doing it because when he's playing like in his games and they don't have a big blind ante, he's raising 1,600 because he knows the big blind's putting 1,600 in the pot. So I'm not saying that's the case here, but it was kind of the case yesterday with Eric that it was just a little bit of inexperience playing with the big blind ante.
Kovacs calls with ace-8 from the small blind, flop 10, king 9. Bottom pair for Elka. Kovacs checks. Elka checks behind. Checks back, yeah. 3 of hearts on the turn. So Kovacs. Is he gonna try? No, not yet. Check, check. And the queen on the river. So, I mean, you can just breathe on your opponent to make him fold, but they decide to check it down. Elka is gonna win this one.
So the bet sizing works because he's still got a call from the small blind with the speculative holding and got a check down pot, which maybe wouldn't have been checked down if the pot was smaller. It's much easier to fire out bets than one player to bet another one off that kind of pot, especially on the river when it just takes a jack that any player can have when it's checked down to win that pot.
So Jason, we have to remind the viewers of our free roll, which starts in just 40 minutes. 1900 hours CET. Go into the Coolbet client, and the password for the free roll is Estonia. And there are a lot of nice prizes there that you can actually win for free.
For free?
Yeah, for free. It's
and a free roll.
It's a free roll. Come on.
It's the same, though, top 100 euro prize that we've had all week. So it is a lot of nice prizes, but we've had free rolls all week long. This is number 3 of 5. They're all taking place at the same time, 7 o'clock local time for us. But if you're playing in Estonia, which is the password, it would be 8 o'clock Eastern European time. We wish everybody the best of luck. 500 euro in prizes. First day paid out more than 30 prizes. Second day, I think, was 24 prizes. So it'll be something in that area. Anything from a few euro ticket to that 100 euro ticket. And Stieg gave it a shot the first day, but I don't think that went very well.
Let's not talk about that, Jason. I mean, I know we have a lot of South American viewers, or at least we have had, and now we have Wedma again at the feature table. So if you're watching in, let's say, Chile, what time is it there, Jason? We're so good with time
you're putting me on like the spot. At least like American, like Eastern time, and then anybody can take it from there. We can do that pretty easily, and it's 1 o'clock Eastern summertime. It would be 10 a.m. if you're on the west coast of the Americas, but Chile is kind of on the west coast of. Yeah, I'm not going to try to figure out the time zone in Chile. It's somewhere though between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. and you can play the free roll too.
I'm still impressed though, but luckily these days we have internet. So if you're confused about the time zones and don't know what Central European time is, you can just punch in CET on your computer and you'll find out when 1900 hours Central European time is. Back to the action on the table. Not much action though. Elka limped, ace-9 under the gun, folded around to no, let's see, Wedma who raised with 6-5 suited from the hijack. Now it's folded to Schuster in the small blind. She has queen jack, she folds. Renningham folds the big blind. No, hold on, we got Jonsson in the big blind. And Elka, he calls.
So I like this move by Wiedma. We didn't see much of it yesterday. Look at this flop.
5-9-6 with 2 diamonds, 1 heart. Wiedma flops 2 pair. Elka with top pair, top kicker.
This could spell a lot of trouble for Elka.
Or for Wiedma. Still turn and river to come. Elka checks. Wiedma. He's got a c-bet. 2,500. And we saw Elka do some really big jams on Wednesday when we had him at our feature table.
That's what I was worried about here. But as you said, he still has a lot of equity in this hand, even though he's behind with this top pair, backdoor flush draw on top of all that.
But he has raised to 5,500. Wedman looks puzzled. Wants to know how much Elka has behind. Already 15k in the middle.
Showing very little emotion.
Well, he is a professional poker player and a DJ. And he has had a lot of feature table experience here in Bratislava. And he shoves on Elka, who is put to the test now. He's not drawing dead. We know that. He could be, well, he probably knows it as well with the heart, but he could be drawing very thin, and he folds top pair, top kicker. Wow, that's impressive.
Nice read on the situation. I thought that that was a good Hollywooding job, like he would have been doing if he wasn't sure if he was going to shove. Maybe it was a little bit too much. Maybe Elka had a read there, but it was a very strong hand to fold, and even with some outs, obviously he's drawing very thin to a 7-8, but really even to a 6-5, he had a lot of equity. Very good awareness. We didn't see this out of Elka on day 1A.
No, we did not. He liked to shove, not fold. But what do you think if he knew what he was up against? What do you think he would do then?
I think then he's folding. I mean, he's, I think, only raising that size because he wasn't confident that his top pair was good, and he's facing a bet, and he's raising over it. He feels pretty good that his opponent very often is not bluffing, especially him. I think he's aware of what his table image likely is based on what we saw out of him on day 1A, and based on what we saw earlier with that ace-9.
Jan-Erik Rønninghaug, first to act, he folds.
When you can turn an exploit into exploiting others.
Yeah. Viedma Kovacs folds. Well, no, sorry, Rønninghaug, he was not first to act. It was Gustav Eghagen from Sweden. Schuster with ace-queen, suited on the button. Opens to 2,100, and that gets the job done. I was watching this table for, well, a few minutes prior to them being moved up to the feature table, and Schuster, she had a lot of chips with the smaller nominations. She had a lot of blacks and a lot of reds, and often that kind of indicates that a player is active, or that she just won a pot with a lot of black chips in it.
Yeah, it's possible. Like someone called the bet for 2,000 all with black chips.
Yeah, but she did have more chips than she brought to the featured table, so I guess she must have lost a couple of hands after I was there. But still, she's well. I mean, there's really no rush. Still early, and if you have starting stack, you still have plenty of chips. Viedma with pocket nines. And he opens.
This is the Olivares I like to see from the previous two hands. We didn't see him pull like an isolation play like he did the previous hand, and now back to action, not going overboard with his bet sizing when he shows up with a hand.
Folded to Gudjon Ivar Jonsson on the button, 10-8 off. Might have called if it was suited, and again we get a raise and take it. For it's Audun Flage in the big blind, the second Norwegian at our feature table. Actually a Norwegian that I don't know that well.
But you do know.
I know the face. I have talked to him. I've never played with him, and I don't think he has that many live results from before.
So now I'm questioning whether he's really from Norway.
Yeah, I
know everybody.
Yeah, I know. No, but it's. I mean, even though Norway is a small country, and I mean, poker is big in Norway, and a lot of players, you know, I mean, compared to our population, we do have a lot of poker players.
A lot
So
of good poker players too.
yeah, we
Because
have.
Norway didn't used to be known for that, but now they deserve the respect. There's some of the best players in the world are from Norway, but just on average now, if you go somewhere, the Norwegian player at the cash table may not be the person that you should actually target like maybe you were 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, there has been a lot of Irish players who have been taken by surprise. Sat down at a cash game and thought, oh, that's easy money. He's happy. He's drinking, well, not coffee. And they've been wrong. But here, Kovacs with the ace king opens to 3.5, folded around to Jonsson. 10-7 suited. He calls from the cutoff. Elka and Rønninghaug, they fold. Viedma with king queen in the big blind.
It's an awfully big sizing by Kovacs there to start, so it's a fairly loose call there by Jonsson. If it was a smaller bet size, you would likely see him calling.
And Viedma folds. Yeah, I'm a little surprised by Jonsson's call, but still, there might be some history, and when you flop a flush draw, you feel a lot better about your call. 4-8 deuce, nothing there for Kovacs so far. He's first to act. You kind of hate that flop with ace king, but not when you get a call from the cutoff. Then it should be fairly safe. But sometimes you run into hands. Well, sometimes you run into tricky players, and sometimes you run into players who have called with a hand like Jonsson's, who also picks up a gut shot on the turn with the 6 of clubs.
Double gutter.
Double gutter. Yeah, I was about to say that. I have, sometimes I miss those double gutters, so I've started to look for them. 5 or a 9 for straight. Yes, for first draw.
It's a scary card for Kovacs to continue on. If he continues now, he almost should be already planning on most river cards to be doing the same.
And he bets 12,000. Or 7. No, was it 12? Was it 12?
It looked like 12.
Yeah, it did. It is 12.
Into him because he has a very good bluff catcher. If he does check or try to get his opponent to call like an 8-9 kind of hand, or
Yeah, but stack to pot ratio is so small. 26,000 into 44. This should be over now, and it is.
What do you think about checking there?
I think I like the check. I mean, what are you gonna get called by when? I mean, you open under the gun, and you bet flop, you bet turn, and then the ace comes on the river, and you shove. It's like you don't get called by someone who's played and overpaired to the flop. You probably get folds, and even though the SPR wasn't that great, it's like it just seems too strong. And like you said, if you check, you might get a player who would have bluffed. We're not saying that Jonsson would have bluffed if it was checked to him, but it might have happened, especially with the 12,000 call on the turn. So I agree with you. But as you can see now, Kovacs has taken the chip lead actually, and is up to 87 big blinds, 70,000 right now. Jonsson down to second, the former chip leader at the table. But still healthy. So Kovacs, we talked about him being one of the more experienced players at this feature table. Takes down a nice one, while Schuster, she decides to limp, queen 10. Folded around to Viedma in the small blind, king 3 suited. He calls, and Elka checks the big blind. No, Kovacs in the big blind, of course. Queen 8 for Kovacs. 3 players to the flop, 3 deuce deuce. Schuster gets checked to her, which she checks back. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Third diamond, none of the players with diamond in their hand. Cool. Checked again, and well, Viedma is going to try to steal this one with the best hand. He has a pair of threes. He has the king, which would have been more than enough, and he gets the folds.
Easy game.
Easy game. Sometimes it's like it's so hard to get players to fold, and sometimes it's just so easy.
Yeah. Yasmin would have gotten everybody to fold if she raised pre-flop, but I understand that she wanted to keep it cheap with her Queen 10 as well. It's a very interesting table. Like, it's so many different playing styles. Makes it interesting, and trying to figure out their playing styles is something I always try to do as a player, and it's much easier to do as a commentator or a listener because we get to focus on each player's actions, knowing the cards that they have.
Folds quickly around to Frage. In the cutoff, he folds. Viedma on the button now with ace-10. He was so close to making day 2 here on Wednesday on the first of the 6 flights in the main event. Got knocked out late and was unlucky at the Nations Cup final table yesterday, where he finished in, was it 7th place or 8th?
Yeah, he was the first of the 3 players from Chile out. It was either 7th or 8th.
Opens to 1.7. Kovacs with Jack 8 suited in the small blind. I tempted, but folds. Renninghaug in the big blind, and he folds as well. So another one for Viedma Olivares.
I'm still thinking a little bit about the Kovacs hand, whether there should have been a check or not. But he's shoving. He should be shoving once he bets the turn so many rivers. That I guess when he also hits the ace, his opponent should know. He should be shoving so many rivers. There's maybe some justification, you know, from that regard, that if you're going to shove regardless, then you should shove when you hit your ace as well. I like that we have a slight amount more time between hands, so if I think of something from before, have a little time to get it in. Dealers are very good here at Banco Casino.
Folded around once again to Viedma, king 3 suited. Well, why not? It's worked perfectly past few hands for Viedma. And he opens to 1,700. Kovacs calls with Jack 10 on the button. Renninghaug folds the small blind. And Schuster in the big blind has ace queen.
Perfect squeeze spot. And being that we heard that she was active before we got to the table, any strong move here may not even look like strength.
And here we go. This looks like 5,000 or 6,000 something. Oh, 7.3. Leaves herself with 18.6 behind. Well, sizing wise, it's
I like it actually, because if she gets a call, then there's one pot size bet behind, and if she gets folds, then that's also good.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. You just said it so much better than I could have. And, well, we already know that the other two players are going to fold because they are not getting the right price to call with Schuster's 18.6 behind. So they might just try to give her the impression that we had how we folded something stronger than we actually had.
Yeah, I don't think Wiedma want to give away the tells that he was opening from early position with the king 3 suited. We didn't blame him because he has been getting away with it.
Yeah, well, early position.
Open your range then.
Yeah, early position who is actually kind of late position as well now that we're playing seven-handed. It's like, yeah, I've had, well, not arguments, but I like to tease Senko. Well, I like to tease him in general. I mean, but I mean, there are some things. He has, you know, this low jack thing, which, I mean, of course he's right, but he's, you know, adamant about using low jack, and he often plays 6-max mixed games and stuff. So I get where he's coming from, but I still like to tease him and say that no, it's not a low jack, it's under the gun plus. You know?
I like it, but when I use it in my writing, not everybody knows what I'm talking
No.
about. But then I just say middle position, you
Yeah.
know. But that can also mean the hijack, you know. It could also
Yes.
mean the seat before the low jack. There, I used low jack again, you know. But it's nice that has a position. We have under the gun +1. Potentially, you can use under the gun +2. And even under the gun +3, so you still need that low jack.
Yeah.
Because under the gun +4 would just be awkward.
It would be awkward, yeah. But still, you know, if you don't know who Senkel is, his name is Tobias Leknes, and he is, well, he's the president of the Norwegian Poker Association, but he's also a world-renowned mixed games player, who is quite decent at No Limit Hold'em as well.
Very nice guy, too. Basically good
Yeah.
at any game that he touches, and he would have my vote for president of any poker association, Norwegian or not.
Yeah, if you see a guy playing backgammon, you know, at these poker festivals or at the IPT, it's often it is Tobias.
I used Ilva's backgammon set. I beat Svinolov. I'm 1-0 career-wise at Coolbet Open playing backgammon. I'm ready to play the champion now.
Yeah, well,
it's a fun game.
It is a fun game. Kovacs calls the 800.
Could be a family pot coming.
And Schuster, she limps the button with Queen Jack. Elka in the big blind. He checks after Jonsson came in with Queen 10 from the small blind. 4 plays through the flop, which is a 7-10 deuce, 2 spades. Bottom pair for Elka. Jonsson actually leads here, which is fine. I mean, nobody raised before the flop. 3,000.
Size bet, yeah. Almost.
Yeah, it's big. Gets Elka to fold the best hand.
No, Johnson has the best.
No, Jonsson with the top pair, sorry. I just... he's so anonymous that I just forgot him. No, he's not. No. And he gets Jonsson to fold here.
No, it gets Schuster to fold.
It was Jonsson who let out. Yeah, sure. I was thinking about the Elka's bottom pair. Thank you, Jason. You know, I hate to say it, but I was trying to get to bed early last night. You know, because it's so hard with so many nice people from so many nationalities. You meet new people, you get new friends, so it's really hard to go to bed. But yesterday I had decided, okay, I'm going to bed early, I'm going to have a good night's sleep, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and be ready and refreshed. But, well, that did not happen.
It didn't go to plan?
No, it did.
Instead, you cash in a tournament and
Yeah, and what are the odds? I mean, I
50-50.
decided to no, I decided to join the tournament, the one that starts 11 o'clock. It's a turbo. Yesterday it was Ace of Sigis Hyper Turbo, and I thought, well, I'm probably gonna be out in a level or two, and of course I jinxed myself. So
But you got that Slovakia cash. You got that flag. That's nice to add to your profile there.
yeah, that was the flag I was missing. So that's always nice. Jonsson raises the button with King 8 suited, folded around to him. Elka in the small blind. Slightly less than 30 big blinds. He calls, and the Flagge in the big blind with the ace 3 comes along as well. And the 3 in the door, and the 7 and 8. Top pair for Jonsson. This time I got it.
Yeah, you're on the ball.
Elka and Flagge checks. 3,000 from Jonsson. Elka folds. Flagge might be thinking, that's not the button's flop, this is my flop. But folds anyway, and the Flagge shows.
Showed the 8, I think.
Yeah. No, not Jonsson, not Flagge.
I've been behaved. I've been having a couple conversations and going to bed, but then I have to get up a lot earlier than you do. Been busy writing those articles. If you go to the news section on the Coolbet Open website, you can check out some of the updates that have been happening both in the main event and in the side events throughout the week.
And you can also read Jason's articles, which are always entertaining. And you can follow the tournaments that are running right now.
Yeah, if you click the live updates tab within there, you can see if a person you know is here, is in a certain event, or if they busted. You could, if it's a multi-day event, you can see what they started the day with the chip counts with.
It's a very useful tools. So if you have a friend, you can find her or him in the lists, and you can follow their progression throughout the tournament. Kovacs just raised it up with ace 9 suited, folded around to Viedma in the big blind, and it's a raise and take it for Zoltan Kovacs. Got second place here at the Banco Masters in May for 25,000 euros, which is his biggest tournament score so far. But he's played for a long time. His first result is way back from 2006. But I think he had some years where he did, well, probably he played some poker, but not as much as he has for the past 2 years. For I think 10 out of his 13 tournament cashes have been in 2022 and 2023.
Let's see what Elka does here.
He
And that was
raises.
a fold out of, yeah. Was it a raise or?
Yeah, it
We're
was.
back to the, this is a 4 plus X even. Okay.
3,300. Folded around to Viedma. I'm pretty sure that Flagge folded Jack Deuce on the button. Yes, he did. Viedma with King Queen. And he calls from the small blind. Kovacs in the big blind. He folds.
Let's see what happens if Elka hits a piece of this flop on day 1A. He was jamming when that happened.
Well, he does not. 5, 7, 3. 2 hearts. Elka still best. With ace high, Viedma checks. And Elka, he... Oh, did he go big again? Look at the expression. No, hold on.
Yeah, it looks like it was for 5,000. It was more than half the pot, but not what we saw to David Elka earlier in day 1A. On day 1A, pot could have been 5,000. He has 20,000, and it's getting in.
Yeah, I think he just shoved. I remember just the amount 88,000, which was like 50 big blinds or something when he did it.
Into a pot of around 12 or 15,000, I think it was, maybe 20, but
Yeah, yeah.
not more than that.
We might be exaggerating slightly, but still, you get the point.
Yeah, it was really like a 1 million chip pot, and
Yeah.
oh, we got a new player here.
Yes, we do. In seat 1, we had a Swede there earlier on, and I guess he was. I'm not gonna say he was knocked out because he might still be in. He might have just been moved, but so we have in seat 1 another Austrian, Peter Bumba.
He's had some results in events I've covered here in Bratislava as well, which would make sense if he's based out of a place like Vienna or anywhere really in Austria. It's a quick drive to get over here.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost a stone's throw to the Austrian border, so it's not really far at all.
I feel like getting literal with you and see if you can throw the stone.
I'm pretty good at throwing things, Jason.
Okay, I'm not going to prop at you then.
And Bumba, he has a lot of chips. The blues are worth 5,000, the yellows 1,000, the reds, or pink if you prefer, are worth 500, and then the blacks are worth 100. Krage has opened pocket sevens and raise and take it. Looks like Bumba has 60, well, 65, 67, 68, well, maybe close to 70,000 if he has stacked his chips properly, which everyone should do.
Peter, I think he has more than 100 is my guess.
Oh, you
but
think?
Yeah.
Wasn't it one tower of? Oh yeah, he has. Oh yeah, has more than hundreds. Of course, it's 5,000. So if it's got a 20 stack, it's 100,000 just there.
Yeah, I just can't tell if it's a 20 or a little bit shy of it. We'll find out in a second. I
Yes.
got his chip count before he sat down.
And it's folded around to him now, so 121, which kind of rounds with me thinking about the blue stack as 50,000 because
Yeah, then it
Yeah.
makes perfect sense.
still feeling the after effects of last night.
You promised to leave all the mathematical calculations up to your co-commentator, your co-pilot here.
I know, I just can't help myself. I have to just step in it, but okay, I'm gonna try to be good.
It never works out well.
But it's the Coolbet Open series is so much fun. It's so hard to go to bed early, but I did get a good night's sleep, so everything is good. And Schuster shows 9 deuce in the big blind and folds after Wedma opened ace 9. Do you see that patch on Rønninghaug?
Yeah, we have the Eva Kim patch there, and she's going to be hosting a tournament tonight, the Hyper Turbo, at 11 o'clock with a 115 buy-in. We may even lose our main commentator. The co-pilot may actually become the pilot for a little while, but we'll see how Mr. Stieg is doing at around that time and see where it goes. But shout out to Eva Kim. And I have her badge too. If the camera was on, I would show, but you can see it right here. It's on my computer.
The thing is, she has her own Twitch channel on which she streams poker, and every Friday she has a tournament on Coolbet that is called Friday Fun, and everyone can join that tournament. And I have, been quite a frequent guest on that stream, which is a lot of fun, together with, especially Marius Högtun and also Ulvi, who's joined us, and she's here. Unfortunately, we don't have Oskar Mogenslund here. He was supposed to come, but Unfortunately, he couldn't. But she's gonna host that tournament live here in Bratislava tonight, and I kind of feel I have an obligation to participate. Bomba opens ace 8, folded to Kovacs in the cutoff. Ace king. And Rønning-Haug has pocket aces on the button. And this is such a good situation for Rønning-Haug.
Especially after that sizing by Kovacs. I was going to comment on that before I even saw the aces here.
Yeah, big 3-bet size. And Rønning-Haug all in over the top. 28,300. The blinds fold back to Pumba. I think he's gonna fold. But Kovacs, it's so hard to get off ace-jack, especially when it's like it's squeezed, yeah.
If he 3-bets to 4,500, it's going to make it uncomfortable for Rønning-Haug to jam. Now he has to call.
Yes, and he does, and he's in really bad shape. Rønning-Haug turns over his aces, and Kovacs just nods approvingly. I guess he kind of was fearing the aces. And the flop comes 10-8-7. Well, needs a runner, and the king. Well, now king on the river would knock out Rønning-Haug, but the jack is a safe one. And he gets more than a double up. And Kovacs down to 37,200, still over starting stack of 30,000.
I think regardless of how that was played, the chips are getting in pre-flop. There is going to be a 3-bet with the ace-king. There is going to be a 4-bet, and it's going to be large enough, regardless of any sizing, for that to happen. Just kind of an unfortunate spot for Kovacs, and one man's fortune, misfortune is another man's fortune.
Yeah, he's just really unlucky. And some spots like this, you can get away from ace-king if there is ICM involved or a lot of history. But they have, well, they might have been playing together since 12 o'clock today, so I guess a few hours. But I think Kovacs, it took a little time before he called, and I think he was, of course, thinking about aces, kings, even though it makes it less likely when he has ace-king himself. You know, less likely doesn't mean impossible, and still, you don't really like it to be up if you're up against queens, jacks, even tens. Bomba folds pocket 3, under the gun +1 after Flage folded from under the gun. Jedma, he's gone, Kovacs folds. Rønning-Haug up to 60,000 now.
Rønning-Haug has the Yavakim patch advantage also, which should have also come into Kovacs' mind before making the call.
Yeah, it's true, and it's also will last longer if you play with one of those patches. And you don't have to be Norwegian, you can be from whichever nationality you are. No, that one, okay, forget it. But still, it's open to everyone. Rønning-Haug opened King 10, Elka called with King 10, 3-4-8 flop, 2 spades. Elka checks. Rønning-Haug checks behind.
I love these same hand spots.
Yeah, 5 of diamonds on the turn. Well, Elka, now this is your flop. But no, he does not want to represent. And the 7, well,
he who bets it will get it.
And Elka, no, I think it was, yeah, he bets 4,000 into his hand. And Rønning-Haug, he folds.
So well played there by Elka. We probably would have at least bet the turn there, but it was fine to take it on the river. You are getting some hands to fold, and in this case, you got a hand that you were chopping with to lay down their hand.
Yeah, on that board, it's like it's so unlikely that it doesn't have a small piece of it at least, even though this time he didn't. So the free roll is about. No, it's actually started.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it has, and you can still join Late Reg for at least I think an hour and a half, and use the password.
Estonia with a capital E. Not the food, but the country.
Not the dish. Is there a dish called Estonia?
No, but we're following yesterday's
Yeah, I know.
announcement so people can spell Estonia right. But if just in case, capital E, Stonia. Only the E is capitalized, to be clear.
Yeah, I was actually asking, is there a dish called Estonia? There might be. Probably a cocktail.
We can make one.
We could.
What would we put in it, though? I don't know.
A cocktail or dish?
Either.
I guess Estonia, close to, well, not far from Finland. There has to be vodka in it. And they do have some good liqueurs.
Yeah,
in
I'm thinking more
Estonia.
along that line.
Yeah, yeah.
And then combining some level of amber from the Baltic Sea on the bottom of the glass so we can make it a specialty drink. Because then you could charge a lot more.
Yeah. Feel free to steal that ID from Jason Glatzer. Meanwhile, Schuster and Jonsson battle it out, and Schuster with the top pair and the nut flush draw. She bets, and Jonsson, unfortunately for Schuster, he folds.
So Schuster winning the last few hands that she's opted to play after a rough start. It was really only one hand that wasn't the best for her. But seems to be the most, let's say, active player at the table. We did have Sebastian playing quite a lot of hands in that one little streak, but barring that streak overall. And David's played a lot of hands as well. Where is David, speaking of David? David is taking a break. His chips are still there.
I don't know. I was looking for him, but no.
There were cards dealt in front of him and then moved back a little bit, so he's not there, but his chips are there. That's the important thing.
Folded.
Sometimes it's good if you feel you need to take a break to take that break, but let's hop back in.
Yeah, sure. Nothing happens in this end. Everyone folds to Frage in the small blind. Ace 10. Blinds up 500, 1,000 with a 1,000 big blind ante, so it's easy to see that Frage has 23.5 big blinds. And Pumba, or not Pumba, but Boomba, he looks down at kings in the big blind. This could get expensive for Frage, because here's a 3-bet. Or did you just call? No, he did not.
It was a limp.
Oh, it was a limp. And Frage, he probably limped to induce, and he kind of got what he wanted, but still, he did not want to be up against kings.
Yeah, it's such a setup here. If he raised and he was jammed, he would probably still feel that he should be calling against Boomba. He may not know that Boomba, though, is an experienced player that's capable of doing different things.
And here comes the shove, and here comes the snap call from Boomba, and Frage in bad shape.
Still has some hope, though.
Not on that flop. 8 deuce 3, and it's rainbow. 7 on the turn, ace, and only an ace on the river did not come for Audun Frage from Norway. He's out. That's the bad news. The good news is he can either re-enter into this flight, the day 1E, or we could play the turbo flight tonight at 9 o'clock Central European time. So he still has chances to make day 2 in the main event, if he wants to or chooses to do so. If not, he could play one of the other tournaments that run tonight, and there are plenty of them as well. So maybe even Joachim's Friday Fun at 11.
And meanwhile, we have Peter Boomba up to 143,000, 143 big blinds at this stage of the game as nothing to laugh at. I expect that we'll see him playing quite a few hands, so that may change the dynamic a little bit now that he has a stack that if he loses a little bit, it's not going to be tournament crushing to him.
Kovacs folds. Running hug. Looks. Seems like he looked at Boma's stack and smiled. It might have been something Boma said. Elka is back, and did he? No, he said he folded. So Schuster opens King Jack suited. Looked like 2100, no 22. Jonsson folds. Elka has 10-4. He's folded. Bumba with the 6-5 suited in the small blind. Lets it go. Viedma in the big blind. Queen Jack offsuit. Makes the call. Little does he know that he is dominated.
A little bit surprised Boomba didn't try anything after winning the hand, but it looks like he wanted to get up from the table.
Oh, and look at
Wow.
this. Jack 8-7, both players hit top pair. Might save Viedma some money with 3 spades on the flop. He checks. Schuster. It's always scary to bet a flop like this, even with the top pair when you don't have a spade yourself, because you might get check raised by a high spade. 3,100 is the bet from Schuster. She's not scared.
No, you need to do what she did. You know, even if she didn't hit this flop, it's a good bet.
And
she has most of the ace of spades in her hand, for example.
And Viedma calls 2 pair for
Oh
Viedma
my.
now, who strikes back.
Wow.
And that's just really unlucky for Schuster. But she is in position. And Viedma checks. Now she has the option. Here she can actually... No, she does not. She can decide to check. Well, she gives away the initiative. She can bet small. And if she's not check raised again, it would be less likely that Viedma would lead the river if he just called. But she decides to bet 5,500, 5,500, as we would say. No, we wouldn't say 5,500 in Norway. We wouldn't say it in English.
We may see Viedma actually get it in here just because of potential damage on the river.
Yeah, and he does. He agrees with you. Puts Schuster all in. She has 21,500, which would be a big blow to Viedma's stack, but still, now he knows. Even if he's up against a made flush, he's got outs.
And Schuster not with the easiest decision. It does help that her opponent is in the big blind, so it's not even the queen jack she needs to be worried about. It's that 9-10, it's the 2 low spades.
But she could start to level herself into thinking that Viedma does this with a spade. Just one.
But how many aces of spades does he have that he's not 3-betting? That's what she needs to think about, right? So then, is he doing this with a made baby flush? He might be doing it with a straight.
Yeah, and if he's doing it with queen of spades, she is beat anyway. And the jack of spade, well, she has blockers.
He might be doing it with a 6-9 with a 9 of spades, for example, but
Yeah,
there's not so many hands comparatively to what he could have.
but she gets away from it and is still alive here on day 1E of the main event, Coolbet Open.
What I liked about that by Schuster was that she was back and thinking about the hand rather than making the first impulsive action, which leads me to believe that she's played a bit of live poker. We've seen a lot of players that have been acting quickly, and I don't think I've commented publicly, but I could tell they're experienced players, so I immediately pegged them as online players that are used to making quick decisions, playing 4 tables, 6, even more tables at one time, and not wanting to get timed out.
So Peter Bumba, chip leader, 142,000. Schuster now at the bottom of the chip count on our feature table. 21 big blinds.
which is plenty.
It is. We have, we are broadcasting on several platforms, but those of you who follow us on YouTube, you have a chat. And I can see that La Lader says, Saludos desde Chile.
Sebastian with some fans. He had some fans yesterday, as did the other two players from Chile at the table. We had a nice active chat. I don't think we're English only on the YouTube chat. We just might not understand you if you're chatting in Spanish. I do understand basic Spanish, though.
Yeah, and we don't mind. I mean, Spike D says, greetings to Statler and Waldorf.
Ooh, so somebody was tuned in yesterday.
Greetings to you, Spike D.
Ha 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 ha.
That was horrible. Boo! Eyvind says, good evening, guys. Good evening, Eyvind.
Good, good.
Good to, well, not see you, but still see that you are here.
That's Ivan, yes. I haven't seen him physically yet, actually, this week.
In the meantime, Schuster and Viedma sees a flop of 7-6-2s. Schuster opened under the gun +1, ace queen suited this time. Viedma king queen suited. Goes check check. 7 pairs the board on the turn. Viedma checks again. Being that we have called from the small blind means that Schuster doesn't need to fear this board as much as if he had done so from the big blind. She bets a small, 2,500. Well, smallish.
And Viedma has no real reason to play anything fancy here.
No, it would be to get her to fold an ace. But he agrees with you, Jason.
It's not the right board for it, actually. Once
No,
it pairs up and it's double suited in suits you don't have. Well, Schuster getting some chips back that she just lost him back above starting stack.
Yeah, good to see from Yasmin Schuster.
Boomba looks quite comfortable and relaxed. I don't know if they gave him like a reclining lazy boy chair, but I'm kind of jealous.
Yeah, well, I tend to look pretty relaxed when I'm playing more than 140 big blinds as well, Jason. It's funny that. Even I.
So like once like every 2-3 years?
Yeah.
I'm only kidding everybody that's listening. Stieg is has some nice results over the years.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm relaxed when I'm at a poker table. No, I feel the rush. I get adrenaline, and Viedma with a race and take it. No, and there's no shame in that. It doesn't necessarily mean nervousness, but I mean. The adrenaline rush is there, and I'm kind of glad it is, because that's one of the best things about playing poker, feeling that you are alive. And I played, with a lot of former top athletes who are still active, but also former top athletes, and they all say that's one of the things they like about poker, because it gives them that rush of adrenaline, similar to what they had when they were competing or are competing, depending on whether or not they're still active. So it might not be very physical, but poker is definitely a sport.
And that's why being professional may not be so glamorous as it sounds, because if you enjoy playing poker, it becomes much harder when you're doing it for a living to enjoy what you're doing every day. Especially when you go on downswings, which are inevitable for even the best of players. So if you enjoy poker, I recommend just becoming the best that you can while you have something else going on. You know, that's you'll know if you want to go pro. You know, you'll know it. But it's in general, you have to be thinking about all the cons, not just all the pros, to making that decision.
Viedma has opened ace-10 suited, got called by Kovacs on the button with king-10, king-queen for running Haug on in the small blind. Schuster defends the big blind with 8-7 offsuit, so 4 players to the flop. 4-9 king, top pair for both Kovacs and running Haug.
Could be trouble for Kovacs here. It's a very disguised king-queen here by Bunninghaug in the small blind.
He checks. Schuster, she checks. Viedma with a side. There's 1 diamond there for Viedma, so he does have the backdoor flush draw. Kovacs with top pair. Check to him on the button, and he bets 5,500.
It is multi-way, but it's still a little bit on the big side there.
Running Haug. He calls. Schuster, she folds, and so does Viedma. So heads up to the turn.
And Bunninghaug should feel he's ahead here because an ace-king with a 3-bet pre-flop.
9 of diamonds on the turn pairs the board. Let's see if Running Haug slows down. Oh, slows down. He checked the flop, so it's just natural that he checks the turn as well. And he does. Kovacs.
It'll maybe slow down Kovacs, yeah.
Yeah, he does check. And 7 on the river means that Running Haug has the best hand.
But Sebastian had that ace-10 of diamonds, didn't he? One of the players did.
Yes, so he got runner flush.
Kovacs has no reason to think that he's...
Oh, but look at this. Running Haug is, he has, so he bets 6,200. Oh, so tempting for Kovacs, but he only has 27,000 behind. But still, it's such a good bet with, well, regarding Kovacs' stack size as well.
Yeah, it's a diamond
and he calls.
completed,
Yeah. And he gets the bad news. Both players with 2 pair, but Running Haug's kicker in play.
Kovacs is just fortunate enough not to lose his entire stack that hand, actually, because of the word pairing on the turn, and once that other, it's just a 7 of diamonds, not a 7 of spades hitting the river. There's no reason that you shouldn't be calling that river bet. There's enough bluffs out there, and the stack to bet ratio is quite low, and I like that he's stepping away from the table. If it feels a little tilted, it's better to lose a blind or 2 even on a 20 big blind stack than to lose everything the next hand or 2 because you're feeling a little steam.
Yeah, well, it might be that he just had to go to the bathroom, and now's a good time because he's played a button, and he actually needed to before this hand. But still, and you know, you saw his reaction. Even though he lost that pot, he smiled. He knew he could be beat, and I don't think he's really experienced. I don't think he was too tilted about that. It's just something that happens, and here he is.
That was a quick bathroom trip.
Wow, that's impressive because it is, well...
That's not even fast enough to wash your hands, let alone use the
No,
toilet.
so let's hope he did not go to the bathroom. David Elka has limped in with ace-10. Viedma has raised to 3,000 with king-10. Kovacs folds. So does Schuster.
David keeping it interesting for us.
Yes, he does. Is this one of those times that he was planning to limp the shove? Yeah, well, he's all in.
And his timing couldn't have been any better for this.
No, I mean, even if he got cold here, I mean, not cold. Even if it's hard to get cold, by the way, in Bratislava. Well, even if he got called, it would be a dream spot. Dominated both the 2 other players. So this time it worked fine for David Elka from his row.
So we're up to 183 now in this fight, so we're getting closer and closer to that 600 magic number.
That's just scary that you say that, Jason, because I was thinking about just same as you did. And with one more flight tonight as well, at 9 o'clock, a turbo flight, and late reg still being open here on day 1E. The numbers are starting to look really good for this year's Coolbet Open. It's been a while since the last one. It was in May last year. And prior to that, well, for logical reasons, there was a few years where hardly were any poker tournaments or series or festivals being held.
It's good to see poker though now like alive and booming here in Bratislava, but pretty much everywhere that poker is allowed across the world. Numbers seem to be back as long as the establishment is taking poker anywhere from a scale to I care just a little bit to I'm super serious. Things have improved greatly with numbers. It's only the places where they care 0% that we haven't seen any growth.
No, and it's, I mean, it wasn't really, it didn't necessarily need to go in that direction, because, I mean, not being able to play live for a couple of years, you know, people might have found other hobbies, and that just goes to show that poker, there is still a lot of interest, and it's still very much alive. Jonsson flops top pair. Bomba with a gut shot. He checks. Jonsson bets his top pair. We see who opened from the button. Bomba defended the big blind, and he folds to the c-bet. Vegard Holm is in the chat on YouTube. Says good evening, Stig and Jason. And Spike D. Good evening, Vegard. He is one of the regular viewers when Kim has her Friday Fun tournament. And also viewer of most of the channels.
I guess Ilva is going to do a little bit of like live stream, I imagine, to some degree of what she's up to in that tournament. But maybe I guess we have to see. I don't know what she plans to do.
No, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I know she invited all players who wanted to come to dinner at 7 o'clock, so I guess they're 25 minutes into their dinner, and after that I think they were having drinks, and then they were going to play, so we'll have to see.
So you skipped free dinner and free drinks in order to be here?
No, Ilva was not going to pay for dinner or drinks.
Then it makes all sense.
It should be the other way around, that the players paid for her dinner and drinks. Jonsson opened queen 9 off from the cutoff. Folded to Viedma in the big blind, who defends with queen 10. Flop, ace jack 7. That's a good flop for Jonsson. The pre-flop opener. Viedma checks. Jonsson 2,500.
Should get the job done. Viedma does have the Broadway gut shot, so...
Oh, yeah, look at this. Calls one street. 8 of clubs on the turn.
Double gutter now.
Jonsson also with a gut shot. Viedma checks again. And Jonsson checks behind. And the queen hitting both players on the river. It's the queen of clubs
I don't expect things to get too spicy, but I wouldn't. I would also expect to see one of these players bet.
Viedma, who now has showdown value, he checks, and Jonsson shows his queen and gets the bad news. I think, you know, he opened from the cutoff, and that's just fine. But I think part of it was also that Jonsson has kind of been forced not to play a hand in a while, and when he got the chance, he just took it, and that's just fine. I mean, raise and take is, we've had raise and take it's at this table with a higher frequency than we did on Wednesday already.
Yeah, especially at this stage, we were seeing the more raised folds at the latter stages when it was level 13, level 14, when the blinds were super serious, and now pretty much every player has a deep stack, even the short stacks do.
Jan Erik Rønninghaug, Queen 8 suited, under the gun. He folds Schuster, pocket tens. 22,000 behind.
A little bit less, and we know what she would be doing, but off 22, let's see if she wants to play post flop or not. I would be raising as well, but it looks like a big raise, maybe to 2,600, 2,500.
That was close.
Not that big.
Elka taps the table and stands up. Bumba looks interested on the button with ace-5.
He hasn't had a lot of hands and hasn't had a lot of spots, but he's still being disciplined in this hand anyway.
Yeah, and I guess against a bigger stack he might call more easily, but when Schuster just has 19,500, that's a little too speculative. So raise and take it.
We're getting a couple ads now for the Banco Casino Masters. I feel we've been neglected to give this the proper attention it deserves. It's a €170 buy-in with a €250,000 guarantee here at Banco Casino, December 2nd through 9th. So if I am free, then I may pop out to actually play that. 170 is a nice poker holiday kind of budget, and the prize pool will be rather large.
The same tournament that actually Sultan Kovacs finished third back in 2000, back in May.
That was for his
No.
big 24,000 cash?
No, second place he got even, not third place. Yes, it was. So I guess we'll see Kovacs there. Kovacs on the left side of this picture. So Elka is back, and then
Bumba.
Bumba just left the table, but he's back already.
It's a tag team system. They can only, they only have one toilet pass like it did in grade school. I don't know if you had this like key, but then you would have like this massive thing around the key that only one person can carry at one time.
No, it did not have that.
Okay, so we've gone too far, but let's just say that we're tag in, tag out. Only one person can leave the TV table at a time. We're all mayhem breaks loose.
Yeah, well, in the Turbo tournaments that start at 11 o'clock in the days to come here in Bratislava and the days that has passed, it's not seldom that you see half the table away from the table. And it happens even when they're down to like 600 sometimes.
Even though the toilet's not too far away, and the bar where that event is held is literally next to the table, so it's not like they even have to get up.
Well, you have toilet runs and then you have bar runs as well. So
but the bar is right there.
Yeah, but still, when there's a line, Schuster just flops the flush here. An unfortunate turn. I mean, he's not getting paid by Bumba. She's not getting paid by Bumba anyway. But of course, she doesn't really like that turn, and she shows her 2 diamonds.
I don't recommend usually showing, but you could see it would help her get rid of that frustration and immediately laughing and smiling. So
Yeah.
sometimes it doesn't hurt.
The way she showed as well, I like that. It's like almost, look at this.
Hitting the punching bag and then getting, everything is out. I can laugh about it now.
Why couldn't you have 10 of diamonds?
Well, at least he didn't have the 4 diamonds.
We don't often get to see, under the waistline of the players, but we could see Bumba there. And like you said, he is really comfortable. He's dressed comfortably, and that's important when you play these long days. More than 12 hours total, even though not effective play because they do get some breaks. But still, it's important to dress comfortably. Viedma sporting his Coolbet hoodie. He opens ace-jack. 2,200. Kovacs with ace-king. And he has 18,300 behind here.
There's only one thing to do with your chips here, and all of your chips. You can leave 1 or 2 back. Not those, though.
It did leave 2 back, but it's 2 blue ones worth 5,000 each.
It's actually okay. It's.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's see. None of the other players are interested. Back to Viedma, who's put to the test now with his ace-jack.
It's going to be hard to get away from this. Kovac should be doing this with other hands. Is he doing it with an ace-10 or less is what he needs to be thinking. And I think anyway I'm getting it in this spot. Maybe that's incorrect.
Yeah, Kovac started the hand with 8 big blinds.
18,
18, I mean, and well, depending on, I would say that it's kind of slightly depending on how the player has played. But Kovacs, this is like he does this from the small blind. He free bets after Viedma, no, from the cutoff. I mean, after Viedma had opened the hijack. So I agree with you, Jason. It's hard to fold. I mean, okay, sometimes you're up against an underpair, and then it's a flip. Other times you're up against players who have king, queen suited, or king x something suited.
And ace-10 suited, and a few other hands, I think, as well.
Of course. So what you have to think about is how many hands can I beat or be ahead of, and how many hands are ahead of me in this spot. That's what Viedma has to think about.
And we don't know how much Kovacs has been 3-betting before this table. We haven't really seen him 3-bet light, I don't believe, at all on this table, which then can help you fold.
And Viedma, he folds and gets acknowledgement from Kovacs.
Well, when you or your country mates look back on that, you'll be very happy that you folded, especially considering you didn't see the rabbit cam that we saw that had a jack on the flop. I'm only kidding. We obviously can't see that because it's in the deck.
No, but that was a good fold, and I think it was just on the edge. It's like, yes, you yourself vulnerable to being exploited, but still, the way we've seen Kovacs play for the past hour and a half, it's well, it's kind of convincing. He hasn't been out of line at all, and I mean the thing that's changed is that now that he's kind of short, he obviously has to try to make some moves if he doesn't pick up big cards, and that's probably what Viedma was thinking about as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Folded 2 Kovacs, 10-9 offsuit, and look at this, 2,500.
Getting back in the mix.
Yeah, just talked about he's at a stage where he has to try to accumulate chips. And you're not going to do that by folding, and you're not going to pick up those big starting hands that often, so you can't really rely on it. Sometimes you're just really lucky and they just keep coming, but more often they don't.
It's 2,500 each time that you steal, so when you're under a starting stack especially, that's going to be a significant boost to your stack.
And it worked out fine for Kovacs. Got the players behind to fold. Folded to Schuster in the cutoff. King 6, she folds. Jonsson folds the button. So battle of the blinds, and David Elka or David. I'm not sure what they say in Israel. I think they might say David.
It's probably David in Hebrew.
Well, he limps. Bumba with ace jack. He races to 3,200. Back to Elka, who folds. Well, he's still above starting stack.
Yeah, nothing was played incorrectly there. You know, he shouldn't need to get fancy there.
No, he could even have raised the king 9. That would not have been a terrible play, and then he would have lost more.
I like at least that he didn't show his king 9. I didn't like that the ace jack was shown. It just opens you up to the exploits. If you want to be a little bit tighter, you don't need to announce it to the entire table.
Yeah, but I think Bumba, with all his experience, I think he has kind of figured out at least some of the players he's up against here, and I think he thinks that giving away some information is beneficial to him with his experience. Jonsson opens ace 10, goes 3x here to 3,000. Bumba in the small blind calls with king jack suited. Viedma wants to know how much Jonsson has behind. And looks down at king 7.
Seems less concerned by the fact that Peter called there from the small blind. He doesn't need to look at his stack to know he's covered, but...
And folds. Top pair for Jonsson on ace 8-6. 3 clubs. Bumba checks. Jonsson bets 3,000.
I think Bumba already folded like as soon
Yeah.
as those chips came out.
Yep. Snap fold from Peter Bumba.
Not a man to waste time.
No, he's not.
It's more time he can sit back and push that comfortable chair he has back.
Austrians are known for being very efficient. So just a reminder, still you can get into the free roll on Coolbet. The Coolbet Open free roll that started, or which started at, what do you say, that started or which started?
Either, I think. Is
Oh, it's okay. Then I keep going. Okay, no, but can we just cut to the no? Okay. started at 7 o'clock Central European time. Still late reg in that one for, well, maybe a little less than an hour, maybe a little more. I'm not really sure, but still the password is Estonia with capital E, like the capital of that's a country, right? Not a capital.
That is a country.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
so, yeah. I'm sure I offended a lot of people now. No, I've been to Estonia several times, and the capital is Tallinn, of course.
But the password is Estonia.
Yes, the password is Estonia with the capital E. But it's
500
not
euros
the
in
capital.
tickets in that
It's
free roll.
yes, and Euro festival ticket to the winner. That's the top prize. Yesterday it was 24 places paid.
And a little bit more than 100 each day getting into that mix, so nice turnout over at Coolbet. Apologies to anyone listening that cannot play at Coolbet. If I could play at Coolbet, I'd be playing that free roll right now.
Bumba opened the button with queen 5. Kovacs defended the big blind with 9-6 and flops top pair here on 9-8-3 flop. And Kovacs looks like he's going to lead 3,000 into 5.9, and Bumba just folds quickly again. Try to steal, just a random steal. Nothing to be ashamed about. I mean, I would actually go so far as to say that if you don't do this every once in a while, you are missing out.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Kovacs missed out a little bit by donk betting his top pair. Maybe he has experience with Bumba and knows that Bumba chucks a lot of these kind of flops back, and then he's giving his opponent a free turn. But I would have liked to see a check raise rather than a bet there. It's very often the button raises will continue on like 80% of the flops.
Elka has limped ace-3 suited under the gun +2. Bumba with ace-5 suited now from the cutoff.
So the blinds have gone up.
Yes, 600, 1,200. And we might get a 3-bet from Bumba here.
A raise.
Yeah, a raise because we had a limp, sorry.
Elka always throwing us off our game a little bit.
Folded back to Elka.
A little more than 3x on this raise.
And Elka just folds. I sometimes limp, but
I never limp. I limp from the small blind. I shouldn't say I never limp. Occasionally from the button. And in cash games, I do, because I'm playing a lot of mixed in Omaha, where strategically it makes a lot more sense than raising.
But I'm talking about me, Jason. I sometimes limp.
Why?
No, the thing is, sometimes I'm not gonna explain that. That's my little.
Because you don't know the answer.
Then yes, I do, but that's my little secret. But still, what I was gonna say was that I sometimes limp, but then I have an intention to call if there's a raise. Of course, depending on how big the raise is, and if. But I mean, I seldom limp to fold to a raise. That was the point I was trying to make. And often, to answer your question, why, it's often related to...
set mining.
Yeah, set mining is one thing. Another thing is also it's player related to what types of players I have at my table. Some specific types of players.
That's very true in terms of if you're doing it and you know the action's going to be induced without you, the pot's going to be built up, and you're happy about that pot being built up without you having to be the one to build it, because then it makes it easier to further build it.
So Jonsson opened a6 suited, got called by Ben with pocket sevens, and Kovacs with king 4 suited.
So a new player we got
Yes,
to the table.
we have actually. And it's another Israeli player, Rafi Ben, who sat down in seat 8.
So the two Israelis side by side.
Yes, checked around here.
Massive stack Ben has.
Yes, they've already come to the river now. And Ben is best with his pocket sevens. 2 pair now when the board pairs on the turn. Bless you. Jonsson. Not much there. Ben bets 3,000, and look at Ben's stack. 221,000 plus another 15 as soon as we get the fold from Jonsson. Well, I said as soon as we get a fold from Jonsson. Good, Jon Ivar Jonsson, can you hear me? Are you gonna hero call?
He's thinking there's enough king jacks, yeah.
Yeah, he hero calls. So another 18,000 to Ben stack. And that's just a monster stack already. And there are already several hours left of this flight, Jason.
There was a player yesterday in Day 1C that apparently bagged 800,000. So we had 400,000 as the high in Day 1A. I didn't confirm by going to check the bag myself like I would if I was live reporting when I see something like that. But from what I understand, he did have a lot of chips, whether it was 800,000 or 600,000, we'll know for sure tomorrow. But let's say for now that it is that monstrous from 30,000 starting stack.
I heard that story as well, and it was kind of semi-confirmed to me because one of the guys who chimed in on the story told me he was actually sitting at the table when there was one giant clash between two big stacks. But like you said, often when you see crazy chip counts like that after the end of the day, especially day one, it's usually, we talked about commas and dots and stuff yesterday, but usually there's, it's like it could be 88,000 instead of 880,000.
Yeah, as a reporter, I'm always checking those little bit of anomalies where I think maybe there's an extra zero or a number was misplaced to something else. You know, it's usually the tournament staff is very accommodating to double check that and not have to wait to the start of day two.
I think there was, I'm not going to name names, I think there was a sports betting site to actually put odds on who was going to win the Norwegian Championship or something like that a few years back. And before the last day, the final day. And somebody was quite nervous because there had been a mistake in the chip counts.
Oh, wow.
All of a sudden, there was a lot of traffic on that bet.
I've helped set those odds before. It could be fun.
Yeah. Oh.
Not at the Norwegians.
No. So Ben.
Something I wasn't involved with.
Yeah. So Ben, raise and take it. Shows the ace. Oh, Spike D. He was on the ball. I don't know when he was on the ball, but he's been on the ball. And he said 44 minutes late, Reg, in the Coolbet Open free roll, which you still can get into, I guess. I guess it's not 44 minutes left now, but still you have time to get in there. Use the password Estonia with a capital E. And if my pronunciation was difficult to understand, just search for the capital. No, search for the search for the country. Search up Tallinn, and you'll see which country Tallinn is the capital of. But it's with a capital C, E, Estonia, E.
I think you just confused everybody.
Okay, well,
even I'm confused. I don't even know what the password is anymore.
Okay, go to YouTube, go to Coolbet Open. You'll find a live broadcast, and it's pasted in the top right corner.
And it's Estonia with a capital E.
Yes, it is.
500 euros, some prizes.
In the meantime, Boom Bomb opened under the gun +1 with Jack 10 suited. Gets a call from Renninghaug in the cutoff with Ace 5 suited. Button folds. And Schuster has folded to Jonsson, who looks down at Ace King. In the small blind, he 3-bets to 13,000. Okay, in the big blind folds back to Boom Bum. Boom Bum must start to feel like he's getting picked on. And I mean, why do they pick on me? I mean, I'm not the biggest stack at the table, but I'm the second biggest. I used to be the biggest before Ben came. Do they think I'm weak? I mean, why do they always like either free bet me or lead into me when I've opened. What is this?
I'm wondering if he's thinking about a 4-bet here. I mean, he's thinking for a long time. He would be in position against the small blind, but not the cutoff. If he calls, he's inviting the cutoff to call.
I think you're right, but I think that was actually what he was thinking about. And I think that's in correlation to what I was just talking about, that it's like every time he's tried, or most of the times he's tried something, they won't play back at him. And we know it's card related. He doesn't know that.
But this time he was shown, I believe, the big slick, so at least now he's not getting into lazy boy mode with the chair at the moment, but at least he can know it was a good fold. And a 4-bet would not have worked out very well for him.
No.
I'm curious how our new Israeli in seed 8 is going to play. We haven't really seen too much of him yet, but he must have done something to get all those chips. It's very early on to have $250,000 in your stack.
And often when we see big stacks like that, they kind of have a tendency to end up smaller later on in the day. But not always. Some players are really good at maintaining, and we don't know how Ben got that huge stack, but still, it's like it could have been, you know, some days you are just gifted chips. And look at this. Well, now we are kind of getting an idea because he's playing very aggressively here, and he just puts Elka all in, his fellow Israeli.
Lucky for Elka, he didn't raise his king jack there. He may have felt compelled to call. Of course, anything can happen, but his hand was dominated. The limp saved him, but there's some argument to limp call against an aggressive big blind that is shoving not just with ace jack, but with weak kings and queens and stuff that you're just crushing. But saved Elka, so nice play, well done.
Pocket queens from Viedma under the gun. Yo,
25.
25, yeah. Kovacs and Reddinghag fold to Schuster, who looks down at ace king suited.
Classes, come on.
Loading the cannon.
Doesn't look like it's going to be all the chips.
You know, she still has 23,700.
It is all the chips.
Yeah, 20 big blinds.
I like this. I mean, she's going to be racing, but I like the play.
Yeah, she will get looked up by Viedma. Elka folds. Well, we still have 2 players left to fold. Ben is never going to call here. I'm glad he folded because I realized I don't know Ben, so I can't really be sure, but he folded. Bumba folds back to Viedma. He has already called, and this is for Schuster's tournament life.
Classic race here. Big slick suited against queens. $50,000 in the pot too.
Dealer taking his time.
We've gone from very fast to drama.
And a king for Schuster. She's ahead. 4 on the turn. Viedma needs a queen to knock out Schuster, and the 10 is the safe card. She's now playing more than 50,000, and she's back.
Nice smile there by Schuster, not only back, but with a 50,000 stack. We haven't seen her that high, at least at the TV table. Meanwhile, Another unfortunate race lost by Wiedma. We've seen him lose several throughout the last couple days, but still has a little more than 40,000 to maneuver with. So he's down, but certainly not out.
Wiedma with more than 40 big blinds now. Must feel nice after she dropped down.
I want to see the day one E field to grow past 200 entries. I don't think we're that far away. It's plausible anyway. We're on level 9. It's the final opening fight that features 45-minute blind levels. There is another opening fight, which is the final opening fight, which is a turbocharged day 1 F with 15-minute blind levels. So there'll be some players that prefer that if they bust out of this, and there'll be some players that want to get back in with a longer structure but less big blinds when they start because they're going to have to late enter.
Jan-Erik Rønninghaug with king queen off. Under the gun +1, he opens. Schuster folds. Jonsson looks interested, has queen jack off. A lot of players behind though. Costs 2,400. Ben looks like he's gonna come in with 9-8 off on the button. Bumba and the small blind he folds. Is getting an insane price in the big blind, and I've seen him play for 2 days now, and I know he's never gonna fold 10-6 suited in the button when he gets a good price like this.
In the big blind.
Yeah, did I say big blind?
You said in the button.
Okay, yeah, well, button, big blind, and there's the call. He might have called on the button as well, so.
Maybe. So pot building up just because it's 4 ways.
7-3 ace. None of the players have an ace, and Rønninghaug actually is in front now with his king high. Some backdoor possibilities, runner for the other players, and the pair would be good, except for Jonsson, who is outkicked by the queen, or his queen is outkicked by Rønninghaug's king, I should rather say. Goes check, check, check to Ben on the button, and he checks as well. 4 on the turn.
Cut shot now for Wiedma.
Yeah, he does have that. Still with 3 other players behind.
If he does not believe that any of his opponents has an ace, though, that 4 was an actual very good card for his range from the big blind.
But it's kind of hard because Rønninghaug checked, and he was the pre-flop racer, and when he doesn't bet the ace, I mean, what does that mean? Does that mean that he has an underpair to the ace? But look at this, Wiedma, good instinct here, and of course it's always unfortunate when you get played back on in these spots, but he bet 6,500. No, 7,500. And gets the folds. No, Ben is still thinking. And there's the fold. So that was a nice one for Wiedma. That was a big one as well.
Yeah, good awareness. He wouldn't have been that happy if he was played back at, but he could have gone away easy and still had some chips left. And by now, Wiedma has to be comfortable playing at the feature table, and that makes a little bit of a difference. A lot of times players can be a little bit nervous if it's their first time, and if it was his first time before Bratislava, by now he's a TV table veteran. It's his 3rd appearance this week at the TV table.
It's a nice experience to have. folded around to Boomba on the button. This is Ben. No, Ben in the cutoff. He has not yet folded. 7-4 suited. And he opens to 2500. A7 for Boomba on the button.
Looks like a 3-bet is coming.
You are absolutely right. 7.5 Viedma with Queen Jack in the small blind. Sure, he'd love to play that hand, but not when he's up against a 3-bet and out of position after the flop. It's a little too risky to call here because of Ben's open, and he folds. Kovacs with Ace Jack in the big blind, 22.2 behind. He calls.
Interesting there. I was expecting to see all the chips get in.
And Ben, well, he might have folded to Boomba's 3-bet, but now he's getting a better price. And he has a lot of chips. He has a hand that can flop well. So he calls. Queen 7-8, both Ben and Boomba hits the 7. And now it's tough for Kovacs. Look at the SPR, 24,300 in the pot. Kovacs with 15.9 behind. Goes check check.
And it's really hard for Boomba to make a semi-bluff here based on Kovacs' stack size.
Yeah, if he bets here, he has, I mean, something reasonable. It's kind of like he has to call off Kovacs. Board pairs on the turn after Boomba checked. 2 queens now.
A little bit easier for Boomba if it checks around to him now, but it may even be Ben that takes the lead. May even be Kovacs shoving. Nope.
Nope, he checks. And Ben is going to try with his 2-pair. 12,000. Look at Boomba staring over at Kovacs, trying to pick up something.
Won't be that surprising if he lays down the best hand here. It's not that strong, but I'd be less surprised to see him call and reevaluate in position on the river.
Yeah, it makes it a little less likely that Ben has a queen when it pairs on the turn, but not completely unlikely. So he calls, Kovacs folds. And let's see what Ben does when the 3 of diamond comes on the river. He's first to act, he checks, and Boomba is probably more than happy to check behind if he is not good enough to figure out exactly what Ben has and goes for value here.
Yeah, that's the only thing. That if he can put him on a worse 7, but that's a little bit risky.
Yeah, he checks and shows the winner.
I'm curious what this would have played like if it was the 3 of hearts on the river, if we would have seen a lead out from the 7-4 of hearts, but we shall never know. But meanwhile, it's a nice pickup there by Boomba.
Yeah, and Ben just taps the table, acknowledges Boomba's play. And seems like a polite guy, Ben. Also taps the table when we get a dealer change. Good job to the last dealer and welcomes the new one.
And he's still tapping the table.
Yeah, but now he's just got rhythm. I guess that was the first hand we saw Ben actually lose.
At least any significance. He hasn't won or lost any significant pots since he came to this table.
I was kind of thinking about the confrontations, and I'm not counting the, well,
Yeah,
calls and
he had a
just
confrontation with
folds.
David and
Yeah,
won
it's
that
true.
one.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, David picks up a hand here with the 7-5 suited.
Yeah, Elka, he's been quiet for a while. It's kind of been hard to get involved with the action, at least for the last 30-40 minutes.
Must be approaching our first break soon.
Yeah, I think so too.
Not the players' first break. That'll be their third break. They've already had a normal break and a dinner break. And then after the break, they will play 3 more blind levels. And after that, late registration will be closed for day 1E. And probably around the same time for day 1F as well because of the 9 p.m. start time, but also 12 levels of late reg. Yeah, no, that'll be open for until after midnight. So you can still hop into day 1F until about midnight, 12:30 in the morning.
So we already know that we had 345 players from the flights A, B, C, and D, and another at least 188 from this flight, E. And then we'll have to wait and see for the turbo flight how many entries total we are going to reach at the Coolbet Open here in Bratislava. But the record numbers are, well, I guess the biggest Coolbet Open was back in 2019 with 686 entries.
But meanwhile, we have some action here. We have an open by Lindson and 2 callers so far. And now Vidma is thinking about what to do from the big blind with a pretty king 10 suited.
Viedma is in the cutoff, so we still have two other
Wow.
players, no, 3 other players behind here, and he's got king 10, like you said. And of course, I mean, Jonsson opens from under the gun, and it's kind of risky to 3-bet, but still, Viedma, he does exactly that, goes big.
He picked the right time again.
Yeah, 12,500. Kovacs has folded the button. Rønninghaug folds the small blind. Still have Schuster in the big blind. Queen jack off. She's gonna fold back to Jonsson. And this might work out very well for Viedma.
Ben might get a little sticky here. It was a little bit of a loose call to begin with the king 8.
Yeah, king 8 off. And he folds. Bumba. He folds. So good instincts from Viedma, but still kind of risky. Especially since we haven't seen Jonsson involve himself, that much for the past hour.
Maybe he has some read because he took his time thinking about this one. It wasn't that like an instinctual quick 3-bet.
Yeah, I think you are right. And it's Sebastian Andres Viedma Olivares.
It's also possible that he studies a lot and the solver he had in his brain told him that he needs to 3-bet 9.5% of the time and had a randomizer going on in his head. I'd be massively impressed if he can do that, though.
He's going to fold this hand. Kovacs. A7. Well, just 15,300 in the stack.
Does not like the shove.
No, he does not shove. He puts in 4,000. And is left with less than 10 big blinds behind. Rønninghaug folds. Schuster in the small blind. He folds. Jonsson in the big blind. Queen 10 suited. And he calls. And I mean, It's not wrong to defend the big blind, but I mean, he gets such a short stack as well. So many times, if he doesn't hit, he's being forced out. And now, well, he flops a flush draw here, but I don't think that call is profitable in the long run for Jonsson. And he just does the stop and go, Jason, puts Kovacs all in. Kovacs is going nowhere with this pair of aces, but it is for his tournament life. He is all in, and he's up against the flush draw.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the call, and I'm not sure about just raising off that stack size and not shoving, but here we go. It's looking good for Kovacs. He's a 2-to-1 favorite, just has to fade a diamond. And he has a diamond in his hand, so he's blocking one of those outs right there.
But still, Jonsson with 36% equity. And another raise. Okay, actually changes nothing, except now there's only the river left. He has to fade, and fade he does. And he's now up over the starting stack of 30,000, 32,400. Yeah, I think, I mean, Queen 10 suited, it's a beautiful hand, and I mean, he's been carded for a while. He's in the big blind, he has 1,200 out there already, and his ante, but the ante you shouldn't think about. I mean, of course, in the pot aspect you should, but still, Kovacs has too few chips left. He doesn't have enough behind to make that call profitable in the long run. If you are going to defend the big blind, you have to make sure that your opponent has enough chips so that you can actually make it beneficial the times that you do hit something good and win the hand.
Yeah, I think if you're much deeper, that's a call, and also if it's just a min bet, it's a call. It should have been a shove and a fold, and as played, I also think lean towards a fold, but I don't think a call is highly unprofitable either. Because we've seen him do this with like other things that didn't have an ace. So even that shove, it didn't look that good only because we saw there was an ace in the hand. But if he just gets like an open fold, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, but it's kind of it's too many big blinds, but still not enough to gain by calling there. It's in that awkward spot. Schuster has raised Queen Jack suited from the button and gets it through. I mean, Schuster, she's timed everything perfectly so far from what we've seen. She hasn't, the others have been active. She's waited patiently. She got the double up, and now that it's folded to her on the button, she opens as she should do with that hand, and she takes down the blinds.
And she has a spot of unpredictability to her as well. Like she was active at one point during the last couple hours where she was playing a lot of pots. But yeah, you're right. Since she took down that pot, it's been small ball and just quietly accumulating chips. I'm wondering if we are going to get a table change after the break or whether we're going to continue to get to know these players. We will probably find out when we resume from the break.
I think this has been a really good table, and I mean, we've also had some knockouts. We've gotten new players. I mean, we did get Bumba to the table, and Ben, you know, two big stacks now, and I think we're going to keep it for one more period.
That's good. And then probably a new table for the end run.
Yes. Elka, here he comes. Wow. Battle of the Blinds. Elka limped an ace. Ben, he raised. And Elka, he shoved. Ben, he calls with Queen Jack suited. So no love between these two guys from Israel. Well, I mean, doesn't mean that they don't like each other, but still.
Ben showing a lot of gamble here, but it's more just, okay, I'm going to call. This may work.
And for Elka's tournament live, Jack in the door and two diamonds as well. So the flush draw with top pair for Ben. Ace on the turn for Elka. Needs to fade diamond, Jack Queen, and he does. And he gets the double up. And look at Ben. Look. Oh yeah, you were unlucky, Ben. Oh, so unlucky. I mean, you had Queen Jack against Ace 5. How could you lose that one? You were behind.
He's only looking at it at the point of the flop, and Elka was probably ready to get up. He basically was only drawing to two of those aces because the ace of diamonds would have given a flush.
Yeah,
or running fives or something, but quite amazing turn of events there.
Yeah, I mean, he does have my sympathy, Ben, because he flopped. It's a magical flop for him, and still Elka managed to outsuck, if that's a word.
He wasted absolutely no time in making that call. It was for 20 big blinds, that shove.
Yeah, but the thing is, in situations like these, players tend to think or say that, oh, I was so unlucky. But if you look at it from another perspective, how can you be really unlucky when the best hand actually won?
Yeah, when you're only about a 45% to win the hand, if that, it's probably about 43%.
Yeah. But it is annoying, so I can understand your reaction from Ben.
Yeah, on the flop, he's a 92% favorite,
Yeah.
so...
Was kind of a pure two-outer for Elka in that hand, but now Kovacs with the ace-queen. Opens to 3,800. Still with the big opening sizes from, Kovacs.
I would have a hard time playing against him.
Yeah, me too. Schuster, 10-8.
Bit of a too big of a raise for this time to play your suited gapper, as pretty as it is.
Yeah, and with a lot of players behind as well. Folded quickly around to Ben in the small blind. Still a little shell-shocked. And
seems like it affected him.
Yeah, and he's going to call. So Bomba in the big blind. Already has 1,200 out there. King 8 offsuit. Nope. So it's Kovacs against Ben.
Ben's actually live, but don't do this at home, kids.
5 queen 5 top, a pair for Kovacs along with a pair of 5s. He's got 2 pair top kicker now.
Beautiful flop, but Kovacs will have to bet it with those 2 diamonds out there.
Yeah, because I mean Ben, nothing there for him. He checks. Let's just hope that he's not on full tilt. 7,000 from Kovacs.
That should help. It's a big bet. 70% he bet into the pot.
And Rafael Ben, he folds.
It could have been the time to induce a bluff from Ben. I mean, we know that Ben called as light as he did, so maybe if he bet like 3,000, he's getting a check raise out of Ben. I do like that he bet it, though, and not wait for a diamond to come on the turn and then start betting when you could be betting into a flush. Here's another ad. This one is for another event at Banco Casino with the Festival Series coming to town on November 27th through December 3rd. A 500,000 guaranteed main event with a 550 buy-in. I'm told there's more than 50 events in that. A lot of mixed games, a lot of no limit hold'em, a lot of Franke's laughter. Should be a good time, and Coolbet is one of the sponsors for that as well, one of the partners, so you can qualify for the festival series at coolbet.com.
Kovacs with king queen off. Under the gun, he opens. Folded around to Elka. In the cutoff, Jack 8 suited. 58,000 he started this hand with. Ben has 10 deuce suited. Why not? He's got the button. He still has, well, 186,000 in the stack, but less than he had when he came to the table, a lot less as well. Bomba comes along from the small blind, queen 5 suited. Viedma in the big blind. Oh, he checks. Yeah, he does.
I think it's our first 5-way pot that we've had in the 3 days that we've been doing commentating, Steak.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you're right. Or maybe there was one hand yesterday.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If it was like very early.
Very early, yeah. So, the flop ace-7 deuce. Flush draw for Ben. And he is gonna bet it after they all check to him. But Bumba has a pair of queens. So does Kovacs, but Kovacs folds his pair of queens with the ace on the flop. I can understand why he does that. Because of the action. And Elka folds. Jack on the turn. Bumba still best, but Ben with a gut shot to go along with his flush draw. Goes check check, takes the free card and whiffs, so Bumba still best with his pair of queens. 2,500 from Bumba.
A blocker bet. So if he bets bigger, he's still being called by those aces. He just wants to set the price, and if he's raised, he'll get off the hand. So if Ben can find a bluff here, it may work, or he may think about it a little bit more and think my queen is good.
But he folds. And sometimes players use those blocker bets to induce as well. So, I mean, you cannot always just think, oh, that's a blocker bet. I'm going to go over, I'm going to raise, and I'm going to get the fold. Sometimes you walk right into that one, so be careful. But this time it was a blocker bet. We were lucky enough to see the cards. "77 players left, but we've gotten 2 new ones. 190 entries so far on this flight of the main event.
So 10 away from the magic number.
200 is a magic number?
It's round.
Yes, it is. So is 190, kinda.
Not as round.
No, you're right.
It's only round in certain places.
And Rønninghaug, he has 2 rounds in his 2 cards. He's got pocket tens. And Schuster looks interested here. Ace 3 suited. She calls.
From early position as well. She did this once before. It's the only times I've been questioning her play, actually.
And look at this. Jonsson comes along. You know, every time a player calls, the price gets better and better. And Ben, no, let's not. 4 deuce. Okay. Bumba will never fold the button with queen 8 suited. Thing is, or when I
don't predict.
Really?
Well, Viedma is not going to fold here from the small blind. Now it's my turn to go out on a limb, and he may even 3-bet here.
Yeah, he did something similar not long ago, and that worked out really well for him. But then, we'll see.
Would have to be something like 14,000 if he was going to 3-bet. He's just going to call.
And Kovacs in the big blind. Well, 7 deuce is getting an amazing price, and he does call.
He's dominating Ben.
Yes, he is. You're right. And I bet you that Bumba is thinking, why did I fold? But still, okay. And Jack 7-7. Kovacs flops, trips.
Wow.
Jonsson with 2 pair. Viedma with overcards to the flop. Rønninghaug. Also has 2 pair, but an overcard to his pocket pair.
And I thought 5 to a flop was a lot, but this was 6 to a flop, so no reason to bet your 10s here.
Kovacs has already checked his trips. Running hug. Checks finally. Schuster. She has ace high. She checks. Jonsson is gonna bet.
This is where things can get very dicey.
15,600 in the middle. He goes small. And Ben gets out of his way, out of the way with his A4 high. Back to Kovacs after Wiedma has folded, and I guess we're gonna have a break after this hand. What do you do now, Kovacs? How do you play this one? Do you just flat or do you raise? He just flats. Running hug. Well, now your 10s, they don't really look that good. It's a small bet, but I think the way the action has gone, it's a rainbow flop.
If it was Jack-Jack 7, it would be a completely different story than the Jack 7-7. It just increases the likelihood one of these two players has a Jack. Of course, we see also Kovac has the 7 as well. I think once you check the flop, you can give up when you have 2 players in front of you.
Yeah, he folds, comes to the same conclusion. Schuster has folded. Ace on the turn. Kovacs does not have the initiative, so he checks to Jonsson. Let's see if he decides to check back now. Yes, he does. 5 on the river, no help to Jonsson, who could have hit a jack to win this one, but now I don't think there's any way he could make that happen. 23,600 in the middle. Kovacs bets 9,000.
I would have liked to seen a shove or at least something like at least 15, but
yeah, but still a shove. There were no draws. So I don't know. It's kind of he does not do this with 9s or 8s.
But he does do it with 8, 9, 9, 10, and we've seen Kovac not being as, let's say, stack aware with his bets as some of the other players. Like we've seen him put half a stack in and then fold.
And Jonsson finds the fold, and it's a good one.
Very disciplined.
So we are on a break in the main event, at least I think so. If not, we are going to play next hand really short-handed. We will be back in, well, I'm not really sure how long the break is. You are going to get it up on your screen. Put on some coffee, get yourself something to eat, and we'll be back in 12 minutes. Thought that we were gonna keep the feature table we had before the break because there was a lot of action, some big stacks, some shorter stacks, but we are actually gonna get a new table, and these are the players that we have on our table, and we can see that, well, we have a chip leader, and his name is actually Jonathan Vedde, and he's playing 116,000. We'll see, followed by Hastad. And, well, Lisonets and Reko, all of those players have more than doubled and even tripled, almost quadrupled the starting stack of 30,000. And we also have some shorter stacks now, Jason, and the blinds have gone up.
Yes, the blinds have gone up, but also, yeah, not a lot of chips at this table, comparatively speaking to the last table. If we put Vede and Hastad together, it is still less than what Ben had, but we do have a lot of names at this table that should prove it to be a bit more competitive in many ways. Led by Vede, in fact, he's been putting a lot of hours in. He Twitch streams for Coolbet along with Oscar, even had a tournament named after him a couple nights ago, like Yevakim does this evening. Quite a strong player. He's gone deep quite a lot in the last couple of years in live events as well.
He's one of 3 Norwegians at our feature table for the next couple of hours. Also have a local Slovak, Dejan Vreko. We have a Swede in Oscar Hastad. We have another Israeli player, which we haven't seen so far in the Coolbet Open at the feature table. His name is Reuven Elskeslasi. And then we also have Johan Hann from Iceland. And the other 2 Norwegians, Mikkel Hoff Jensen, sitting down in seat 7. And we have Niklas Klein in seat 5. And he is actually a Norwegian champion. He's actually has 2 titles, so a very capable player.
Did he win something this year, or am I thinking of somebody else, or was it a previous year that he won the Norwegian?
No, his titles came from, well, it was in Stokke in 2019, 18 or 19, some years ago, and then he won the online version of an event during the pandemic.
So let's see now what he does with the short stack. Obviously, when you go on to win a tournament, it's not always gravy that you're on top of the hill very often. You found yourself to be short at some time or another. He's still at the point where he can re-enter as well, so it sounds like the kind of player that isn't going to play as if this is his last tournament bullet.
Yeah, and so we have a Norwegian chip leader. We also have the 2 other Norwegians at the bottom of the chip count with 13 big blinds, Mikkel Hoff Jensen. But he also knows how to handle a short stack. A very capable player that I know personally. Had some good results as well through the years. It's going to take a few minutes until we get going here, so I'm guessing now, unfortunately, we were kind of kicked out soon after we left before the break, but I guess now, unfortunately, the late reg for the free roll is closed. But don't worry, you'll get another chance tomorrow on Coolbet to play a free roll. We don't know the password yet, but tune in tomorrow and you will be given the password.
You could try to guess the password, though. That's always fun.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can go in and try to guess it. Not you, but the
Oh,
people
okay,
that
okay.
want to enter the free roll. We could pop in before we give it out to see if anybody's guessed it.
I want to guess.
But if you guess it right, then it's going to seem like you said the password correct. There's no winning
Oh,
situation.
no, I
for
know,
you
I know.
there.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. So we are still waiting for Dejan Vreko from Slovakia in seat 1, but the tournament clock does not wait for players. So if he's not back before the dealer starts to deal this hand, then he's going to miss out 1 hand. But he is under the gun, so no worries. looks like Royven Elskislasi also decided to... No, that was not Royven. That was Johan Hanna from Iceland. He looks like an Icelandic Viking.
And then we have Jonathan in the big blind in seat 8. I'm not going to try to pronounce his name correctly from a Norwegian perspective, but
No, you're doing well.
isn't it like Jonathan?
Yeah, sure. Jonathan Vedde. I say
say
Jonathan,
I
you
say.
can say Jonathan. Doesn't really matter. And Rekko just may... No, he did not make it back. But he's fine. It's okay. Folded to Elkeslasi in the hijack. King 7 from Israel. Like I said, Niklas Klein. King Queen suited in the cutoff. And 13 big blinds. He opens.
So not shoving on the 13 big blind stack.
No, opens to
Right.
4,000 bill. So he's left with 11 big blinds behind. Well, a little less.
And another short stack.
Hamnes, Hamnen, he folded. And now to Mikkel Hofjensen, ace 5 suited in the small blind.
The non-shove there looks so strong by Klein. We could see Jensen is ahead.
And these two players, they know each other. And gets a fold. Vedda 6 deuce in the big blind. Raise and take it for Klein.
And shows it.
Yeah. Well, Klein, he has 2 titles. His uncle has a title.
So a family of poker.
Yeah, it is.
Like the Veddes, there's the 2 brothers and the
Yeah.
uncle and the dad.
And also, his cousin almost got a title in the latest event in Dublin a few years back. She finished 2nd. So Klein family always it's always been a strong poker family in Norway. And also his father unfortunately passed away a few years back. Was a really close friend of both mine and a lot of other people. He was highly loved and respected. Did a lot of good for the Norwegian poker community.
Rest in peace.
Yes.
A limp here by Lizamets, meanwhile, so we're back to players limping.
Klein with pocket 9s. And it's Alexander Lisanets from Hungary who's opened. Klein all in.
Love this.
Oh, he goes by Rolfson. Of course it's Rolfson. If I said Hannen, then I was probably wrong. So Rolfson is good. Sounds Icelandic. Folded around. Rekko in the big blind. 10-7 suited. He's gone back to Lisanets. Ace Jack.
If he raised instead of limped, he would probably wind up calling here, but in this spot,
Oh, he folds.
so Klein picking up some chips here, picking up 2.5 big blinds with the king queen suited, and now with the 9s without seeing a flop, another 3.5 blinds, so 6 blinds added to his 13 big blind stack. That's the way you get it done sometimes.
Good start on the feature table for Klein. Who's had feature table experience before. And a lot of final table experience. It was kind of unfortunate the other day. He was out wakeboarding and well, I'm not sure if the video is posted on the Coolbet site or on Facebook, but if not, it should be. But I think he won the prize for most dramatic face plant.
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
I don't think Coolbet wants to embarrass people though, Stig.
Why not? He's not embarrassed. He showed the face plant to me proudly. Folded around to Vedda on the button. Chip leader on the table. He folds. Rekko with pocket aces in the small blind. on Oskar Hastad. Unnskyld, Hastad. It's big blind. Pulls back the small blind.
Also pull back his hoodie.
Yes, he has. Goes 4,000. And Hastad, 5-4 off, and it's always kind of annoying. But I'm glad he doesn't fall for the temptation to show the aces. I mean, especially when he pulled up his hoodie, like you said. If he doesn't do that at another time, the players are going to notice.
Let's see if we pick anything up. But right now the hoodie is still up, so maybe it's going to be harder now.
Yeah, the pulse
No,
is
it's
going to always
back down.
sound. Yep. But we talked about this earlier on, about the adrenaline that comes. It doesn't mean you're nervous. It's just something that comes naturally. And sometimes it can be a tell. Sometimes, well, it's a tell, but sometimes the tell is misleading. It can mean a really strong hand, or it could mean a bluff. Folded to Rolfsson, ace jack. He's had long hair for a long time. And the nicest beard we've seen so far in the Coolbet Open.
Recco thinking about his queen jack here.
On the button, we'll have position after the flop, so he calls 4,000. Hasta folds the small blind. Lisonets with king 10 off in the big blind. Decides to defend. 3 players to flop. Ace, king 6, all clubs. Olsson with the best club. He's got the jack of clubs. So the second nut flush draw. And top pair. King for Lisonets. Got shot for Recco. Checked to Recco on the button. Kind of a trappy check from Rolfsson here.
Very trappy, especially in his stack size.
And Recco steps right in. It's 6,500. Lisonets also with a flush draw. With
Yeah.
10 of clubs. He's
Can't
got
blame
second. Yeah, he's got second pair as well. And what do you do now, Rolfsson? He jams over the top, 25,900. Recco can't call here with his gut shot. Of course he can, but it would be a big mistake.
I'm not sure Lizamets can call either. I know he wants to, but he has to wonder what he's doing it with. If
Well,
he puts him on a different ace, with an ace without that jack of clubs or without a queen of clubs, and the call becomes a lot easier.
the thing is the clubs. In that case, he's just putting Rolfsson on a better flush draw than he has himself, meaning either the jack of clubs or the queen of clubs.
And Rolfsson can very well have like an ace-king here as well, where the two-pair possibilities or even the trip possibilities are out the window.
And Lisonets finds the fold.
It's well played there by Rolfsson. Gets a nice pot, some breathing room. And I really like the attitude by the players at this table. It's probably the most friendly banter TV table. And we've seen when we're walking around the side tables, whether it be the main event, but especially in the nightly side events that are taking place, a generally friendly, chatty atmosphere. And we can see a little bit of that at this TV table too, to give a nice flavor of what's happening here at Banco Casino.
Yeah, and you know, Klein and Rolfsson, Norway and Iceland, there are some ties there. Not talking about the ones around your neck.
You mean the ones like when your boring football games end at like 1-1.
Yeah.
Those kind of ties.
Absolutely
I got
right.
it now.
No, Iceland has, done a lot better in international football than Norway has.
Yeah, for a country of 300,000 or so, they have a lot of gifted athletes in a few sports, but particularly I noticed even as a non-football fan when they were in the World Cup recently.
Top pair for Lisonets on the flop 5, queen 4. Best bets and gets a quick fold from Erkes Lassi. Small blind against big blind. Well, we talked about titles in the Norwegian Championship. Jonathan Wedde is still longing for a title because he's kind of in the same situation as, well...
Hold on a second here.
We have queens
Rolfsson.
with Rolfsson, yeah. We are going to take this hand first, under the gun, and he opens up to 53,300 after the nice pot he just took down. 5,500 goes bigger from under the gun. Folded to Hastad. Pocket jacks.
Wow. If that sizing wasn't so big, it would be a 3-bet every time. This is basically the type of hand that this bet sizing is targeting too.
And he calls. This one folds the button, ace 10. Erkes Lassi folds the small blind, Klein folds in the big blind, so 2 players to the flop. Pasta is dominated. Already 15,000 in the middle. Rolfsson with the effective stack and undercards to the jacks. Deuce 8-10. This might prove costly for Hastad. Rolfsson with a small c-bet. 3,200.
It's impossible for him to get away from this. Obviously, it's just a question of whether he can get away cheaply from it eventually. Like it's so hard not to raise here, though.
And he does not raise. He elects to just call. A 10 pairs the board on the turn. Gets worse and worse for Hastad. And also now checks it. Well, now he could do some pot control, but still, you don't want to let an ace or a king hit on the river. You want to charge for that.
Yeah, he has to think he's good here. The 10 should have not helped either player. It all came down to this initial bet sizing, both on just calling the flop and now maybe he's going to put him on an ace-king. Why would he check the turn? You know, is he going to check his queens, kings, and aces? He shouldn't really be that scared of it because he bets so large pre-flop.
5,500, go small into 21,400.
So I'm not the only one that would fall into this trap. Hastad fell into the trap as well.
But if Rolfsson just calls now, well, is he gonna go check on the river? 3 of hearts, that's a blank. Rolfsson has checked.
I guess he's worried about some 8s and 3s and 2s, but that
Or a 10.
ace 10 maybe,
so
or 10 jack suited.
So he is in check call mode. Asta has to be wondering if he's up against pocket 9s, pocket 7s, maybe even,
Ace king of diamonds.
of course. So, I mean, the way this has been played, it's kind of like no reason for Hastad not to go for value here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really any 10s and a 3.5x opening size other than pocket tens and maybe like an ace 10 suited, jack 10 suited. It's he has to think he's ahead after it went check check on the flop and then check again on check back called in the turn and then check on the river.
32,400 in the middle, rolls on with 39.1 behind.
It's already a nice pot as well. What is he getting to call by betting? Because he has a little bit more than a pot size bet. That's probably what he's thinking about. And nines is one of
And
those
he
hands.
checks it back. Oh, wow. What a check. But you are absolutely right. I was probably thinking, what am I getting called by? Maybe occasionally a stubborn ace king, but the way the hand is played doesn't really make sense. You know, the flush draw on the flop was out there. The possible flush draw, I should say. And of course, like pocket nines, maybe Rolfsson all of a sudden up to 71,500, which is 44 big blinds at the moment. But that's still the chip leader. And Klein a bit up since he came back from the break. Jensen still on 13 big blinds at the bottom of the chip count. But, I mean, he was just really unlucky there, Oskar Hallstad from Sweden.
Could have been a lot worse. It's strange that big bet sizing at the beginning of the hand actually made that pot smaller than it would have been if the bet sizing was like a 2.5x, and it gets either 3-bet, but even if it's called, the post-flop plays completely differently.
Yeah, went for pot control most of the way. Well, actually, even when he bet the turn, because he went small. Yeah. Brecko opens queen jack. Folded to Lisa Nets. No, Kislasi. Lisa Nets again folded an ace.
Here we go, jacks again, but this time for Klein.
Let's see how he plays them. And we do have to remember that these players probably have some history from before today. So there might be some decisions that we really can't explain.
We saw Klein shove once in a similar spot. I'll be surprised if he doesn't do it again.
You are absolutely right. You will not be surprised. He shoves and folded back to Recco. Queen Jack is just way too weak. He can hope he has 2 live cards, but still. Nope.
Klein's not going to be disappointed about just taking it down from here.
Lets it go.
And he's even showing his jacks.
Where do you find your time? The authentic? I don't know, all the sudden. My new friend there. You changed them to the left. Are there mics in the table? What? Are there mics in the table?
And Niklas Klein will also be able to see him in a reality show on Norwegian TV coming up.
Oh-ho.
Yes, it's just unfortunate I don't remember what the name is. It's like, probably have seen similar versions of it. It's when 2 people are paired together, or either that or a couple who lives together in a cabin on a desert island and competes against other couples.
Is it a couple that's like a real couple in life, or 2 people that are just randomly grouped together?
I think it can be both, depending on the version. Now, that has opened ace-5 suited to 3.5 Hastad with ace-jack suited, UTG plus 2. Or UG, as they've started. I mean, UTG, which is already a shortened version of Under the Gun, and now that even that was too long. 3 letters, they had to go down to 2. What's happening to this world?
It's going insane. I got upset with my friend when her last name switched from 4 letters to 6 letters, because when I have to report her now, it just takes that much longer.
Yeah. Hastad with just a call. Again, he takes it, well, he's kind of careful. Flop 3, ace 3, 2 pairs for both players. Vedda checks.
Just calling is going to pay off for him on this kind of flop. Not if he's checking it back.
Hastad checks it back.
And not if a 5 is coming on the turn, so he saved himself some money by checking it back, assuming there's no jack on the river.
Yeah, 2 bigger pair for Vedda now.
I guess a 3 for a chop.
Or an ace.
Or an ace.
Goes 7,500.
But an ace wouldn't be a chop because it would be aces over 5s.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I'm sorry. My mistake. Thank you, Jason, for the chat exploded. Start with the decision. Up against a different type of player than he was with his jack. And now he faces a big bet and he has to call. King on the river. Okay, Hastad, well, it's kind of like, unless Vedda has ace-king. I mean, if Hastad was in trouble against ace-queen, if that's what he was afraid of in this hand,
Yeah,
then
that's the problem.
yeah, then that king might cost him even more money.
And the fact that it's a heart shouldn't matter too much. It may have slowed Jonathan down, but it didn't.
Nope, 26,000 in the middle. No, 16,000 is the bet. Goes for value from another ace that probably think it's going to be a chop. And he is spot on.
Pretty much this exact hand, ace jack, ace 10 suited, that just wound up calling and not 3-betting. Maybe he's trying to get a crying call from a king. Let's see if Hastad can just turn his hand into a bluff randomly out of nowhere, but that's not going to happen, and it's going to be hard for him to do anything here but call.
I mean, you could of course say that Jonathan was lucky on the turn to hit the 5, but still after that he's played it perfectly, targeting exactly something like Hastad has. Actually, Hastad, you know, kind of disguising the strength of his ace when he just called, like you said, but still targeting like ace 10, ace 9, ace 8, hands like that.
And Jonathan can easily have ace-king. He opened under the gun. I mean, the odds are reduced because you have one of the aces blocked and there's an ace and the king on the board, but there's still plenty of combinations.
And he again
Wow.
makes the correct fold. First with the jacks, now with the ace jack.
Wow. That hand would cost me a lot of chips, like at several stages. If I would have played it like that, you know, I would have cost me, maybe not, because I would have if I 3-bet pre, the hand just ends pretty much right there. You know, it's possible Jonathan 4-bets me off the pot, but he's probably not calling a 3-bet.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like he did not go for value with his jacks. And I mean, he was right. He was up against queens, but still, that's kind of the way the hand was played. It was so unlikely that it was up against a bigger hand. Yes, he was, but it was unlikely, and he did not go for value. And now, it's like, yes, you are behind sometimes, like in this hand, but there are so many times that you are ahead. And
Unless you can read minds.
yeah,
If you can read minds, then
because that's what is so frustrating about poker. I mean, you can make the correct play and still lose.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not saying, I mean, and one thing you should not be is results oriented when you're playing poker. But I mean, it's still early, and they might have some history that explains some of the stuff that's happened just now. But Hasta I'm safe to say that he's on the careful side as a player.
He wouldn't have that much history with Jonathan because we know he was on a different table and got moved to this table because we were walking around and we found him upstairs, before we did commentating. So at least it's possible for like an hour or two, but I don't think it's that. He's been right both times.
Yeah, he has. Nobody can fault him for that. Maybe he's really good at live reads.
There are players that are extremely good at that. It's dangerous when they're extremely good at that and then disciplined enough to win when they don't have that like in online poker. When you can combine those two things, and you have a world-class player.
Yeah, and I mean, Oskar Hastad, his playing style got him to third place in the Poker Listings Deep Stack a few days ago. So, for his biggest cash live, I should say, ever.
How much did he get for that?
3,200 euros.
Not bad. Not
No.
bad at all.
Really good. Folded to Recco after El Kislasi opened with ace queen suited. He folds, so raise and take it for Recco. No, it's just El Kislasi.
No, awesome. Like,
I was doing so fine with his last name.
Yeah, I
up
was
until
very
that.
impressed.
Up until now.
eight bet, but it sounds to me like awesome bet. Yeah.
I still want to get 8 more entries into this fight here so we can get up to that 200 number. We're up to 192. 76 players are remaining. The day 1 F flight, meanwhile, with 15-minute blinds just kicked off. It's probably just ended with level 1, in fact. Late registration for that will be open past midnight, 12 levels, just like every other flight, and players will bag after 14 levels, just like they will in day 1E and have the last 2 days. But we have Lizamitz here with Snowman. He's been fairly quiet at this table, and when he has opened, he's used a larger size, and this is almost 3 times the big blind. And we have Klein looking to come along off a 34k stack.
Queen Jack suited for Klein.
Middle position.
Folded to the short stack at the table. Mikkel Hoff Jensen, ace 10 suited. And he goes all in. Vedde folds. Recco folds the small blind. Hastad in the big blind. King 3, he folds back to Lisanets, who has isolated. Quick fold from Klein. So Jensen, it's for his tournament life.
And Klein might be thinking about to gamble here, and he would
No,
be very live if he did, but
I
actually the favorite.
think, no, he has not folded still. You were right. I thought he had folded, but now comes the fold. So, for Jensen's tournament life, he needs to hit. And that's just needs to dodge, well, ace 10 spades. Of course, there could be some other possibilities for Jensen as well. And the 10 in the door, 3 clubs for Lisanets. He's got the 8 of clubs. 9 open and the straight draw as well now. And he hits the straight on the river to knock out Mikkel Hoff Jensen. Somewhere around 76th place, depending on what happens at the other tables.
What a roller coaster ride of a hand. I was almost expecting the flush, but then to have that runner straight coming out of nowhere, quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
But
So I did
you
not
were short stacked.
I did not even get to mention Mikkelhoff Jensen's first place in the Kings and Queens tournament during the Norwegian Championship on Norwegian soil last year.
Ah, congratulations for that.
Yeah, I don't think there is a title attached to that
Just some
tournament,
mention
but
by
still,
Stig.
still it is during the Norwegian Championship, so Aside went to that one. But still, it's a really great result, and he's also cashed in, several of the Norwegian Championship tournaments.
You did have ace seven. Exactly. Almost. Ace five.
But now, only 2 Norwegians left at the table. Niklas Tangenklein being one of them. He folds. Do you think Hammond plays in a band? And follow-up question. What type of music do you think the band plays?
I mean, I've been trying to figure out the reference here, and normally I'm very good with the musical references, but you've caught me on this one.
No, just based on his look.
I thought maybe based on the name, and I'm running through like my head, but nothing was coming to mind.
No, I mean, he looks like a guy who likes music with an edge. He looks like a musician, like a rock musician.
Like David Grohl.
Yeah, kind of. Or even heavier music. But still, Lisa Netsen Hastad sees the flop. 3 queen for flush draw for Hastad. He's first to act. And he is gonna bet with the best hand. 3,700. Not much there for Lisanets. Overcard, he doesn't have a spade.
It's just
But-
going to be sticky because it's
Oh,
mine
no,
versus
he's
mine.
he's gonna race. He's gonna race.
11,600.
11,600. Back to Hastad with his flush draw.
I don't mind this as long as he's willing to shut down when he's facing any kind of resistance, whether a raise or a call.
Yeah, we're talking about Lisanets, right?
Yeah,
But Hastad.
it's not going to work in this case, but if he didn't have a spade, then it works.
Well, who knows? I mean, Hastad has laid down 2 hands. Correct laydowns, but still 2 hands where we kind of expected that one of them that he would bet, he decided to check behind, and another one where we expected that he would call, but he folded.
Which makes now basically the bet here, the raise here by Hofstad even by Lissamets, I'm sorry, even better. If your opponent is willing to lay down hands as strong as jacks or as strong as ace-jack with an ace on the board, where basically the only hands beating you are ace-king and ace-5 or full houses, not facing like big bets even. And a raise here with any 2 on an all-spade board in a blind-on-blind situation seems okay to me. Of course, Lizamets might not know that Haas had folded those hands, because I don't think they were shown face up.
So somebody called the clock on Oskar Hastad?
It seems that way. I mean, it has been maybe 90 seconds, but it hasn't been like a very unusual amount of time.
And the blind levels are 45 minutes, so I think that's kind of unreasonable. And he calls, but just the call. And now, some nets. Pretty awkward spot, but it helps when he hits the jack, and now he actually has the best hand on the turn. Halstar first to act. He checks. See if Listenet's looks hard to, I mean,
I think both players
you
can be
do-
repping a queen. You know, it's Lizamet should be doing this, not necessarily as wide with
Nope.
two red
Halstar
cards.
checks, and a quick check behind from Listenet's, and forces Halstar to show his hand first and shows the winner. Wow.
I'm not advocating Hostad to do that because it would have had to been for his whole tournament life. But if
Yeah.
he did it, he's looking very strong. You know, he's not looking like he's bluffing at all. You know, it's
No, but it's so risky to do it the way it was played by Listenet's when he raises the bet on the flop. We've had some interesting spots, a lot of them actually, just during the first half hour, 40 minutes. I don't know how long it's even been because there has been so much action. So time flies, but still proven to be a very good TV table.
yeah. And then the last hand, even on the flop, there was something to talk about. It was a bet raise, then a tank for clock, where if he shoves there, the hand is over with the bear king of spades. So it's like a lot of interesting spots for sure.
Could be an interesting spot brewing here as well. Han opened ace queen off to 5,000. Vedde with pocket jacks just calls. Might be tempting for some of these other players to come in behind now. Reco with 9-6.
It's once again down to this big sizing.
Hastad folds. So does Litsa Nets. Erkeslasi in the big blind, 8 deuce. No, on the button actually. So we have another 2 players behind here. Fold from Erkeslasi. And the blinds they fold. 9-7-5. Good flop for the jacks. Nothing there for Hum. Backdoor flush draw. Of course. Runner opportunities. No, not that many though. I take it back.
So betting massively pre-flop and then betting about 20% on the flop.
Yeah, sometimes that does the job. Vedde just calls.
And at least set the price.
King on the turn. Not a good card for Vedde. I'm thinking about maybe representing that card. Then again, oh well. Looks like he is gonna bet again. 7,000. Oh, well, hold on. Was that a big bet? 12,500. Okay, a little more than half pot. Not much.
I think we're going to see another call here, but I could be wrong. It's hard to fold to just one overcard. But then again, this hand was played in a way that I'm a little bit scared of my jacks. That doesn't surprise me either.
And Johan Han manages to get Vedde to fold the best hand. And he's had, well, things have gone his way since he was moved to the feature table with the other guys. Vedde still the chip leader, still smiling. I mean, his brother is Norwegian Championship, won the Turbo on Norwegian soil.
His uncle's won a
Long
championship.
time ago, yes. I was about to get there, Jason. Thank
sorry.
you. Yeah, I kind of. No, that's good. It's all
I think
good.
you would maybe know better
But-
than me, but I
but-
want the show off.
Yeah, but there's one person I'd like to needle, not only Jonathan, but also Jonathan's dad, who's in the chat on YouTube. Erik Victor, And he writes, "Go Johnny."
And I met the father. I met his father as well. A few months ago here in Bratislava, in fact.
Yeah, so that's a poker family.
Everything he does is awesome. Yeah,
I find the Norwegian poker community to be one massive poker family in many ways.
Yeah, you are kind of right. It's really including, and everyone's welcome as long as you behave, as long as you're a nice person.
Klein is likely to ship it in again. He's done it now twice or 3 times with this stack when he's had a hand. The open is a 2.5x to make that a little bit easier for him.
Yeah, and blinds 800, 1,600 now. So he just jams on Lisonets, who tried a steal from the button. 8-5 suited. If he got called, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but when you get shoved on, you have to fold. By the way, Niklas, you know, I talked about the reality show that he's on this fall. It's called Good Luck Guys.
Okay.
Spike D on the ball again.
Is it gaming related at all, or is it like
No,
sports related?
no. I think they're kind of stranded either on a desert island or in a beach at some like jungle location in small cabins, and they. But I don't think that's allowed to be shown on Norwegian television. This is more like they get tasks they have to do. They have to win competitions to get food, kind of like Survivor, but with a twist.
So if they don't complete the task, they don't get fed.
No, basically that's it. Yeah. So, you and me, if we were paired together, I guess we'd never eat.
I could go a few weeks without eating, I think.
Really?
If I have water, I mean, I'm certainly not hunting for my food, so I think that's pretty much we go until we run out of gas.
Yeah, me and Nicholas had dinner together a few days back, and of course he's not allowed to say anything about what happened during the recording or anything surrounding it, but what he could tell me was that, you know, some of the days the calories were really low. So we talked a little bit about that. But back to action, because we do have action.
And the new
Xavier, we have a new player at the table who came in the seat that Mikkel Hoff Jensen sat in before he was knocked out. He's up against Elke Selassie, and Han is in there from the big blind with a7 as well. Flop 3, 6, 10, 2 clubs. So it's this is I know this guy. Nut flush draw for Xavier.
I think his last name is Yannick, actually.
Yeah, it is. And
Javier is, I think, his middle name.
well, we kind of have to go with that name when it's on the screen. Otherwise, the viewers are going to get really confused. Who are they talking about? No, but he's also a Twitch streamer as he streams. It's well, we Norwegians always thought it was Hickebus, but it's Hitchkebus. I had the pleasure of playing with him yesterday, sitting at the same table in Ace of Sigi Turbo Deep Stack. No, not Deep Stack, but Super Turbo, I think it was called. A really friendly guy. Unless he has a doppelganger, because they are really similar in that case.
I give you yellow, 1 yellow.
Yeah, a lot of players sporting the shades on this feature table.
It is bright, so it's not necessarily that they're doing it throughout the main event. It is a bit brighter on the feature table. With the poker room usually being dim, the lights need to be on for the feature table.
Come on. For I know
I've worn sunglasses on the feature table before, and I never wear sunglasses when I play.
Yeah, I know that Vedda is doing it out of vanity. So, but the other guys, yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan isn't sitting in a position where the lights would be hitting him as hard. Really no excuse.
No. Verko with Ace King opens under the gun +1 folded all the way around to Elkislasi. He folds. Klein on the button. 5-4. He folds to Hum in the small blind. Calls with Queen 10 off, and Xavier, he folds. Is it pronounced Javier?
I believe it would be.
Okay.
He's French, I believe, so it would be Frederick Javier Yannick, and
Okay.
a.k.a. Javier for the next hour or so.
And he's French? I thought it was Finnish. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not the same guy. Maybe I'm fooled by the camera. Sometimes, you know, you have a couple poker players. You have some poker players who are kind of similar looking.
Or maybe he said he was French and you heard Finnish.
That is a possibility as well. I do admit that well, it was getting late. Let's just leave it at that. But the hand never got any exciting. Actually, when I see him now, it might not be him. But it is Javier, anyway.
And he has a Finnish doppelganger.
Yeah, either that or it's Ylva's fault for claiming he was French. No,
Yeah,
no, claiming he was Finnish. But let's leave it at that.
We'll blame Ilva and then go on to the hand. That
Let's-
seems normal.
Let's do that. Klein sees an opportunity maybe when it's folded to him in the cutoff with 34,000, which is 21 big blinds right now. No, 22. Let's give him 21.
Getting a little feisty off his stack. So
Yeah,
far, so good.
But still, this is kind of like not random steal, but semi-random. If he gets called, which he at least will when Vedder looks down at King Queen, he still has, well, the upside is that he's probably got 2 live cards.
And that he could wrap those aces, and nobody's putting him on such a weak hand.
Yeah, you could just flop an open-ender with an ace just to make sure that you get better hands to fold. Bet the check.
About 4,000 will get the job done.
Yeah, let's make it 5,500. And then bet the fold's the best hand. Well, best now. As we can see, it's like 50-50. I think,
So unorthodox play by Klein pays off, thinking a little bit out of the box, realizing that he hasn't been playing a lot of hands, so he's able to open pots in position when they're folded around to him.
yeah, it's one of those situations. He doesn't need to do it, but like you say, he is aware of his own image. You know, the hands he has played until now, he's had the goods. And when it's folded to him in late position, he can give it a shot. If he's forced to fold, it's not too expensive. You know, a couple of big blinds, you still have a stack that's kind of playable. And what you gain by just taking down the blinds in ante, that's a lot. And now he even got a call and more chips. Hostile now with queens. Opens to 4,500.
Blinds went up to 1K, 2K.
Yes,
then.
they did. That's why. Explains. Well, there was kind of like We did see 4,000 at our last feature table as an open size, so I just thought, yeah, it's just natural. Klein with 10-7 suited. No, he's not going to play.
But Hamann might be thinking twice here. Ace 10. We haven't seen him in these spots before where he's had a halfway decent ace facing an early position open.
And if he does not play in the band, he should definitely.
He could be security for the band if he doesn't know how to play the instruments, I think.
Yeah, come on, he could be a singer. I mean, you don't need any skill to do that. He calls. Rest of the table folds. 6, king, 8, 3 clubs. No club in either of the players' hands. Kind of an icky flop for pocket queens, red pocket queens. First act, he checks. So
They try to steal this away. We have 3 clubs on the board, so it's not as like cut and dry as it just being one overcard, especially if he gets a small bet in now, even if he gets a call, if he bets big on the turn. And we've seen Hased make bigger laydowns in this. I mean, this is not necessarily a massive laydown. It would be the incorrect laydown. But he's laid down jacks to queens when it was 10-10 XXX, all cards under a jack. We've seen him lay down ace-jack on an ace, 5-3-3, and then a king on the river. Correctly, in both instances, that was to ace-5. In this case, it wouldn't be correct, but...
well, he lays it down again, and now, Jason, officially, during the time we've had these players at our feature table, he's made more big laydowns than has been done in the history of the Norwegian Championship, I think.
Wow. Is that saying something for his laid down ability or for the fact that there's no full button for Norwegian champions?
It might be a combination. No, I'm joking, of course, but still, it's been really hard for the Swede since he was moved up here with the other guys. Well, got 2 of them right, not the last one, but like you said, very understandable. So Keslasi is gonna open here. Queen 8 suited, okay, getting a little frisky. 5,000 is the bet. Klein and Hannes, they fold, so does Javier. Ved is gone. Recco looks interested from the small blind with 5-4, but he folds, and so does Halstar. Raise and take it for Keslasi.
Very nicely done. I mean, he hasn't been playing a lot of hands, so his raise would have looked strong. Nobody showed up with anything, but I think you'd be getting people to fold hands like even as strong as King Jack or whatnot to his early position open.
Yeah, but still full ring with, and I mean after the blinds went up now, a lot of stacks around, well, even between 10 and 15 big blinds that you easily could get shoved over on, and full ring under the gun +1, Queen 8 suited. It's a pretty hand. I'd love to play it every single time I got it under the gun +1, but I often just lay it down. Especially,
Yeah.
there's been so much action at this table as well. But he got it through this time.
No, 8 max, I'm not playing that myself under the gun +1.
Okay. Worked for Keslasi, might work for me. So he opens 7-6 suited.
That on his stack size I would be potentially sometimes opening. You know, this is a much different hand
Yeah, and he's under the gun +2.
and has chips. All those
Hosta.
factors make a big difference.
Yeah, but Hosta, 12 big blinds.
Here
And
we
he
go.
goes all in. That's the danger I was talking about. This one that's with pockets fives in the big blind. Okay. You don't, I mean, it's not hostile you should look at. I think you should be looking, oh, he does. He looks at Hum, because Hum with a bigger stack.
Should also be worried about Hostad though, because he was just calling before on hands. This is the first time he's done a 3-bet.
I'm not saying he should be worried about Hosta, but the thing is, Hosta has made his decision, and it's kind of clear. It's Hum that's kind of the real danger if you just decide to call, or if you, I mean, even if you like raise here, so I think it's wise to fold.
I thought he was doing this for just posterity's sake, but then he looked down at his stack now.
No, he let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought exactly the same thing. I was thinking, no, don't. I mean, you will probably have 2 live cards, but you might be dominated anyway by a bigger pair.
Up to 194, so 6 away from 100 in this day 1E fight. 58 players remaining in their seats.
Yeah, it's still people either entering or re-entering day 1E. And now also the last flight of the main event has started. Started at 9 o'clock, the turbo version of day 1. Same structure, but shorter levels. They are also going to play 14 levels today until we get the final number of entries in Coolbet Open, but we are already way over 530. And you know, last chance flights, they tend to be big.
Yeah, especially on a Friday night. I don't expect that one to be small at all.
Klein opened ace-8 suited, got called by Vedda with queen-jack suited from the hijack of Kislasi, and the big blind now with ace-5 suited. 3 different suits if he comes along, and he does. 16,500 in the middle. The flop, jack, 7, queen, El Kislasi with the nut flush draw. He's first to act, actually. He checks. Not
Such
much.
an action flop.
Yeah, not much for Klein, but Vedda with top 2 pair. Klein speaks first until we get to Vedda. Well, backdoors, and runner possibility for Klein. It does, maybe he was thinking about it because he was the pre-flop aggressor, but he checks. To Vedda's disappointment, I'm sure.
Yeah. I still think Vede is going to try to get some value out of this hand, though, or at least make the draws pay the price. Top 2 is not secure.
Go 7,500. Back to El Kislasi with the nut flush draw. Less than 20 big blinds behind.
If this is me, my chips are in right now.
Yeah, it gives yourself another opportunity to win by getting your opponent to fold. We, of course, know that when it is going nowhere. And he is behind. But he is all in. Klein has folded back to Vedda, who has already decided that he was going to call. So Edkeslasi is behind, but he does have outs.
8 outs at the moment.
Needs a spade right now. Still needs a spade when the 4 of diamond comes on the turn. And the river is a 4 of diamonds and a 5 of diamonds on the turn. So he hits a pair, but Edkeslasi is out. 58th place on day 1E. And Vedde increasing his chip lead at this table. So we say goodbye to Reuven Edkeslasi from Israel. He might jump straight into the last flight, day 1F.
If we see this number go to 195 anytime soon, he may even hop right back into day 1A. We still have a level and a half of late reg,
And
so there's options.
he will have 15 big blinds if he decides to do so. Javier folds. So does Vedde. Now we changed the last name as well. Now it's Yannick. It's good.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Recco with King Jack. It's like Recco he's really not had that many opportunities, but we've seen it every time it was folded to him and he had something playable. He wanted to play, but he resisted the temptation. But now he gets the opportunity with King Jack offsuit and runs straight into King Queen from Nicholas Klein. Not saying that he's gonna go over here or do anything like that, but he definitely could.
If it was suited, I think it would be going in. I'm not sure now.
Decides just to call.
That's how I would play it in this spot.
5 Jack 10 open-ended
Oh
straight
boy.
draw for Niklas Klein. Top pair, no, top pair, yeah, for Recco. Sorry. Klein has checked. That's 5,000 into 11. So what does Klein do?
Now I think he shoves, but it's gonna be a brace for him. He's gonna have 10 outs, so he's gonna be an underdog if that happens. I don't see Recco folding the top pair just because there's a lot of draws that should be doing this, not just the king queen, especially if it's a king queen of spades. But
He doesn't shove, but he races.
it's a small one too.
13.5 back to Recco, 8,500 to call.
That's
Klein.
very interesting.
Yeah, Klein with less than 10 big blinds behind here. Not even 9. And puts Klein all in. Klein has already called. So Niklas Klein is behind, but as we can see, 42% equity. And an ace directly on the turn means that Recco is trying to chop and no queen on the river. So Klein gets the full double.
Just a setup based on the stack sizes there. Once that king jack was opened, the king queen was a defend. The only thing that would change the outcome would be as if Klein decided to jam his king queen preflop, then perhaps I think we would see Greco folding his king jack and things play out differently. But the best hand preflop won if you want to look at it that way, and when the chips went in, it was more or less a coin flip.
So came to the short stack, came to the feature table as the short stack, Niklas Klein, and now he has well, second or third biggest stack.
At least has some breathing room.
Yeah, he had 13 big blinds, and he has a lot more now. Playing close to 40 big blinds, I believe. Maybe 35. 36, 37.
36.5.
Recco, on the other hand, that's, well,
I
that,
think he's under 10 big blinds now, Greco.
yeah, I think so too.
Once that flop came, we can see just based on their hands, the chips we're getting in, nothing either player should be doing much differently. Meanwhile, Jonathan once again waking up with some cards, this time with pocket tens.
Playing a stack of close to 160,000. He opens to 4,500. Recco with the ace-4 suited. He is all in. We'll give him 10 big blinds. Let's give him 10.
He's at least going to have a live card if nobody else comes in.
Ah. Look at this, Jason. Hostile with king-queen suited.
It's an open from Jonathan, though, and then a 3-bet for most of your stack. So you don't have any fold equity for most of your stack. And you have a lot of players after you. And it's, I think, one of the most tight players on the table, so...
But still, the chip leader opened. He doesn't really need to have much to do so. A lot of hands he could open with that king-queen is ahead of, or even flipping against, like this hand. So he actually shoves over the top here. He might put Recco on a slight steam or something.
He's in good shape against the ace-4, and he's flipping against the 10, so he's getting the proper odds after Jonathan calls. We could see that everybody's about a 1 in 3 shot in winning this hand. I'm not sure why Recco is so high on the equity side, but...
Yeah, equity's running close. And that he calls...
So
of course,
2 players at risk.
Yeah, 2 players too short for him to fold his pocket tens. And 3 ace-3. Recco with 2 pair now. And it's looking good. Does not want to see a 10. Does not want to see club on the turn. Dodges that one. Now it's only a 10. And no 10 on the river. So Recco triples up. Hasta is knocked out. There was a small side pot between Vedde and Hasta from Sweden, who still has the opportunity to jump into either this flight or the last one, the Turbo, to make it into day 2 of the Coolbet Open main event here in Bratislava.
And because Vetty won that side pot, he didn't actually lose chips that hand. I mean, maybe a blind or 2, so it worked out quite well for him.
I think he lost something like 4,000. Didn't he have 159
Maybe.
behind? Yeah, I think so.
And it showed him at 155.
I think 159. I think he had.
159.
Yeah.
Okay. And Greco all of a sudden, for some reason, I don't know, maybe because he tripled that, maybe not, he seems to be happy. Cheerful.
Yeah.
Talkative.
This is the definition of chirping chips. No, but I mean, I can understand it. I mean, you've been short for a while. You haven't really been able to play the hands you wanted to play because the other players have been so active. And when you get that triple, then it just feels so good. And you're smiling. And Klein is going to open with ace-9. Jannik folds the big blind after we got a quick fold from Hannen. No, I'm quite sure that this is the same guy I was playing with last night. And it's Jannik who now has the shortest stack at the table, but still 20 big blinds. And he knows how to play a 20 big blind stack.
You know firsthand.
I know firsthand.
Ooh, here we go. We have rockets for Recco here. Just tripled up. Oh, okay. So the hoodie now is a tell. The second time he's had premium pair where he's pulled up the hoodie.
But that's such a long time ago. I don't think anyone remembers. And he might get action here because it's folded to Klein with Queen Jack suited in the cutoff. Hammond folds, Queen 5. Yannick folds, and with 5 deuce and the big blind, if it was 5 tray, he might have played it. That's the schla I told you about. Yeah, the schla. And the Vedde brothers, they love their schla.
Oh,
what a flop. Open-ended straight draw for Klein. 3 clubs, so Recco with the nut flush draw to go along with his pair. And he is gonna bet 6,500. And Klein just calls. It sounded like a call when the chips hit the felt. Another king on the turn.
this may slow both players down. It does slow down Recco. Will Klein now try to steal it away?
With a quick check as well. Yeah, well, why should Klein not? I mean, he does not have a made hand. He knows that he's probably not winning right now. And even though we see that this probably won't work, it's kind of the correct play anyway. He could, of course, check and take a free card, hope to hit his flush. But I mean, he does have chips to do this, and bet small, 7,500. Recco
And
calls.
ace on the river would just mean disaster.
6 of diamonds on the river. Recco has the best hand. And he has checked. And Klein is gonna fire another bullet. And will this work? Is that enough? 42,000 in the middle, and he bets 12,500. I can never see Recco folding here. So, and there's the call. And there's the good news for Recco, who now is up to almost 100,000. Plays 98,000. Klein down to 45.8.
And Recco was just below 10 big blinds, and now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, triples up, and then just wins that big pot with the aces.
He's got 49 big blinds now. And just 2 quick hands. Here we see Klein has been the most active player, but still kind of misleading because we haven't seen enough hands for this to be kind of a correct estimate of how active they are.
Yannick hasn't played a hand yet? Is
No.
that right? I mean, he hasn't been here very long, but he's been here at least 2 orbits.
Yeah, it's like voluntarily put money in pots, so I mean the blinds, they don't count, and he might have... No, he has not put money in voluntarily, has he? But anyway, that graphic doesn't really tell us anything at this stage. We haven't seen enough hands for it to be accurate, but sometimes it's kind of an indication, even at this early point. Klein frustrated with his own play, I think. Just have to shake it off.
Hannon getting back into the mix here.
Yeah. King 10 offsuit from the cutoff. Gets Yannick to fold. But interested. He's got King Jack. Wants to know how much Han has behind. And the small blind.
It is 3 betting.
Yes, that is a 3 bet. 13,000. Rekko folds the big blind back to Hannen. And Hannen, we are seeing Rekko right now. Hannen is still thinking about this. Costs him 8,000 to call, and there's 22 in the middle already. And getting new players to the table as well now. And finally, we get the fold. So, playing full ring again, and it's Gabor Skriniar, who sits down in seat 2. We have Lukáš Pavel Fracek in seat 4. Skriniar from Hungary, Fracek, I think he is... My eyesight again, I can't really see the flag.
Fracek is from Poland.
He's from Poland, yeah, okay. Was kind of a Polish name, but...
And Hannen from Iceland. We keep getting a lot of Icelandic players.
Yeah, but Hannen has been in all along.
Yeah, but throughout the week.
Oh yeah, you were just thinking back to earlier on. Yeah, there
yeah.
has been a lot of people from Iceland down here. And like we talked about yesterday, they were the biggest nation in the qualifiers for the Nations Cup. Most players out of all the countries that participated.
It's a very nice crew.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not all one crew, so I shouldn't put it that way, but no matter who I've met from Iceland, they've been nice. Some of them have come out and, together like poker players sometimes do, and some have just come and had no idea that there were going to be this many other Icelandic players here.
And sometimes, people from Iceland, they can seem a little angry, but it's just because of the language, which can be a little, harsh sometimes. I had a boss from Iceland when I was in my teens, and I was so scared of that man for the first 2 weeks. But he turned out to be one of the best bosses I've ever had. But that was just because of the way he talked. Meanwhile, Skriniar introduces himself to the table here. From the big blind with pocket deuces after Klein opened ace-9. Under the gun +2, Skriniar with the best hand. On the flop 5-7 king, he checks. Yeah, sure. Just send a message to South at the same time. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. But try to find out. I just looked in on the chat on YouTube, and I can see that Vedde's dad has written that he had pulse. Must have been a little while ago, but everything's turned out fine. Erik, all good. Your son is doing just fine. And I guess you don't really need to worry about that. I mean, both your boys have developed into really good poker players. All the studying has paid off. Meanwhile, Fracek opened Jack-9 suited. Klein, pocket fours under the gun +1. Early position, a lot of players behind, and it's so annoying to call here and then get forced off this end, but he does make the call. And yeah, I think that's a little loose, to set mind, and I mean, this didn't necessarily have to happen, but sometimes and kind of often this happens. Yannick shoves ace king for close to 20 big blinds, which will full well force both Frashek and Klein to fold here. So I think Klein may be still a little annoyed over the play he made against Recco a few hands ago. We tried to bluff both the turn and the river. Now he's forced to fold. Worked out fine for Fredrik Javier Yannick. Picked up valuable chips with no risk at all. So 51 players left in this flight. Still on 194 entries, which is really respectable. And I don't know if we will get enough players to get a new record in Coolbet Open main event, but we might get close. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to see and find out. So Jason, you're back. How's it looking out there?
It's looking good. I mean, I didn't get a chance to run upstairs like I wanted to see what was happening upstairs, but in the outer room over here where the TV table is, all the tables are full. The cash game tables are also pretty much full at the moment. There's still some seats, though, if you want to play, and I'm told that they are looking on the wait list to move them through very quickly, too. So just because it's hopping doesn't mean you shouldn't come on down to Banco Casino.
And well, of course you'll get a seat. And I mean, if you are unlucky, you can always play the Friday Fun, Joachim's Friday Fun, which starts at 11 o'clock Central European Time here at Banco Casino.
Is there a bounty on Ilva in that event? Do we know?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe Coolbet has put a bounty on her head. I'm not sure. She is one of their streamers, as is Jonathan Wedde, who we have at our feature table right now. But I don't think there were bounties on Jonathan and his brother Oscar in their tournament, which was played a few days back. Folded to Skriniar, 10-6 suited. He folds ace-10 for Lisanets on the button. Races to 7,500. Fracek, who just came to the table, looks down at ace-queen offsuit.
Another big sizing here by Lisanets.
Yeah, and Fracek looking kind of bored. He just shoves it all in. Klein in the big blind. He folds back to Lisanets. Oh, this is it's a squeeze play from the small blind. And I mean, Fracek doesn't need to have a strong hand as ace queen to do this. But Lisanets shows the ace and folds. It's a strong fold, but it was for, what, 32 big blinds?
Yeah,
it
that's
was
why
big.
I don't think Fracek is doing this later than ace-queen. Actually, I think ace-queen is probably the lowest, and if he's doing it lower, it's just ace-jack. It's not, it's too big of a shove.
Yeah, but we have to remember, Jason, this is day one of the main event, and we often see some unorthodox play, you know, and people kind of overestimating the situations. It's hard, and I think, I mean, Fracek just came to the table and sat down, so Lisanets, I agree, you know, why risk it? It's, but then again, back to what you said, bigger opening size, more than 3x, close to 4. He could have gone lower, and
That's what made the shove possible, but it could have also gotten him in trouble. If he opens and then it's a 3-bet, he may be tempted to call that 3-bet. He may be tempted to shove over the 3-bet. Maybe the shove, 4-bet shove looks strong enough to get through to ace-queen, but probably not. I think Fracek was already in some of the other opening flights, so I don't think he's afraid about entering day 1F. I don't think it means he's going to be going crazy with his 3-bet shoving size, but
yeah, we'll see. Probably we'll have him here for a little while longer. Yannick's opened ace-queen under the gun, folded around to Klein in the small blind, king 10 suited, perhaps still slightly steaming. Decides to call Hum with ace-jack in the big blind. He comes along, so 3-way to the flop. Three, 4, 3. Nothing there for Klein, who's first to act. Nothing there for Hum nor Yannick either, but still Yannick gets the opportunity to bet, but he decides to check. 9 on the turn.
potentially a card that either player in the blinds can bet.
Yeah, and then now Hum gets the opportunity to do so. And it looks like he's going to. I like this. But he goes kind of big. 11,000. And forces Yannick to fold the best hand. Klein, king high. Well, I almost said this is not the time to get creative, but actually it would be, but comes to a better conclusion. He folds.
Yeah, it's easy for us to say, shove, shove, shove. You can do it, it'll work.
Yeah, but it's really dangerous to get too creative. I mean, feels like every time you get, at least every time I get creative, I just get snap called. So, but it's always tempting. But still, nice play. A nice understanding of the situation from Johan Hannes from, excuse me, Hannen, not Hannes. Hannen from Iceland.
I would like to play poker in Iceland. I think I'm going to set that as a goal before the end of 2024. I'll give myself a little more than a year to fulfill that one.
Yeah, well then Reykjavik is the place, I've heard.
Yeah. You were mentioning the other day on the stream that there's a burgeoning scene there, and less so in the smaller areas that our Nations Cup qualifier was from.
Yeah, I've heard you can play poker legally in Iceland, in clubs with, well, I'd say like, well, okay, we're going to take this one first because Han opened ace-king, Yannick shoves ace-10. This is a battle of the blinds, kind of plays itself. So Yannick needs help. Oh, okay. Possibility for a chop, or he could just hit the 10 on the river and get the full double.
Wow.
Oh.
Instead of hitting the rail up to 92,000, I mean, I don't blame him for the shove there. It was a blind-on-blind situation, but rather fortunate.
And 46 big blinds now, and unfortunately for Hannen, he's down to 15.
Hannen looks like the air was taken out of his tires, but not too much reaction here by Yannick, actually. Just ho-hum, I doubled up. I guess that's the way to go, though. If you don't show your emotion on the highs, then the lows go by much easier, too. It allows you just to focus on the situations that you're in and not the situations you could be in. So it went from 51 to 47, so we just had an update. Players are dropping. No surprise there. And as we head into the final 3 levels of the night, we'll continue to see that number go down. The 194 is not final yet. I believe we're on level 11 still. So it'll be the end of this level. Nope, we just moved to level 12, so we're at 1,224 blinds. That's level 12. So this is the final level of late registration. Don't expect too many more players to hop in now. With a short stack, they'd be more likely to enter the day 1F, but there may be a few that just want to do a little bit of shoving time.
And even more bad news for Johan Hannen, who is next to act after Klein decides to go all... No, not all in. He was racing. Tom down to 12 big blinds. No, a little more. But still. Kind of same stack size as Klein. Klein with a little more. He has 35.3 behind. Vedde with pocket deuces in the big blind.
Deuces never loses.
Well, unfortunately they do. And he knows that if he shoves and gets called on, in best case it's a flip. And he does shove. I'm not saying that Klein is going to call here with ace-8. I think he probably has to fold.
Checking how many big blinds he has, and with 15 behind, I think he's going to come to the same conclusion, Stig.
But still, these two players know each other. Klein knows Jonathan. He knows Jonathan is capable of doing this. Just to put pressure on Klein with his stack size, and he's open from the cutoff.
But even if he's doing it with a Jack-10 suited, he's not really dominating much. You know, maybe an ace-5 suited is doing it, but just those low suited aces that could be doing it. Are you really dominating here?
No, but still, Klein knows Jonathan knows that he knows. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm not saying what you should do or shouldn't do, but he lets it go wisely. Kind of, even though we could see that would be a flip. And still, even Vedde sometimes wakes up with a big hand. They're actually known for something called Veddegli.
That's when you shove your aces?
No, that's when you're actually, well, you're kind of a luck box. Just generally lucky, both in poker.
So the opposite of Oscar.
Yeah, no, he has it as well. He has it as well.
I've seen Oscar get very unlucky. And anytime I've seen Jonathan on the stream, he's always played super solid, but he's had a little bit of luck on his side as well.
No, you actually, it's like you've not seen Oscar unlucky often. It's just that he makes so much noise every time he's unlucky that it seems like it's often. But you never see the ones in between.
So he's the most unlucky lucky player.
Yeah, in his head, yeah.
But meanwhile, we have 9s here for the other Vedde.
Yeah, like I said, Vedegli. This time in the small blind, folded around to him. On Vecco's big blind.
And Greco has some chips now. He was short moments ago. Greco.
8,000.
Vedder races to 8,000. Queen Jack for Recco.
72.
Worked out fine for Vedder. Listenet's been quiet for a while now. Looks down at 7-6 suited under the gun and just calls the big blind. So under the gun limp. Krasik folds. Klein, King Jack. Still early position. Kind of risky with the entire table behind. Of course tempting when there's a UTG limp. And he comes along. Well, Hammond with Jack 10 suited. Of course he is tempted to limp as well, but he resists temptation. A lot of players behind here could wake up with something. Jannik has King Jack. He calls Vedder on the button. He's got 6-5 suited. He's definitely gonna at least call. Then again, he might be tempted to attack here if he sees this as weakness, which we know it is. Sometimes, you know, you get the under the gun limp and he races to 12,000. All he really has to worry about the Lisonet's under the gun limp. So, people behind getting good prices, but I'd like to see, okay. Looks like we don't have any other players in. So it's back to Lisonet. Now, of course, with the race, it was quick folds around. That's why it went so fast. Look at this, Klein with the call leaves himself with 23.3 behind. Jannik folded, so heads up to the flop. 9 for ace. Ace for Vedder, even though he doesn't have one. Klein first to act. 34.8 in the middle. And an ace on the flop. He checks. I think he's just given up. And Vedder He has to worry now about Klein having an ace, but he is going to try. He doesn't need to go big. He goes small, 5,000.
Bet. Five. 5,000.
Can Klein sniff this out?
Well, he's capable of doing it. You know, he is a thinking player, but I think he is kind of steaming a little bit still from earlier mistakes. And he does not want to make another one. On the other hand, I'm sure he wouldn't be sad. No, he folds. He will not be satisfied with going to day 2 with, you know, just a few big blinds. I think he wants to build, and I was maybe thinking that it's like maybe he would just try to build here by taking some chances and then just hop into the turbo flight, the last one for the main event. But he still has chips. He can still build. There are still some hours left of this day.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Vreco build up his 10 big blind stack into a 6-figure stack, so why can't we see Klein do the same? He's on about 10 big blinds right now as well. He should try to spin it, but if he's willing to enter day 1E, obviously what you said is day 1F, that makes perfect sense. And Fracek here with a weak ace, quick fold. Klein not in a massive rush to jam, especially with 8 deuce suited. All the way around to Vreco. He's been quiet, but he's not going to get cute with 10-5 offsuit, so it's all the way back to the small blind here. And he's all in with Jack-9, and he might be called, and it might be flip. It would be not the worst situation, and he is indeed called. So Skriniar at risk, but not in the worst shape with Jack-9. And a 9 out of the window along with a deuce and a 10. An amazing shape to double up. An 8 on the turn, just has to avoid a 3, and an ace on the river earns Skriniar the double up instead of hitting the rail. He's up to 72,600 in chips, and meanwhile Lizenet's still okay, 47,600. It's hard when you're calling with just 3s, even in a blind-on-blind situation. You're just praying that your opponent has a 2, if not 2 2s. In this case, it was a flip. It was a 9 out of the window, and no 3 the rest of the way to give Skriniar the double up. Thank you again to the dealers here. We have another dealer change. That was one of the faster dealers that I've seen. We've had him before, very good. When we have some key all-ins and calls, we'll ask him to slow down a little bit, especially on the final day on Sunday, but on a day 1, perfectly great. The more hands, the better. Early position folds here with both players having 5 high combined. And quickly folds around to Vreco. Hoodie back up, this time with the Ace King. All 3 times it's been with premium hands. Ace King has actually been the lightest for the hoodie pull, raising to 5,500 from the cutoff.
Frauschek with pocket. Pocket's 10. Tens in the big blind.
This could get messy.
It could. And here is the 3-bet, and it's a juicy one. 21,000. Back to Recco. How does he decide to play it? Frauschek with 53.7 behind.
Doesn't know about the hoodie tail apparently.
And all in, and the snap call,
Wow.
and the flip for Frauschek's tournament life.
That was a fast
And
call.
it's the biggest pot we've had so far today, 153,000 in the middle. And the flop with a 10, also a queen and a 9. So we got shot for Recco. He needs a jack to knock out Frauschek. Instead, it's the queen full house of Frauschek who gets the double up. And Recco down to 12.3 thousand, Jason.
What a roller coaster ride by Vrecko. He had 10 big blinds before, went all the way up to 100,000, and he did absolutely nothing wrong in this hand. I'm not saying Frauschek shouldn't have called. I'm just surprised about the speed. But he decided apparently what he would do when he would be 3-bet. Just a setup, really. And he spun it up once. Let's see if Vrecko can spin it up. That's tournament poker, though, folks. You're going to have flips dictating sometimes who has chips and who doesn't. You can work hard, build up your stack, and get it in correctly on a flip. And come out on the losing end and have to start all over.
Yes. Oh, like you said, it's been... Well, it's not over.
Possibly has some fans among the listeners, too. He's a local player, from what I understand. Is that correct?
Yes, he is.
So maybe we have some fans.
Actually, it looks like Skriniar was the one losing that hand. He is tired now in C2.
Yeah, he maybe had a late night last night. Was he with you last night? Does that
No, he
explain everything?
No, he was not.
Recco folding the king 8 from the hijack for 5 big blinds. Not sure he's going to get better opportunities. He needs to make a move soon. Frauschek just jamming from the small blind. I don't remember who's in the big blind.
It's Klein, and he's short, and he's forced to fold. I don't even think we got the time to see his whole cards before he mucked.
If Klein didn't at least think about it, let's just assume it was like a 7-deuce kind of holding. It was queen 7, so that's worth thinking about a little bit. Was
Yeah,
the
I think
correct
so
fold in
too.
this spot?
Yeah. You have to fear that you are dominated.
Against fold. Also fold. There's not carry having. Dvojka fold. Trojka fold. Trojka fold.
So guys, special announcement. I will be leaving the booth for a little time. I'll be coming back, but we have a special guest coming in, a good friend of mine. I'm not going to give away the spoiler quite yet, but give it a minute and you will have a special guest. Thank you, Stieg, and yeah, we'll be in the booth together tomorrow again, Stieg.
Have a good break, Jason.
Thank you.
Jason will, of course, be back later on tonight. Meanwhile, Recco all in 12,300 with pocket threes, and it's folded around to Han, who now is doing a little math, which I'm probably going to have a struggle with now that Jason is out of the booth. but it's not for much. And Hum doesn't really have that big of a stack either, so he's already posted 4,800. Big blind and the ante, and he lets it go.
I had 2 overs.
Would prob
No shit.
would probably have taken the spot if he saw he was up against 200s. Well, maybe not. Still has 10 big blinds, so there are three, I'd say 3.5 clear short stacks at the table now, with the Klein, Recco, and also Hum. And I don't think Yannick has that much either. So another hand being dealt, and while they do that, we are gonna introduce you to Ylva Torsju, who is one of Coolbet's streamers. And you stream on Twitch, Ylva. We've talked a lot about you, but now we have you in the booth, and that's always good. And we're not... Okay, we're going to take this one first. Brecco all in with queens. And he might get a call. He is really short. Folded quickly around to Hamnen in the small blind. He has ace-5. Also short stacked. Oh, a big sigh from the big man from Iceland.
Yes, he's from Iceland. Very nice guy. I played with him another day.
Has a decision now. And once again, he's forced to fold. And another guy you know in the big blind, and he folds 5-4 suited. He's not really short though. He's up to 84,000 now, Yannick.
Nice.
But Ylva, welcome. We are going to talk a little bit about your stream. You're streaming on Twitch for Coolbet, but we are also going to talk about something that's happening in, well, just 17 minutes, which is your own tournament down here in Bratislava. Friday Fun, which you usually have on Twitch every single Friday, but now live here in Bratislava.
Yes, I've been streaming for 3.5 years for Coolbet as an ambassador. And we have had a Texas Hold'em tournament every Friday. It's my home game on my channel on Twitch, Joakim. It's called Friday Fun, 20 euro buy-in, Texas Hold'em. And finally we're going to have it live. So we're going to do it here tonight in Bratislava. It's starting 11 o'clock. 10-minute levels. It's going to be a hyper turbo, of course, because it's main event tomorrow. So it's a perfect tournament to enjoy your Friday evening.
And everyone is welcome.
Everyone is welcome, and it's very important that the focus is to have a social time.
But one of the other things that people might not be aware of is that everyone is welcome in the online version of Friday Fun as well, as long as you're in a country where you can play on Coolbet.
It's open for all Coolbet countries, so if you have a Coolbet account, you can play it.
Nice. So if you are in Bratislava, come down to Bangkok Casino. Maybe you're up in your room. I mean, Ylva's tournament is starting in just, 15 minutes. Ylva's going to be there. I'm going to be there. I'm not sure if Jonathan Vedde is going to be there, but he's doing well in the main event, as you can see. He's the chip leader on the table. God. Yes. And now it's okay. Now we have an all-in from Lisanets this time, and he's gotten called by Yannick with ace-queen offsuit. So we'll flip, and this is actually for Lisanet's life. He's ahead with the pockets 5, still ahead on 7 king 6 flop, deuce on the turn, and king on the river, so he survives and doubles up. Yannick down to 37,600. Just gonna count Lisanet's stack. And this feature table that we've had, it's been up and down, a roller coaster for a lot of these players.
So many short stacks have survived all-in jams.
Yeah. And still, you know, there has been big clashes who have crippled players as well. So it's been a lot of drama these hours that we've had him here. Unfortunate for Yannick, he was short earlier. He got the double, and now he's Back down again. Still not critically short, but it doesn't feel good.
Kind of hard to get away with that hand. I don't saw exactly how many big blinds the pocket fives had, but he opened +2, and ace queen seems like a very suitable hand
Yeah,
to shove for like 20 bigs or something.
Yeah, it
Effective stack.
plays itself.
Mm.
It does.
That's poker tournaments.
That's poker
Sometimes
tournaments.
you just get dealt hands you are going to die with.
Do you know any of these other players besides, well, the obvious ones, the two Norwegians, Nicholas and Jonathan?
Actually, Yannick, he also calls himself Hickebus on Coolbet. He plays a lot of the home game tournaments. He's a French guy, been living 20 years in Finland. He actually told me that he knocked me out of a Coolbet Open tournament in Algarve in 2011.
Oh,
Main
so
event,
he's
so
a-
that kind of hurt.
He's a veteran, same
But
as
I'm-
you.
Yeah, but a very, very friendly guy. He's also in my stream last longer for the community, since he does play a lot of the home games. Everyone that is watching my stream can join my stream community last longer, which is free. You just have to wear the stream patch.
But here we go again.
Oh my.
Skriniar opens ace queen. Klein jams pocket deuces 7,300. Vedde with ace jack in the small blind. He folds. Wanted to know how much Skriniar was playing behind. Then we have Recco with queen jack 19,500. He might be tempted to gamble here. Could get, well, could almost triple up if he wins this one. Seems tempted. He is in the big blind, but he folds, and Skriniar has already called. So this is for Niklas Klein's tournament live.
The very classic flip to see so close to 50-50. I don't remember Eskrina, but I've seen him many places in these festivals and Coolbet Opens.
Gabor Skriniar. And here's the flop. 5, 6, 7. So far, so good for Klein. Not when the queen comes on the turn. Needed a deuce on the river, did not come. And Niklas Klein is out, unfortunately. But he could hop into the turbo flight, which is the last one in the main event. Or he could hop into the Friday fun. He has a lot of friends there.
Yes. So he jammed like 17,000. How many big blinds was that? Like
Yeah, not much.
8 big blinds? After Undergate open, though?
No, but he's
800?
you haven't seen the backstory here, because there has been one.
But
And
still, with pocket deuces, you don't have that much fold equity.
no,
And
but
you know it's gonna be like a best scenario a flip.
yeah, but Klein has had some frustrating situations. He's been frustrated with his own play a couple of hands. He's had it kind of rough, and still there is also, we have to take that into consideration, that he might think, okay, I'm not going to go to day 2 with, like nothing. I am going to gamble. I'm going to try to build a stack, and if I get knocked out, I can jump into the turbo flight. That might be
Yeah,
a
if he
reason
takes
why.
that into
Yeah.
consideration, of course.
So we don't have to analyze everything from a poker correct GTO perspective.
No, I was just curious.
Yeah, I think that explains it, because
Because maybe he has a history with Undergun being to like opening too many hands and maybe getting some folds sometimes.
yeah, nothing like that. But
But I do prefer a little dash of fold equity possibility.
yeah, but I don't think he was thinking about that. I think he was just going for the double and hoping to be up against overcards.
It's an all-in from
Yes,
Coolbet.
it's all in every hand. This is like, we're used to this now. Recco pushes the small blind on Skriniar's big blind. Skriniar has an ace, and of course he is gonna call the short stack. So again, Recco with 2 live cards. Right now he's behind. And he is still behind on the 7-10-9 flop. 10 pairs the board on the
Deuce.
turn. And he needed kind of a king, because 7 for Skriniar, so less outs. And Recco is out. 2 knockouts in a row now. Fast play, fast pace.
And now they're 6-handed. That changed the dynamic a lot from
Yeah.
8-handed.
And okay, let's say we 46 players. My math isn't that good, but I mean, we might get 1 player in.
Yeah, how many left?
We have to get one player. I think it says 47 now. We should be 8-handed at 48, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these seats are going to fill up for sure. So we didn't really have time to, talk. I thought we'd have lots of time to talk about Bratislava and your role as a Coolbet ambassador. We can try to put it in, but
We'll squeeze in. Well, I have been streaming for Coolbet for 3.5 years. I stream on Twitch, Joachim. Have home games every Tuesday and Friday. Pot Limit Omaha, Joachim's PLO on Tuesdays 8 o'clock. And Friday Fun, Texas Hold'em on Fridays 8 o'clock. So everyone can join that. It's open. They also have a free roll 6 o'clock where you can win tickets for free. And Tuesday's really good because then you can play Joachim's PLO free roll 600 and practice for free.
and I have to admit that I occasionally participate in those tournaments. Occasionally, as in weekly.
They're very good practice before playing live PLO tournaments, which you can't do that often. Oh, nice! Two big stacks against each other.
Bed has opened from the cutoff with ace 10, gets called by Lisanets in the big blind with jack 9 suited. The flop. 6, 8 deuce, 2 clubs.
This is a nice flop for big blind to represent.
It is the big blind's flop. Lisanets checks. So I think Ved is aware that this is a flop that suits the big blind. It might suit him, but it's like we know that he has like backdoor and runner under possibility. He could also hit the jack in the 9. Lisanets checks. Ved call for bets 4,000 and gets the quick call. 9 on the turn. Lisanets now with top pair.
It's almost too good. Hits top pair, and it's also even more scary because he could represent anything else as well. So
yeah, I think if Lisanets checks here, Vede is just gonna shut down.
it's a nice board to just bet in because if it didn't have anything, it's also a good time at actually betting.
Yeah, to do a donk lead on the turn, which is exactly what he does. Bets 11,500. Vedder does have a gut shot, but
And
still.
he has the ace of club as well, so he doesn't know that his opponent don't have the nut flush draw. That's also not that good. It's you don't want to kind of have that
Still, it's
because now we don't beat that much draws.
yeah. Still, it can be dangerous to.
He blocks all the draws that is good, like the ace flush draw and the 10x draws.
Yeah, but still, it's if you put too much weight on those blockers.
They do love to talk about this unblocking cards.
Yeah, but and whether he folds. No, I mean you should definitely take it into consideration, but
And it's a very scary board to
it
do
is,
something
it
with,
is, it
especially
is.
with the 10 on his hand. It doesn't actually matter a lot that he has it not on the good side actually.
just because you have a card that blocks it doesn't mean it's impossible for your opponent to have a draw. But still in good shape, Vedda.
Actually, now I see the tournament, the Java Games Friday Fun Live with the Hyper Turbo 115 euro tournament. It's actually starting in 5 minutes.
It is. I'm gonna let you go, but one last question: the main event. How did you do?
I did very well. I played the main event 1A on Wednesday, and I bagged the 242,000.
So we might see you on the feature table
Well,
tomorrow.
You'll see me on Sunday on the final table.
Good answer, Ylva. I'm gonna let you run because you have to be the hostess with the mostest, and I know you're good at that from personal experience. So go get them in your own tournament. I'm gonna join you in a few minutes, and I'll see you then. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Ylva Thorsrud, who is an ambassador for Coolbet, and a good one, a really good one in my opinion. Meanwhile, Pumba, who's back with Ace King now, was at our feature table earlier on with a different name. We just didn't catch it, me and Jason, in everything that's happened here. All in from Hum, Lisanets in the small blind. with ace-7 suited. Still have players behind here. And they still have to worry about Bumba. Listen, that's folds. Frasek in the big blind for deuce. He folds. And a quick call from Bumba. And Han in trouble. But he has eights. He's ahead, actually. Sorry, my mistake. Bumba needs to fade, and the king means that Han is eliminated. Did not fade. Dealer so quick. I was going to say Bumba. And I continued with needs to fade. It's not he who needed to fade. He needed to hit. But unfortunately, it was very unlucky 2 times. Johan Han from Iceland, and he is out. And we are back to 6-handed after we got the seats filled up. It's carnage now with a little more than 3 levels left of this flight. Yannick, still short. We'll have to post the big blind and ante next hand. He folds. Mede folds. Skriniar with ace-10. Raises to 5.5. Listen, that's with jacks on the button. This is such a good spot to pick up a hand like this. Gonna 3-bet, and he might not get believed by Skriniar. Frasek folds the small blind. Boom bum. King 6 suited, he folds back to Skriniar. Oh, he's already folded, so we had a clear plan. But still, with ace-10 against the 3-bet from the button, some players are sometimes tempted to just call, sometimes to 4-bet. But still, for this one, it was a good result anyway. A lot of chips in the middle. Keeps on building. Jack 9, short-handed for chip leader Vedda. He opens to 5,500. Skriniar and listen, let's fold. Frasek with ace-5. Lets it go. Bumba with queen 8 in the small blind. He is gone. Are we going to get to raise and take it after there's been a lot of action while you were away, Jason? It's just exploded. We've had carnage. We've lost a lot of players.
Wow.
Yeah, Klein is out. Of the ones that we had there, Rekko has been knocked out.
So you just bring Ilva in the booth, and right away everybody else is on the rail.
Yeah, usually it is that way when Ilva comes into something, be it the poker tournament or as a commentator.
Pure chaos.
Pure chaos and carnage. And we are 6-handed. We got the seats filled up, but all of a sudden they were empty again. So
so new players I didn't even get to meet. That's
yeah, not
that's
really,
something.
because we got Bumba back at the table.
Ah, okay. And then you lost him again.
No, he's still in. He's in seat 5. Folded to Frasek in the cutoff.
It's like Fracek was the beneficiary of some of this carnage.
Yeah, he's done well. There you go, Bumba. He doesn't. I mean, he doesn't get knocked out. Look at this guy. Just chill, Jason.
Didn't see him in the camera yet.
Oh, you didn't? You
I
didn't?
mean, I did just now, but I didn't see him before.
No, no, he was out into the corner, like the shirt.
Should be approaching the break on a hand now.
Final break of the night for everyone still in day 1E of the main event.
Weight registration will close after the break, so if you want to hop into the final 45-minute fight, go right ahead.
Pocket nines for listenets. It's gonna open 7,000. Goes kind of big. Frashek with King 10 suited. Under the gun +1, which is hijacked now that they're down to 6-handed play. He folds. Bumba's gone. And Yannick is all in with ace-5 suited. Vedde folds. Skriniar folds. Back to Lisonets, who is gonna call here. So Yannick needs help. Ace. Diamonds. Of course, could get some other combinations that gives him more out. 7-7-6 is not one of them. One diamond, no diamond. Okay, open-ended straight draw, and he... Whoa!
Completes it. Ace-5 gets there.
Yeah, he does. He does, Yannick.
Runner to the straight. Gets the job done.
Wow, so the roller coaster continues for Yannick and for Lisonets.
Yeah, both of them have gone on some rides.
And it hasn't always been a joyride. Wow, with the action now for the past half hour, I guess most of these players will be happy to get a break soon.
Yeah, they will be switching the TV table after the break. I'm not sure if we're going to have the same pattern on day 2, but if we can, we're going to have new TV tables, I think, during every break going forward, which is always good for the players, but good for you, those watching at home, to get a bit of a variety.
It's nice to mix it up. It's, of course, we will try not to disturb the players any more than we need to. So at one point it might make sense to keep a table instead of you know, having to drag someone down here, and you know, of course they get all the help they need. They don't really need to do anything themselves.
And on the final hand before the break, we have Fracek here with the nines, and now the same actual hands. It's Vedde with the ace-5 of diamonds this time. So Fracek
He
now
raised.
in a good spot.
Yeah, Vedde 3-bets his ace-5 on the button. Skriniar folds. This on nets. King Jack. Nope, he's gonna fold the big blind back to Fracek. Let's see what he does. He has a lot of chips.
Love the 3-bet here, whether it works or not.
Well, Fracek is at least gonna call, but he knows that he will be playing out of position if he just calls, which he does.
It's the safest move in this spot. You can't 4-bet fold.
Queen 7 deuce rainbow.
One diamond there for Vedde, but other than that, not a good flop for either player.
Fracek checks. Let's see if Vedde decides to represent the queen. I think he does, because if he is outkicked on his eights, which he easily can be here, then The full showdown equity is really not there, so he bets 11,000, down bets. Fracek is gonna call one street. 10 on the turn. Fracek checks again. Svet gonna try one more bullet, 58,000 in the middle.
He has to size it up, I think, if he does. If he had hands like ace queen, ace king even, kings or aces, he'd be betting again.
He checks. Fracek is gonna feel pretty good about this pair of nines now. Queen on the river pairs the board.
Still should be checking here, though.
Yeah, I think he's in check call mode. Vedden knows that he's probably not going to win this one if he checks it.
He could be betting some hands off, actually, if he does bet. That would have called the flop.
And look at it. This reaches for chips and bets. Oh, is that enough? Is that enough? I'm afraid it is not. 25,000. No snap call from Fracek.
Yeah, I'm surprised the call didn't already happen, because I was thinking he would call an even bigger bet pretty quickly. He does make the call,
there's
though.
the call. And Vedden knows his beat. Fracek takes down a big pot just before the last break of the day. Vedden down to 127,000. Fracek has a lot now. He's up to almost, if not over 200,000. We are going to take a break before we come back with the last 3 levels of the main event day 1E.
conclusion of day 1E. We attracted 195 entries in day 1E. The late registration just closed, so we got one more entry during the break to get up to that 195 number. Just 38 players remaining, 2 blind levels to go, and we are in for quite a treat at this feature table. We had a TV table change, and quite a number of recognizable names. First off, there's a pair of local Martins, Martin Iwalski from Slovakia, a very formidable player, along with WSOP bracelet winner, multiple bracelet winner, Martin Cabral, who you see about to be seated in seat number 8 with a big stack of chips. And also we have Barnabas Nagy in seat number 1, who already took his seat with the colorful Coolbet hoodie, another recognizable name and very good Hungarian player. It looks like Martin Iwalski is about to take his seat, and seat number 2, Martin already having a little bit of fun here. It looks like taking some social media pics. And we have sitting down now, we also have Salström sitting down from Sweden, so quite an international group. Waiting for the remaining players. The blinds will be 1,500, 3,000 before moving up to 2,000, 4,000, along with big blind ante in both circumstances. After both of those blind levels, players will bag up their chips into tomorrow's day 2, with the action resuming at 12. We'll be with you after the first break around 3 o'clock and going to the conclusion of day 2 with the feature table, and of course we'll be back on Sunday until the latest Coolbet Open winner has been crowned. And I'm not sure if you're still there, Dark Angel. I'm just seeing the chat now, so hello to you too. Hope all is well. I will see you in a month and a half about. Looks like the break was extended, so we could talk about some of the other things that have been happening. Right now, we have day 1F going, the final opening fight that features 15-minute blind levels. We're going to pop in really quick to see what's happening over there. That has already gotten 61 entries. It's on level 8. Late registration closes at level 12, and just 42 players remaining, so players having fun in that one. We have another player sitting down in Alexandru Bude in seat number 3 from Romania. Also just started is Yevakim's Friday Fun Turbo. That is featuring a €115 buy-in, and Yevakim is none other than Ilva Thorsrud, who was just in the commentating booth with Steek for the tail end of level 12. This is her event, and she's already entered with that starting sack of 20,000. Steek will be playing that as well, so wishing both of them the best of luck. And the 225 re-entry that began earlier today at 3 o'clock is down to just 3 hopefuls. Kamleli Netzer, Aharon Ronis, the 2 Israeli players, along with Philip Sander. And they have locked up €1,490 with a €4,070 top prize on the line, and of course a coveted Coolbet Open trophy. The 8 game, meanwhile, attracted a nice field of 58 runners. It was a €165 buy-in, and that is down to 24 hopefuls, so quite a full field left. Quite a lot of recognizable names in that. Let's see if the payouts are up for that yet. Also with a nice top prize. Top 7 get at least €415, and the top prize will win 3,055 euro. There was also an 8 o'clock turbo, which is on break now, attracted 94 entries, and then also 165 euro buy-in. That is down to 42 entries. Payouts have not been announced yet for that. Late registration might be about to close on that.
Tak a počkej, jak to udělám, takže hop, hop, hop.
Nie, sedmička je hráč, neviem, že či vám posielal. Sedmičku tu nemáš, hej? A nedával si ani...
And the 60 euro turbo rebuy, which attracted 35 entries, is down to just 6. Top 4 will make the money for at least a 525 euro min cash, with the winner going home with 2,130 euro. Looks like we're just getting some chip counts set up meanwhile over here on the feature table. If anybody in the chat has any questions about what's been going on at the Coolbet Open, some of those questions will be answered if you go to coolbetopen.com and go to news and read about what's happened the last few days. Some nice summaries I've spent some time writing, and then yeah, you can ask any questions here in the chat. I'll try to get to them over the next hour and a half. Might be longer depending on what's going on here with Martin's stack. Might not be Martin, actually. It could be Gregorius's stack in seat number 7 from Greece. Gregorios Pougarididis. And we have a special guest coming, and now is probably the perfect time, being that we're in a holding pattern for a little bit of time. Miss Hopalong coming on in. And we have the Coolbet host and hospitality interviewer, whatever needs to be hosting. Anastasia has joined us. Say hello, Anastasia.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much, Jason. It's my biggest pleasure. Thank you for inviting. I'm very excited.
So you've missed a lot of poker action the last 10 minutes. It's been actually mostly an extended break that we're waiting
All right.
for things to be set up.
Okay.
We do have some familiar faces actually at this table, including Martin Cabral over there in seat number 8, the WSOP winner. Either like him or don't like him. You know, he's one of those kind of characters, but he's very competitive, and nobody can deny his poker talent. And Martin Ivalski, another Martin who has proved to be talented, especially here in at Banco Casino over the years in seat number 2. And Barnabas Nagy in seat number 1, another face I have seen around. Okay, Susanna, the lovely Susanna, giving some instructions.
Yeah, we need action.
So what have you been up to today while we're waiting for some action there, Stacey?
Yeah, we had actually amazing time at the nightclub. So Icelandic team organized nightclub, closed one just for the players. I can't even express emotions. It's just, the vibe is unbelievable. I mean, I was like, what's going on? And there are so many talented singers in Icelandic team.
Oh,
so
it's a karaoke competition.
No, they were just singing. They just went to the stage and they were singing, and like it sounded like so professional, so just so perfect. Here we go, action started.
Better late than never, and we're up to a 3,000 big blind, and it'll be 4,000 next level, so we're going to have 2 more levels before players bag their chips. These are mostly players we have not seen at the TV table the last 2+ days.
Queen 10 suited. Let's see what's he gonna do now. It's very pretty hand, but also this hand can bring you a lot of trouble.
It's early position, but Martin is here to play.
He's thinking. All right.
He likes playing games a lot of times with other players at the
Yeah.
table too.
So basically, he just limped. Let's see.
No, he
all
raised
right.
to 7,000.
Sorry.
Table a little bit tighter than the last one, but it's fine to fold off that stack size. And Martin is going to show.
The notes.
So I like good mood, Martin. That's
Yeah.
good news for the stream. Martin with a lot of chips there. We could have some moments where some hands take longer than others with
Yeah.
Martin on the table. He's well known for that.
All right. King Queen off.
This is one of the players we've seen before.
All in. All in with 37,000. Let's see if somebody will call.
It's a standard jam for 12 big blinds.
Yeah. All right. Pocket trees.
He has enough chips to call, but it still doesn't need to call here. It helps that he's in the big blind, nobody to act after him, but at best he's flipping. You know, maybe he's actually
And we have the call. All right. Queen, king off, and pair trees. Let's see the flop.
So an ace-5 deuce, so the threes not only are alive, but can even improve further. But now a
For the
10 would
straight.
give to Broadway, but no.
Aye.
So Vidma has not had that much luck over the in the main event, and now hits the rail. He could still get in, needs to quickly hop into that day one F flight if he wants to have a chance at the trophy. But meanwhile, the threes hold for the Greek here in seat number 7, and is near 250,000 in chips now.
All right, we have a dealer change. How was your day, Jason, today?
Good. Got some articles done. Got to be with Steek most of the day commentating
Yeah.
until he decided to give Ilva some support, some love in her event that's
Yes.
going on tonight, the Yevakim Friday
Yes.
Fun Turbo. So that began. Both Ilva and Steeg went straight from the commentating booth into the
Yeah.
tournament.
I'm so happy that Coolbet gave opportunity to our streamers to bring the home game to life. And that's a great opportunity just to do it, you know.
Yeah, the players are having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
I know
They love it.
they're disappointed that that's coming to an end.
Yeah.
But
All
I think
right,
that'll
pocket
be a fixture
eights.
that's back.
So we're going to have some action. Let's see what other players have.
Well, let's first see what our new player, it's not a player that we had before, Budai does, and he raises to 7,000. So it looks like that's going to be a standard sizing at this table. We saw lots of different sizings throughout the day. And Gregorius here. Just with the 5
Alright.
deuce, actually.
Ace queen, really pretty hand.
Does just call, which allows Martin to come along in the big blind. Otherwise, it would be heads up right now. Oh my! A
Oh
set
my
here for
god, what a
Budai.
flop! Wow. And he bets, let's see.
It's about a third of the pot for 9,000, 10,000, so
Yeah.
40% of the pot. and
10,000 bet.
He's going to get at least one call, if not two, and may even get a
Yep.
raise, but I don't think either player will raise.
It's a tricky situation. Look, he has ace 3 and he hit his ace.
It's with another player already calling, it's
Yeah.
it's
Fold
an
is-
easy fold
is
from
good,
the
yeah.
blinds. You're going to have kicker problems in this case. It's
Oh
worse.
my god! It's a
Wow.
quads! That will be so interesting.
Definitely, it's the first quads of the stream in the past 3
Yeah.
days, and Budai may actually be able to get some value from it.
And we have a big bet.
I don't think Kamlodi is going anywhere right now.
I don't think he would ever put him on 8. I believe will be a call over here. So he bet 23,000.
I don't. It's just a question of whether Budai is going to be able to get the rest of his stack in, I think, on the river. It's going to be about a pot-sized bet behind. It's 20,000 bet. I don't think Kamlodi is going to be able to fold here. If he does, he's a much better player than I am.
And his stack can let him do that. Yes, we have a call.
Now we have a raise, actually, and this is
We
going to
have a
spell
raise.
trouble. He's drawing dead, and Budai might as well get it the rest in now because the raise is enough. Indeed he does.
And he
Kamlodi
sees his
calls,
quads.
shakes his head, and the river doesn't matter, but just
No.
for the sweat. King of hearts, and Budai gets quads and somehow is able to get value out of it. It helps that that ace was there up to 182,000, and Kamlodi still with a healthy 170,000 chip stack.
He made a beautiful double up.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
The hands are the
Look,
other way
he's
around.
so
We're
happy. Of
looking
course, it's
at a
not-
350,000 chip stack.
Very good.
Might take him a little bit of time to stack up his chips, but the cards aren't going to wait for that to happen. So we had 2 more players sneak in during break because the counter went up to 196 from the 194, but late registration is definitely closed now. Probably less than 39 players remaining because that's updated manually, but the 196 is correct. It's possible we get Salstrom to open here with a 9-7. It's folded around to him in the hijack. Opts not to, and good for him, he didn't. Kamlodi again with ace-queen. This time it suited. It got him in trouble last hand. Not his
Yeah.
fault.
King 10. Pretty hand. Suited.
He has easily the most chips now that Kamlodi lost a hand. He may call, he may 3-bet even here. It is just a call.
Just a call, yeah.
Cabral not showing his cards.
Nag easy fold.
Well, that's a good flop for both players. Kamlodi here with the top pair, top kicker, and Pugarderidis. Who got the Reese? No, you.
Straight draw.
He has the open ender and the backdoor flush draw. So both players having reason to be optimistic. I don't expect Gregorius to fold here.
And he makes the bet.
No, he's a call. Oh my! Improves to Broadway, but 2 pair for Kamlodi. I mean, this could get big, could get ugly fast. Kamlodi has no reason to slow down now. If any reason, he thinks he should be even stronger than before. It's about half the pot, a little less, I believe, 20,500. 25.5. Okay.
You're so close. Oh my god.
And
All
now it's a
right.
question of whether he wants to call or raise.
Oh, raise. He's good.
He is
He
raising.
has, yeah. He's very strong on the turn.
This
but-
is developing into such a massive pot, though, because how is Kamlodi going to get away from the 2 pair here?
I know. It's so hard. But we still have a river. River can change everything.
We may not see a river. It's a big bet right now. This may,
Yeah.
he may smell this one out.
But it's actually smart. You know, making a big race, you have to put the player off. But no,
Kamlodi
There is an
jams.
action.
Galderitis makes the snap call with the nuts. No reason to waste time there, but he's not out of
No.
the woods yet. He's still 4 outs to save Kamlodi. If not, Pugar and a king on
And
the river.
king.
So the straight holds for
Yeah.
Pugaderis. He now has 441,000 in chips, and Kamlodi
Yeah.
not happy about losing that massive pot.
No,
Who
he had
could
a strong
blame him?
hand. Ace queen, and he hit his 2 pairs. Pretty strong. But
Martin, but I win. You mind if I take little?
And you can see Martin now having a little bit of fun too, but 441,000, that would be the second biggest stack. We did have a player yesterday bag over 800,000. but
861,000,
Nobody
yes.
else has bagged anything near that. So
No.
this would either be a second or a third place stack at the moment if things ended right now. Assuming there's not a bigger stack in the side tables, which there might be if there's more fireworks. But then move them to this table accidentally, then we can have like a massive pot.
Yeah. Everything is possible in poker.
That's such a setup.
Easy fold here, and queen 9.
Cabral may play a hand, but it doesn't look like he's going to share with us what he is playing.
No.
You can see his cards are not in the box. He's being asked to do so, though. So
Here we
it's
go.
9-5,
We
so
have
now
it.
he's just wasting time.
As always.
Yes. He may play this, though. It's been unopened to him on the button. He hasn't played a
Yeah, he has
hand
good
or-
position. Look, his button. It's great position to bluff.
Especially after doing a little bit of Hollywooding, so
Yeah.
it's a little more than a min raise, 6,500. And we have a likely a defend here by Martin. Martin versus Martin. Cabral versus Ivalski. These two have locked horns together before.
And we hit 5. Great flop.
It also hits Cabral's range a lot better than Ivalski's. Cabral's raising a lot of his aces. Ivalski's 3-betting a lot of his aces. And there was no 3-bet here.
The bluffer.
Not going to show this time.
No. So tomorrow day 2 starts. We're ready.
Tomorrow's when things get serious in the main event.
Very serious, yes. But we still have a lot of events, a lot of tournaments to be. And ladies event tomorrow.
Oh, are you playing that?
I wish, I hope.
You might?
I might, I don't know, but I love ladies event. I love it. Tomorrow will be an amazing day, really. Enjoyable with day 2 and ladies event and another tournaments.
Sahlstrom finding a spot, not the best in the world, but any ace will do. He's jamming for 11 big blinds. He was going to be in the blinds soon enough. He's hoping nobody wakes up with anything because he's going to be behind, but perfectly okay jam, and it's quick folds around, so up to 40,000. Earned 7,500 in chips without any worries.
Yeah, perfect. He's good for now.
Table's a little bit less social than the last table was, but it might be because these guys, some of them have been playing since 12 o'clock if they started from the
Yeah.
beginning. It's been a long day.
Could be that, or could be actually they taking it very serious. Everyone wants to bag their chips for tomorrow. Oh, he folded so fast.
Yeah, he's
We're getting there.
Yes.
Behaving, yes.
Is this correct? Nagy with 654,000 in chips.
That's
I was joking when
definitely
you said bring the big stack over.
yeah.
Wow. We have chips galore here.
I
Ivalski
know.
with 300,000. So a min raise and a call.
I like this hands. Look, ace 3 suited, ace 4 suited. You can always hit your flush straight. All right, flop doesn't give anything to the players at the moment. 4 high leads the flop.
Yeah, but the 4 and the 3 don't matter. There's 3 cards.
Well, this flop, yeah,
It's just now, if anybody
everybody
bets
loves
it, they get it.
jackpot.
Ivalski bet his position, and that was enough once Nagy decided not to continue when he had
No.
no spades in his hand. Coming up on October 2nd to October 9th is the €170 buy-in Banco Casino Masters. 250,000 guarantee on that. If I was free, I would consider coming over to play that.
Oh,
I
Do
did
you have
something
time to
similar
play?
to that last year at the end of the year. I have pockets of time. I try to work and then take breaks, and
play a little bit.
usually near home or online, but last year I came out here for a similar kind of event.
Hmm.
So Budai happy enough to pick up the blinds there. It is an ace, but the 8 is not a strong kicker. And it's a kind of hand where, you know, on the button, you know, people are going to 3-bet you late, and you're going to have to get rid of it. And
Yeah.
even
Here we
if you're
go.
ahead. But look at these chip counts. We have almost 1.5 million between the top 3. There's maybe the 3 chip leaders of day
Yeah.
1E all at the same table. There's possible that there's somebody that sneaks in, but certainly 3 of the top 5 are likely at this TV table. I feel pretty comfortable saying that, considering they started with only 30,000 in chips.
Correct,
today.
yeah. 30,000 starting stock. And we have 37 players left for this flight. Oh, look at these 2 pretty hands.
It's Ivalski. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be careful with a hijack open versus a cutoff open.
So we have a min raise
It's
and
a
3-bet 18,000.
and an ace here as well. If there wasn't 3-bet and was just called, we would certainly see him in the pot, but now it's likely to be a fold, but could be a 4-bet as well. Have not seen him play enough to know if he has any 4-bets in him, meaning light
Fold.
4-bets. And Ivalski going nowhere with the quick. I mean, he had plenty of time to think about it, but with a relatively quick call there. Is ahead, but it's not the easiest of calls, and both players,
Hit the raise.
yeah, but both players need to be concerned about those kings. Ivalski is still far ahead.
And we have a player who folded King Jack.
Yes, but these guys are unaware of that, so I'm not surprised it checked on the
Yep.
flop, but now it would surprise me if there was no betting on the turn after nobody was betting with 2 kings there.
And we have our bet.
And Budai is going to have to call.
Snap call. Let's see the river. It's a 9.
Let's see if Ivalski will be able to sneak out some more value. If he doesn't bet too big, he's definitely going to get a call. But he has to think about what he's getting called by, and it's weaker aces or hands that are crushing him, which would raise him.
Snap call.
Yeah, it was just a small bet of 11,000, so easy call, and got the bad news that he got his hand caught in the cookie jar with that 3-bet. And Ivalski now near 400,000. Another ace here for Ivalski. Not as good as the last one, but still good enough to open with. And he's opening for a different sizing, 7,000 this time. Nobody else waking up with anything quite yet, so
No.
this hand may not develop.
All right, we have it.
Yeah, this could get dicey. We may get some table talk going. We will likely get a 3-bet, even if there is no table talk. It's a spot where I don't mind seeing Cabral
Yeah.
take his time, and it's another Martin on Martin battle here. It is a 3-bet to 25,000. Or is it 20,000? I think it's 25. We'll find out soon. Yeah, it says
3-bet,
25.
It's 19,000 to call.
I don't think he's going to call. It's maybe he's going to 4-bet, but he could call. It depends. These two have played a lot together over the years.
Yeah.
They've played together most likely here, but I've seen them physically on the same table somewhere else as well, so it's...
Yeah, I can see. They know each other. They feel it.
I mean, against another player doing that, he's going to fold it much faster, I feel. You know, that he was thinking more because it was Martin. Ace-10 is
Yeah.
fine to open, but not really good to be calling 3-bets with. Unless it's like you have a certain read or exploitability on a player. And Martin can't be too upset. He doesn't have to play ace-king out of position to take it down there either. It's sometimes like a very uncomfortable feeling. You're 3-betting with ace-king. It works out quite a lot, but very often you're not hitting your flops. And then
Yeah.
when you're in the blinds and you're out of position, it puts you in a very awkward position.
It is.
Especially against a tricky player like Martin Cabral and Martin Nawalski. Either one of them, you know, you don't want to outplay yourself. But meanwhile, we have Budaj opening up very loose, but we have Sahlstrom jamming over the top, so he may have found the perfect spot to shove his 11 big blinds, a 3-bet shove, and get the squeeze to go through. And Budaj should not be calling here, but he might want to, just thinking, hopefully my cards are live. Should just concede here, and he does. So great spot there by Sahlstrom.
Yeah, it was just perfect.
Yeah, because if his opponent was opening with ace-jack, ace-king,
Yeah.
it's fairly dominated, and those are certainly hands that are going to snap call. Most hands are going to call your 3-bet shove, and just not when you're opening super light like Budaj was with king 3 suited.
Yeah.
Any interesting interviews today, Anastasia?
Yeah, we actually had an interview today with Carlos from Chile. So he's the one who won the Nations Cup, the winner of 9 countries. So we had a lovely interview, and but only problem, he doesn't speak English.
He was so emotional, though, after the win. You know, like
I
you could
know.
see it. So you had a
Oh.
translator, or were you speaking Spanish?
No, we had Spanish interview. I speak Spanish, so
Yeah,
it was
that's
pretty
why I
easy for
was-
me.
Okay.
Yeah. No, yeah, he's such a shy person, you know. Like he's a cute person, but I mean, when it's the win, that's it. That's where emotion come.
It's a completely like got to be a shock to the system if you haven't, let's say, left Chile before and then you're coming
Yeah,
out to Bratislava. You know, it's a completely different culture.
I'm
and
really happy for them.
everything's different.
They made such a long trip here to Bratislava from Chile. It took them such a long time to get here, and they got a trophy.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick
Yep.
because Uvalski in the big blind randomly flops 2 pair, and Cabral was getting a little cute with his trade deuce, and only because he opened is he going to likely continue along with this story. I mean, he did get a piece, but utterly dominated, so be curious if Uvalski raises here or just plays it slow and strings Cabral along. Looks like a small raise to 13,000. Might be to 18,000. So not that small of a raise, actually. May have cost him if Cabral doesn't call here. But you can't blame him. Maybe Cabral was on spades or a queen. Or maybe he knows Cabral is not going to want to fold so easily, so...
Well,
as
he
I-
still has 1% chance of hitting.
Not
No.
anymore. But as I said, these two have played together before, so there could be some kind of leveling wars going on.
Yeah.
Cabral's not going to be able to steal this one away. And I expect Uvalski, in fact, to be leading out quite big because there's 2 spades and 2 diamonds. And the hand likely will end there if that happens. Looks like a bet of 48,000 coming.
And it is.
It might be less than I'm thinking. Yeah, it was so it's 33,000. 34,000. You don't need to do it for the stream, Martin.
He knows he gonna fold this hand. He just, I guess, plays drama a bit. Yes, you did hit your bottom pair, but there is 6 who can easily kill your hand. I will be very surprised if he will call.
I was surprised he called the raise on the flop, but there may be like history between the two.
Oh my god. Alright. We have a call.
He either thinks he's good or he's going to try to make a move on the river. And the Jack of Diamonds may be a card that he can make a move with. It may even slow down Ivalski from betting, and if it does, I would expect Cabral to turn his showdown hand into a bluff because he doesn't really have enough, but first we have to see what Ivalski does, and that all goes to dust because he is not afraid of that diamond at all. That's more than 50,000 he reached out for.
Yeah, river wasn't good to him.
It wasn't
Yeah.
the worst either, because was Cabral going to just call the flop like that with a backdoor flush draw? He would have to have like a queen of diamonds with something else. So Cabral actually contemplating something here. It's basically a jam here by Ivalski. Trying to get value off blank queens. or even getting something stronger than him to fold maybe. I doubt that. Showing no fear though. That's even though I said the river wasn't as scary as it could be, it's still scary enough to be doing that.
Here we go, fold.
And Cabral's never calling with less.
No.
But meanwhile, Ivalski up to more than 400,000 in chips. There's now 3 players at the table with more than 400,000 in chips. Up until yesterday, there was only 1 player above 400,000 in the whole tournament. And here, just like that, we have the chip counts.
460,000.
Barnabas still with the probably the overall day 1 8 chip lead, but certainly at the stable with 640,000. Sahlstrom not in do or die shape yet, but he's getting there on the tail end of that with 47,000. The blinds will go up fairly soon, in which case 15 big blinds becomes 12, but doesn't need to feel desperate. Just needs to let the hands come to him at this point because he doesn't really have any other good mathematical choices. Are you going to try to interview Cabral? Because that would be potentially interesting.
Yeah, that's actually,
I don't think he'll agree to it, but you could try. And if he agrees to it, you may have to watch it a couple times first.
All right. But I believe you. So this is something I really would love to talk to him about it.
There's no denying his poker talent.
Everyone has their unique poker talent. Some of them hiding it. Some of them showing it too much.
So Ivalski likely thinking about a 3-bet here. But let's see. Yeah, he is 3-betting. It looks like the 21,500.
He's getting great hands. Like nearly every hand he has an ace.
The 26-5. But this is a weak ace. If he's 4-bet, he has to let it go. He's I'm pretty sure these two have played together before as well, but that's more speculation on the fact that I've seen them both at events that are very similar in buy-ins.
And today we had our hospitality event with our lovely Coolbet players. So we had karting, and that went really well.
You didn't get hurt, so it went extremely well.
And we had our winner who made the best time of the lap. And Svein, the organizer of the Coolbet, he was like that much short becoming a champion. It was a great battle just to see men basically playing like a little boys, you know, battling for the win. Yeah, Coolbet has amazing hospitality as well for the package winners.
I feel my back is too old, not me, like in terms of mentally, but the last time I did it, I felt it for like a day, but I know there were people older than me doing it today. We'll see how they're walking around tomorrow. It's like you get into the chairs, and if you want a really good car, then you're really kind of like in like a race car position, and you don't realize how much work these guys put in when they're riding.
Like
these,
everyone
F1
said, everyone said our hands were in pain just holding, you know, just driving. And I was like, well, tomorrow we have a wine tasting. So this is something different from our...
Also at 10 in the morning, I assume.
No, it's actually first we don't have early morning hospitality. So we'll let players have a little bit of sleep.
We have a hand, but we'll get back into the wine tasting in a minute because I'm very curious about that. But we have a button open with ace-4 and a call by queen-10. Budai has been quiet since playing a few early hands, but Bratt, we haven't really seen much of. I mean, he came to the table a few hands in, Michael Bratt, with those snowmen and a decision to make. Does 3-bet it to 7 big blinds. Should get Ivalski out of the way. Pavelski is a very thinking player. He's probably noticed that Brett has not played a lot of hands, and maybe this is not the right time.
Like aces.
And Budai making the quick fold as well. So well played there by Brett. And now we can get back into the
Wine
tasting. Yeah. So what time is the wine tasting?
It's not confirmed yet, but it should be evening time. So I have no idea what it is, but I can't wait to go and try it. It should be really good. And tomorrow we also have at 11 o'clock, like every day, we have our stream and tournament. Ladies event, so tomorrow is actually a very busy day of poker action.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
day 2
lot.
of the main event as well. So
Yes.
will be a lot of fun.
Oh, that's for sure. And this week flies so fast when I think like that in 3 days we're gonna crown the winner. In 2 days.
Yeah.
We have Saturday and Sunday. I'm like, no, I love Coolbet. I just want to be here, you know, don't stop. Just, I don't want this tournament finish, this event.
So we don't know what Cabral opened with here, but we do know Nagy's on 5. So now we know Cabral is a little bit light, but this is more than okay to open with the 10-7 suited. Nagy thinking about whether he wants to come along with players behind. Does just call.
How much you play? Huh? I'm just running. A little more.
Cabral asking Nagy, or Nagy asking Cabral how much he had, and Cabral was told him 120, which is about right.
Thumbs up.
Not the
Alright.
best of flops for either player, but Cabral will likely try to rep that this was a good flop for him, being that he opened from early position.
Yeah, but he has a straight draw.
Just to the 9 though.
For your duty as
We need
well?
a 9. But
No?
He's
They're
more
fine.
betting to hopefully take it down now, or now this, yeah, and that's all it took, it was a min bet.
Wanna see?
Got Nagy to fold the better hand.
You wanna see? I can imagine.
do you want to see?
He can see Martin in about 30 minutes time.
Yeah.
Well, he can't because he's hopefully still going to be on the TV table, but he can
Yeah.
have a friend tell him in 30 minutes time.
Jason, I want to thank you for inviting me. It's my biggest pleasure.
Yeah, we could do it. We could do it again.
We should,
it's,
yeah. I love it. It's really interesting talking, seeing the hands and talking about them. We have a really busy day tomorrow.
Yeah, I know that you probably
Yes.
need to get your beauty sleep, but we have 2 more
Yes.
days. If not,
Absolutely.
we're at different festivals together. We could figure
Yes.
out a time, even have a proper time to plan things, and
Yes.
yeah, have a good time. But I'm glad you got to join. It was
Absolutely.
it was perfect timing with Stig wanting to play the tournament too. So
Yeah.
I said, well, Stig, you want to play the tournament. I want to spend a little time with Anastasia in the booth. So 11 o'clock.
Yes, thank you
But then
so
11
much,
o'clock
really.
was 11:30. So
Look,
sorry
we
to
have
so
pair
late.
twos. Okay, let me finish this hand
Okay,
then.
I'll let you announce the hand because it's your last one.
All right, okay. So we have pair twos. So far, looks like nobody will call him so far. Queen 7. I don't know why, but I like this hand.
He's gonna
I
get a free
like playing.
look.
I don't know. I just like playing with Queen 7. It just doesn't make sense, isn't it?
It's a lot of people have their hand, but in this case, at least he gets to look for free because
Yeah.
Martin just limped. He may have raised here. No, he didn't.
How many players?
I saw chips being moved around. It was just Martin getting his change.
Yeah.
So Martin somehow still ahead with his twos, with neither player connecting, but he
I
can't
would
feel too
say-
comfortable with it if somebody bets.
No, I would say Ace scared everyone in this hand.
Martin back to min betting. It worked for him once before. It's a little more than a min bet this
Yeah.
time. Bosky with just a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. But does call. I guess trying to play position, hoping that Cabral will give him an opportunity to steal it away. Looks like that was a check by Martin.
It was, yeah, check.
And the other Martin, Martin Ivalski, maybe will steal it away, and indeed he
Looks
does.
like he bet, and yeah, snap fold.
6.5k, Ivalski with good awareness.
Yeah. I wasn't here for many hands, but so far I saw he's really trying to bluff. But so far it doesn't work. I wish him luck. Maybe once he will hit his...
I like the
Bluff.
friendly Martin, so the friendly
Yeah.
Martin can have all the luck in the world.
Yeah.
There have been some occasions in the
I guess I have a
past year
chance
where
to-
it's been, let's say, not so comfortable watching him at times, but
Yeah.
I have nothing personal one way or the other with him.
No.
And as like a fellow
He's a cute
fan
guy.
and
Look at
sports
him.
fanatic, I appreciate. It's like you need to love the personality of every sports
course.
star. I mean, I don't want to hate the personality of a sports star that I'm a fan of, but it's you don't need to.
Yeah.
You could be a fan of his play, and that I am.
You know, I'm in poker business many years, and I always say poker never stops. And look, I tried 2 hands ago. Sneak out. It's just like one hand after another. I love poker, really. It's just...
Well, you're welcome to stay, but I know you
Oh,
need
yeah.
to sleep, so it's.
I
gonna
would
be
love
up
to stay.
you.
I honestly would. Look, we started working 10 a.m. this morning because was our first hospitality. And as soon as we finish hospitality, we're all back to casino. And as always, a lot of action here. So I'm still keep going.
And this is after should have been not even working today, let alone yesterday, altogether. Most people, I mean, you hurt not only one foot in one incident,
Yeah.
but both feet. So
It's just like so silly and
you're
so
like
unlucky.
Superwoman.
Well,
I think a lot of people that didn't already respect you now just for the work ethic is beyond what
We
most
came for
people
work.
would do. We came for work, but
Yes.
I don't know if people that normally injure themselves come back to work second that they have a makeshift bandage on.
I think I have kids. And, you know, after having kids, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Really. I mean, I love my job. I love it. And I don't mind working days and nights. And if I have injury, I just take it.
Money. He has Jack Queen. Open. Open Jack one.
Hey, don't touch his cards.
He said it
No.
was okay.
Okay, show one, show all. That's the poker rule.
Yeah, that should happen. There we go.
Yeah, we have it.
So it's just a limp pot all the way until a min bet on the river with the
Yeah.
2 pair and nothing doing there.
Jason, my pleasure.
Take
If
care,
I stay another 5
Anastasia.
seconds, I will go to another hand. I
I'm
would
just
love
gonna
to.
mute you so you have no choice other than to go to sleep.
Here we go.
Okay, that was
Thank you so much.
Anastasia, Coolbet host, interviewer as well. She's handling the hospitality as well as the videos. So well done, Anastasia.
Thank you,
And
Jason.
Thank you for joining. And
We will do it again.
and some of you hopefully will
Yeah.
have fun with her tomorrow at the wine tasting. So enjoy
Yes.
that, or in the ladies' event, because I think somebody can twist Anastasia's arm to play that as well.
I really hope. I would love to represent women and just be with them. And here we go. We have another hand. Queen 4.
I forgot to mute you. Well, this is all my fault.
That's all right.
That
I
you're
mean,
still here.
I'm loving doing that, but I need to sleep at some point as well.
Okay, one more hand, one more hand.
So this one and one more?
No,
or the last one?
This is last one.
Right, okay. So as soon as hand finish, you just mute me and that's it.
Yes.
Deal? Okay,
yes.
deal.
I'm not even going to say goodbye again. We're just going to pretend that
Yeah.
we're in a different moment of time.
I mean, if I have break from filming tomorrow, I would love to be here for 12 hours just streaming and commentating. King 9, 4, 3. All right. Doesn't look good for 4, 3 for Nagy.
It's a limp pot, so it's gonna stay cheap even if one player wants to bet their straight draws. Now Cabral with a double gut shot, and he completes one straight, the jack another.
Must be big cooler owner.
And Nagy, if a 5 comes, completes a straight.
Cooler. Give me money.
Give him money.
Toe river, do you like?
Cabral with the
Toe river.
with the fake bet. Nope, he bet apparently.
And he has the pot.
Yeah, it was a min bet. And now I am going to mute the lovely Anastasia, but thank you for
Thanks
joining.
everyone, and thank you, Jason. Really appreciate that. And interview tomorrow with you.
Okay, we'll see about that, but we'll try.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
You did everything correct. I had enough. For 2? For 3?
So here we could look at the frequency players were betting, and Martin in for 50% of the hands. That does seem about right. It doesn't mean that he's bullying. He's trying to take down pots, playing a combination of small ball and micro aggressions.
Or high. Or high like a boss.
And we're up to the final blind level of the evening. The blinds are now 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind ante. And being that we're already on day 1E, I don't expect as much risk-taking. Players do want to make day 2. They want to make day 2 with a healthy stack. Cabral, who has been seen playing tournaments at times with 6 figures, so it's a little bit different with him than some of the other players at the table. As we can see with the min raise with the 10-3 suited from the button, but not going to work this time. You woke up the big stack here. It's another time where Martin versus Martin Ivalski with the queens from the big blind. 3 betting again. Martin may be thinking, I'm getting 3 bet a lot by Ivalski, or I'm being called a lot by Ivalski. But not much he could do about it here with just 10-3 suited. And as I say that, he does call in position. Ivalski has no fear on the 2-2-6 flop. Just thinking about how much he wants to bet, and it's 15,000 it looks like. It's not a big bet, a little less than 1/3 of the pot. And Cabral thinking maybe about a raise, but I think he's going to fold. He's maybe just counting his chips actually.
Low battery, sir. Low battery.
A raise could work in other circumstances.
Right? Very low battery. How much? 15? Why so small? Why so small? It's very suspicious. Very suspicious.
So a little bit of table talk this time around. Cabral has been limiting that at the TV table. But he's known for a little Hollywooding here and there, but it's not the case here. He's trying to develop a plan to steal this away. Wasn't a big bet. He has a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and those backdoors are closed, but that's a scary turn card. For Ivalski, does slow him down. Cabral may take that as a sign to turn the heat up. And this would have worked if Ivalski was betting with nothing on the flop. But I don't think this can work just because a king came on the turn. And Ivalski is thinking the same, I think. Does call, and the pot's up to 134,000. Another scare card for Ivalski, because this completed the flush. Only we knew that he had Cabral drawing dead already. Cabral checking it back, giving up on the hand. We will never know if a river jam would have worked. I don't think he had enough in his stack to do so. And Ivalski picks up a nice pot to start the final blind level of day 1E. Action down to 35 players out of the 196 to enter day 1E. We could check out where things stand at day 1F while we're waiting for the next hand. It's on the final blind level of late registration for the main event, so it's on level 12 of day 1F. If you want to hop into the main event, it's last chance saloon. You have this blind level and the break. That field is already up to 74 entries with 33 players remaining.
All in, 7 million.
Wat is misschien al een
61 and a half.
kast in de box, please.
Yeah, there will be showdown anyway. This guy
Cabral
doesn't know.
jams, he said 61 and a half, and that's exactly what the
61
graphic
and a half.
shows.
61 and a half.
Oh no, this could be showers for Cabral.
Into the start.
It's Martin and Martin tangled up for a 5th or 6th time.
66.
Calls from the small blind. Budai quickly folding from the big blind. The Cabral is in for a world of hurt with his king-9 suited up against the pocket rockets held by Ivalski.
10-4, right? Count. Maybe 4.
And has some hope despite Ivalski flopping top set. Now it's a 10 on the turn or river for Broadway. 9 of hearts on the turn changes nothing. And the 10 of spades on the river. Oh my god, Cabral gets there. Cracks the aces. Ivalski flopping top set. The money was all in pre-flop. Absolute mayhem. Cabral would have had enough chance to run and enter on day 1F to test his luck there, but instead of sitting now on a healthy stack of 131,000, can't blame him for jamming that king-9 suited. He had 10.5 big blinds. It was more than standard, but Ivalski waking up with the rockets, flopping the top set, only for Cabral to miracle river that 10 to hit Broadway, stay alive, and double his stack. That's poker, folks, though.
Good play. Good play.
There is an element of chance.
Next time put it on the
If
flop.
that scares you, perhaps a game like chess is more up your speed,
On the flop, right?
where it's 100% strategy. In poker, the players with the best strategies typically will win the most over the super long run, but in the short run, any given moment, any given hand, any given tournament, any series of tournaments,
So lucky.
there is such a thing called variance,
Flopping the set with 80.
as Martin Ivalski can attest to now. But Ivalski still has plenty of chips, near 400,000, despite doubling up Cabral. And Cabral now keeping his foot on the pedal, and this time it's Nagy waking up with a big hand against Cabral. We don't know what Cabral has just yet. He has 9, so this time Cabral actually has a hand. This could spell trouble. I don't expect Nagy just to call.
There will be showdown anyway, right?
And Cabral has been super active.
What is this?
That
Mounted?
is a 3-bet.
The hound and the mountain.
3-bet to 26,500. gets everybody to fold, and Cabral now has a decision to make.
I would call, but 26
Does he want to call and play out of position? Does he want a 4-bet? If so,
All
does
in,
he want a
7
4-bet
million.
jam? And he does 4-bet jam. And Nagy with the snap call, so Cabral behind, hoping to get back-to-back doubles while behind. This time he has a better hand with 9s, but ran into the kings of Nagy. Diamonds would be no good for him as well. His club is live. And it's club straight out from the flop, so ace, queen, 2, but 3 clubs, so any club will save Cabral. Queen of hearts on the turn, and it's a 7 of diamonds on the river, so Nagy's pocket rockets hold to eliminate Martin Cabral live on the stream. Cabral runs out the door, perhaps to run to enter day 1F, and just after giving Ivalski a bad beat, those chips all go over to Nagy, who is now sitting on a massive stack of 761,000 in chips. Keep in mind, folks, that players started with a 30,000 starting stack, so from going from 30,000 to 761,000 in the course of 14 blind levels is quite impressive. There's only one player that has more than that at the moment, not on this flight, but the player from day 1C. Absolute craziness, Cabral. Both times, I mean, he got it in behind, but neither time is it really something that you could blame him. I mean, maybe you don't 4-bet jam the 9s, but what else are you going to do with your image, you know, against the big stack? Pugadiris with the 5s, min raising. Let's see if things calm down now that we don't have Cabral at the table opening up more than half the time. Meanwhile, Brat's been on the other end of the spectrum. We've seen him play, I think, just one hand since he sat at the table. Mostly because of not really getting any cards or not being able to play. The cards he gets in on open pots just not strong enough to play once somebody opened. But Sahlstrom with the king-jack, he's running out of options. 8 big blinds left in the big blind. Really 9 because there's a big blind in front of him as well. Ups to call. A call or a shove there is okay. If you're not going to get a 5, this isn't the worst flop for Gregorius Pugadiris, but meanwhile, Sahlstrom just open jams. A stop and go is his plan all along. And he may get Pugadiris to fold. He hasn't snap called. The problem is Sahlstrom ever doing this with the queen? He might be doing it with the diamond draw. He could be doing it with the 7. But with the queen, he's likely going to check at least the flop, because you're going to be checking most flops anyway. Does correctly make the call. But Sahlstrom with still some hope, a 7, a jack, or king, puts him in the lead. And now that 10 of spades opens up even more outs, the 9 and the ace as well, but it's the 5 of clubs. Safeguard for Pugadiris. Not only is it safe, it improves him to a full house, and Mikhail Sahlstrom is on the rail at the tail end of day 1. He cannot blame him for feeling disappointed. You could see it in the look on his face. It's hard to battle for this long only to come up short just at the end of the day. At least had a sweat there, though, once that 10 came on the turn. Looks like we have some Budai fans in the chat. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. For those of you that are just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer here at the Coolbet Open main event for Day 1E. We're on the final blind level of the day. I was joined earlier by the main commentator, Stig Moen, who is off playing in Jevakim's Friday Fun. Jevakim is a Norwegian Twitch streamer, Coolbet streamer, and I'm glad that Stig gets to show his love for her and the community over that she has built in her home games on her stream. But tomorrow, Stig will be back leading the action. Has done a fantastic job. But back to the action here. We have Budai opening to 10K, so 2.5x from the cutoff, and immediately folds facing a 3-bet by Pukadiris. Very short-handed play after Cabral hit the rail with 33 players remaining. Waiting for that one more player to break, and then we'll be back at 4 tables of 8. Likely, if that takes a little bit of time to happen, we will see a player move over from the side table to the feature table before our table breaks. Budai opening it up to 10K. Baby suited gappers, and it's not going to get too far because Nagy waking up with the big slug from the big blind. He has proven that he doesn't slow play his hands. Took the entire stack of Martin Cabral after Cabral got a lucky double up against Martin Ivalski. Just jams it in, and Budai, of course, is not going to be calling with 5 high. So more easy chips by Nagy, getting closer and closer to the overall chip lead. And now the ticker says down to 32, so definitely we will be getting more players very shortly. But in the meantime, we have at least one more hand of 5-player action. And Pukadiris will be opening. He's on the button, has 7s. It's a min raise by Pukadiris. Nagy quickly folds, and Ivalski will be defending wide, maybe 3-betting some of his aces. I'm not sure his weakest ace, like ace-2 offsuit, but he won't be folding. In fact, he will be 3-betting. It looks like a 3-bet to around 30-something thousand, in fact. Pretty big 3-bet here at the 39,000, nearly 10 big blinds. Perhaps pick the right timing to do it. It's 2 of the bigger stacks in the entire tournament at this point, never mind at Day 1E, never mind at this table. Locking horns and gets Pukadiris to fold his 7, so Ilovsky once again seems to always know where he's at, even if it's not apparent to everyone else.
I had 7.
Sorry?
I had 7.
No, we have no.
7?
Okay, okay. Takže čekáme, hej? Dobrá, tak já
You're
to
better?
přemýšlím.
You will see.
I'm hej. Česká je taky nová.
It look at this. We have Ole Johnny Carlson in seat number 6. He won the warm-up earlier this festival. So already has a trophy under his belt, hoping for an even more prestigious one here in the main event. Looks like he has a healthy stack. Let's see if we can guess. I'm going to guess he has 180,000. Yeah, I'm going to stick with this guess, but it might be a little bit more even. But Ole Johnny there in seat number 6, counting out his chips. Very nice guy, and apparently knows how to win trophies. It's not his first Coolbet Open. He's been to quite many over the years. Okay, so we're, I think, playing 8-handed, but not playing 8-handed, because a few players are not at the table. Another new player, Marinovic there. Adam Marinovic opening it up from the cutoff with the King 10. It's a min-raise off a 19.5 big blind stack. Ulovsky folding from the small blind, and Budaj now also with a similar stack to Marinovic. Simply defends his big blind. Marinovic here flops the top pair on the King 5-6 flop. Budaj's ace is still alive, has a backdoor straight draw, but expect Marinovic to be betting here. He'd be betting a lot of times where he didn't even hit it. Looks like 8,000, which is plenty. 7,000, even better. Budaj not buying the story, even though it's true here, and makes the call. Budaj checks again. Marinovic immediately, no, that wasn't him reaching for chips. So immediately doing nothing, I have to say, but he is thinking things over. Marinovic will be betting his top pair again and gets a snap fold. It looked like it was for 19,000, but it didn't matter. It was for 18,000, and Marinovic up to nearly 100,000, so just gets to the table, wins an early pot. That will usually help you relax at the TV table if you were a little bit nervous before. We're going to have a little bit more time together, but I want to remind you to come back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Stieg Moon and myself, Jason Glatzer, will be back for day 2 of the main event. We'll be broadcasting from 3 o'clock until players bag up into Sunday's final day. We will be broadcasting the final day as well from beginning to end until the first ever Coolbet Open Bratislava champ was crowned. And it'll be the 6th main event champion in Coolbet Open history. Bougadir has been a little bit quiet as of late. Probably going to be happy regardless of whether he loses a few chips here. Has nearly $500,000. Not going to take any chances with his Jack 10 from early position. Ilovsky not immediately doing anything with the 7 deuce, but does now, and Budai is just going to complete with his ace jack. And that may pay off for him because Brat, who has been quiet, not played very many hands, should feel that he's good, but he's not really raising a lot here. It's only a raise to 11,000, and it's a jam by Budai. I don't expect Brat to call, so not shoving, not raising more did save him some chips. He could have obviously just have called to see a flop. And if Budai raises, Brat might be jamming over the top. So all sorts of dynamics just with Budai limping, Brat raising, Budai jamming, and now Brat. Even if you thought you were ahead, Brat, how far ahead are you? And does lay down his ace-5, and Budai picking up some chips without any risk there. Has to be a little frustrating for Brad. He hasn't had too many opportunities to put chips into the pot, and he thought he found one, but at least he came to the correct conclusion. Even though I didn't have one before, maybe now is not the time to be cute and call off my stack with about half a blind level remaining on day 1E.
Doesn't move, so at the same.
Such varying chip stacks. We have Nagy with 771,000, but then we have Brat with 72,500, and 2 other stacks above 400,000. A lot of these players will be worthwhile to be tracking on day 2, both because of the way they play, but because of their chip stacks as well. So it might not be the last time we see any of these big stack players. Nagy could open a lot of hands. He's definitely opening ace-10 suited. An experienced player from Hungary. And Brat, who's been very patient, will continue his patience now. And Carlson, Ole Johnny is going to call it. Not the worst flop for Nagy, hitting his top pair, even a backdoor flush draw to boot, but he's going to bet and Carlson's going to fold, so could have been other cards of less value if that's going to happen. So Nagy getting one step closer to passing 800,000 in chips. At this point, that's really just a number that's not going to necessarily help or hurt him to get an extra 15,000. Obviously, every chip does help, but I'm a bit of a numbers nerd at a time, so I do pay attention to those things just from that aspect. But strategically, the number of chips you have doesn't matter. It's always the number of big blinds. Or if you want to use Dan Harrington, whatever your M happens to be. And then factoring in the dynamics of the table, basing on how they're playing, who you're playing, where you're seated at the table, and that should hopefully help you dictate what your playing style should be. So Budai, who has been not so active, he does have a fan in the chat making it open here for 10,000. Very loose one with Jack 8, and it looks like he's going to get away with it. If he was more active, he would have gone away with it there too, just for the simple fact that nobody had anything they could possibly be playing there, at least not profitably. By profitably, anything can be profitable in the short run just by pure luck, but just statistically, mathematically, in the long run, that's it would any hand that showed up there isn't profitable to keep playing. Despite Nagy's mountain of chips, he's playing what he's being dealt. Like, he's not pushing the issue, just slowly building the chips. No point in pushing the issue. But meanwhile, Ilovsky is back up to 450,000 after taking a hit before with a not such a good ace, but opening from early position. Only for Pukadiris, the other stack above 400,000 besides Nagy, to wake up with Big Slick in the small blind. I suppose there's a non-zero chance he's not 3-betting, but not by much. Does 3-bet to 37,000, so a 3-bet to 9 big blinds. So we won't be seeing a flop this time. Ilovsky showing his hand as well. Not sure if Pukadiris did as well, but both players anyway can look back at what they had in a short period of time. Ilovsky balancing his under-the-gun opening range, opening with the suited gappers. A lot of people open a lot tighter from under the gun, but when you start doing that all the time, then players catch on. Gets Marjanovic to fold his 22 big blind stack with King Jack, and Nagy, if he called, he'd be dominated, and he does fold. And everybody at the table giving Ilovsky respect for his under the gun open.
I don't know, sir, right now. There will be draw on other table.
The playing styles of all three tables have been so vastly different. This one is playing closer to, I would say, a GTO kind of approach. Even on this table, the style of everybody has completely changed since Cabral hit the rail. Because Cabral was playing so many hands, so he was dictating how things would be going. Because players had to react to him or wonder how he would react to them before doing anything themselves. Marjanovic likely will open the button off of a 22 big blind stack. It is King 9 suited from the button. His problem is that two of the bigger stacks in the tournament have position on him, including Nagy, who folds his Jack 10, giving some respect to Marjanovic, but Ilovsky, even if he gives the respect, will be playing this. In fact, it looks like he's not only going to play it, but potentially 3-bet it. Nope, he's changed his mind. Put those extra chips back in his stack and does call. Oh my. So flush draw for Maria Novik, top pair for Yulovsky. Maria Novik will likely be betting now that it's checked over. It was a nice flop for him. He won't mind taking it down now, but that's not how this is going to go. Bet 7,000, so a little less than 1/3 of the pot. Is Yulovsky going to call? Is he going to raise? He's going to jam, it sounds like. He jams. Marinovic calls and has some hope. It's about a coin flip. Marinovic wins the hand with any spade. A king pushes him ahead as well. Nine of clubs opens up some more outs from Marinovic. And the 10 of diamonds on the river. Yulovsky eliminates Marinovic. Can't blame Marinovic for calling there at all. It's very frustrating to go out at the end of an opening fight, so we feel your pain. Meanwhile, Yulovsky holding his joy in, up to 551,000 after winning that coin flip. Showed some aggression with the best hand there, was unafraid to check jam there. Got his opponent to call off for 20 big blinds with a flush draw and an overcard, and then won the race. Unfortunately for Maria Novik, he is now on the rail instead of sitting on a stack of near 200,000. Yulovsky, on the other hand, can end the day, assuming his stack doesn't change by much over the final few hands, with a high note. Yulovsky showing no emotion, but that was a very nice pot for him. To be fair, he didn't show any emotion when he lost a decent sized pot of around the same size to Cabral, before Cabral lost that stack over to Nagy when his nines were no good against kings. And now that Nagy has been folding and Yulovsky has won a few hands, it basically gives him a license to be opening as wide as he would like, and he's going to take advantage of that now with Jack 8 from the small blind. And Budaj has a very strong hand, so let's see. By strong, it's strong in a blind on blind situation. He gets to play the hand in position by calling. And hits second pair, but we may see Yulovsky put a lot of pressure on his opponent. Looks like 13,000. Budaj not getting scared at all, not even wasting any time. It was 12 and not 13,000, but snap calls with his pair of kings. And another king on the turn, so certainly Budaj not going anywhere now. And is Yulovsky going to slow down? He has a gut shot to Broadway and is asking how much Budaj has in his stack. Yulovsky reaching for his chips. Keeps it small. It is double suited, so I would not blame Budaj at all for just jamming it in here. And if he's up against Queen Jack or Ace King, so be it. Pocket tens, King 10. But there's so many hands that should be doing it, and we see that Yulovsky feels he's capable of doing it with nothing. A jam by Budaj, but Yulovsky does not Hollywood it at all, makes the snap fold, taps the table. So Yulovsky's still over 500,000 after the hand, but Budaj all of a sudden near 140,000. Very nice pot to have added to your chip stack at the end of the night when he was kind of short. Down to 30 players from the 196. We'll probably get a few more players to drop.
So we got full of hands, guys.
Oh, they paying the waitress and now getting rewarded with that ace queen. He's been fairly quiet as of late, but he won't be quiet with ace queen. It looks like a min bet is coming from under the gun. It is a min bet, and Pugadiris taking his time with 5-2 offsuit. Nagy with an equally ugly hand, and Dilovsky will quickly fold his king 3, and Budaj folding a weak ace, so easy game there for Carlsen. Players have been playing for nearly 13 hours, the ones that started in the beginning. So while we see like 1 or 2 yawns or tired faces in general, they're fairly alert for the amount of time they've been going at it. And the thing is, they're not done here, especially these guys. I mean, the ones that back at it again at 12 tomorrow. 1 hour blind levels, so there'll be more playability than even today. For those of you that don't know, today was 45-minute blind levels. And now Budaj, after winning a pot, he's opening now with the 10-5 suited. It is a button open. And Brett, who's been even quieter, he sees an opening here, jams it. Maybe his timing is ready. Depends on what Carlsen wakes up with, and quickly folds a strong hand, as strong as King 10. And Budaj, of course, not calling with the 10-5. So good timing by Brad. I'm pretty sure he did not want to call. So adds to his stack without having to see a showdown.
We are waiting for the backs. Okay, can we take the phone? I don't know, sir. Yes, you can give
So it sounds like that bags are being handed out. Players are grabbing their phones. That must mean that we're at the end of play today, folks. So we're not 100% sure, but it does appear that Barnabas Nagy has the day 1E chip lead. Thank you very much for watching. This is Jason Glatzer. We'll be back tomorrow at 12:30.